What if you could take a simple Excel file, clean the messy data, build interactive dashboards, find trends, and even use AI to understand what the numbers are trying to say? This is exactly what Power BI helps you do. Hey everyone, and welcome to this Power BI with AI full course by Simplilearn. Today, almost every business depends on data. Sales teams track revenue, marketing teams track campaigns, finance teams track profit, and operation teams track performance. But the real challenge is not just collecting data. The real challenge is understanding it clearly and using it to make better decisions. And this is where Power BI comes in. It helps you connect data, clean it, analyze it, visualize it, and present it in a way that is simple, interactive, and useful for business teams. And now, with AI features and tools like Copilot and Smart Insights, Power BI is becoming even more powerful for faster analysis and better reporting. In this course, we will start from the basics and slowly move towards advanced reporting, interactivity, data transformation, and AI-powered analysis. First, we will begin with the basics of business intelligence and help understand how BI helps businesses study past data to make smarter decisions. Next, we'll get introduced into the Power BI ecosystem, including Power BI Desktop, its interface, and how to start working inside the tool. Then we will understand the two important ways of looking at data, which is measures, which are numerical values used for calculations, and dimensions, which help us filter and group data. After that, we will create basic visuals like tables and matrix reports, and then move into charts like column charts, bar charts, pie charts, and even donut charts. Next, we will learn how to improve reports using formatting and conditional formatting so that the dashboard not only shows data but also highlights what matters. Then we will explore the advanced visuals like ribbon charts, waterfall charts, scatter plots, and combo charts to compare trends, rankings, relationships, and performance. After that, we will work with maps, slicers, filters, and tree maps to make reports more interactive and easier to explore. Finally, we'll move into Power Query, where we will learn how to clean and transform data by splitting columns, handling null values, unpivoting data, and preparing data sets for proper analysis. Then we will also look at how AI tools inside Power BI can help generate insights and make reporting faster. So this course is not just about creating charts, it's about learning how to turn raw business ideas into clear reports and useful dashboards with meaningful insights. Also, if you're interested in boosting your career in business analysis, do not forget to check out our AI-powered business analyst course. So this course is perfect for professionals looking to enhance their skills with the latest tools like Power BI, Excel, SQL, all while gaining hands-on experience with real-world projects. So you will also learn how to leverage generative AI for smarter and faster decision-making. Our program is IIB A-BABAC V3 aligned and helps you prepare for certifications like CBAP and CCBA. You will also engage with 10 plus industry projects, 40 plus practical activities, and benefit from live online sessions led by experts. Plus, with Simplilearn's Job Assist, you will get the support that you need to land your next big role. So before we get started, here's a quick quiz question. What is one of the main uses of Power BI? Is it A, to edit videos, B, to clean, analyze, and visualize business data? Is it C, to build mobile apps? Or is it D, to write operating systems? Think about your answer and let us begin the course.
So let me introduce myself. My name is Mohammed Sadiq. I'll be the trainer for this particular Power BI sessions, okay, which will be for the next 4 weeks, kind of a thing. To say something about myself, I'm into teaching almost from more than 2 decades. I started my teaching in the year 2000. Been handling with been certified from the Microsoft as well as from the Oracle, MCP, OCP, respectively. Been handling a lot of programming languages like ASP.NET, C Sharp, MVC, architectures, and so on. Handling like various databases like Oracle database administrations, SQL Server, MySQL, Postgre, all the databases. Okay. And so I do handle all the modules of data analytics, taking from the Excel to the BI tools like Tableau as well as the Power BI. And the databases, most of the popular databases like PostgreSQL, MySQL, you talk about Microsoft SQL Server or the Oracle. And also, I do handle trainings on the Python for data analytics, okay, Python language, as well as the Python for data analytics libraries and so on. Okay. I got a chance to handle trainings across the various segments, various clients. I can say hundreds of batches. I don't have a count of it. Yeah, so I enjoy my sessions and I always keep the session as interactive. That is what I generally prefer. Okay, fine. Let's move ahead here. So with the Power BI. Now, just a small question here. So just before we go further here, so I just hope everybody have a knowledge on Excel, like pivot tables, the lookup concepts, VLOOKUP, XLOOKUP, working with the tables, working with the modern functions of Excel, not entirely, but completely, okay, not completely, but worked on Excel. So I just generally say, like, Excel is a place where you can play around data very freely. Okay. Because it has a lot of tools there and the functions are very easy there. Okay. And the new enhanced functions, you talk about the Excel 365 modern functions, what you talk about a let, you talk about stacking functions, you talk about the new spillover functions or the dynamic array functions. They are really amazing. Okay. And so that is a place where we can play around data very freely, okay, and get more insights of the data. Fine. Anyhow, so I don't have any knowledge on the BI tools as well, but no, I'm not talking about BI tools. I'll be talking about the BI tools, but I'm talking about Excel kind of a thing. Okay, fine. Hey, so let's move ahead here with Microsoft Power BI. Okay. Hey, fine. So at the end of this lesson, we'll try to understand what is BI, business intelligence. Okay. Understand the various BI offerings. We have different tools. Okay. The Power BI desktop, and finally, we'll be working with the Power BI desktop. So we'll also identify the real world applications of Power BI to address the challenges across the industries and the business functions. Okay. Where we can use the Power BI, and also we'll see, like, how do we install the Power BI in today's session. Okay. I think if you're already installed, that would have been better. So we can move ahead directly, kind of a things. What is business intelligence? See, generally, when I talk about a business intelligence, okay, is a process of studying the historical data, getting the insights of the data, and based on that insights, creating a reports, okay, a dashboard, with the help of which we can take a smart business decisions. Yeah, this is a definition of Sadik. Okay. Based on the experience. Like, I don't like reading the slides again. So I always have uh, try to go practically kind of a things. Yeah, slides are there, but I generally have said this. So what did I say? A business intelligence is nothing but a process of studying your historical data, archival data, we call it as, getting the insights from that particular data, and based on that particular data, creating a reports with the help of which we can take a better business decisions, a smart business decisions. Generally, this is what is the definitions of any business intelligence. And there are many BI tools. There are many business intelligence tool in the industry. So do you know, people know any such business intelligence tools? Like, very popularly, we have a Tableau as one such very popular BI tool. Power BI is one such. ClickView was there. Okay, there are many BI tools. There is a SAP BI, Oracle BI tools, and so on. And out of all those particular tools, Power BI is one such tool which is trending in the industry, in the market. The reason can be it's not because very old. Tableau is there almost for more than 2 decades, and Power BI is just around 7, 8 years old. And when you see now Google Trend, if you look into Power BI is more trending, more in demand than any other BI tools, even more than the Tableau. Okay, Tableau comes in the second place, kind of a things I see. Okay, the reason is there are a lot of reason why. One such is a product of Microsoft. It belongs under Microsoft. Second thing is it has a see, like, you need BI tools. It helps you in extracting the data from the different data sources. Okay. When I say a different data sources, fine. So I just telling, like, so any BI tools helps you in extracting the data from the data sources. We have many data sources. We have many data sources. Like, the data might be present in the CSV formats. The data might be present in the Excel files. The data might be present in your database servers like Oracle, SQL Server, or anything. Or your data can be also present in the cloud. Okay. It can be present in any formats. Now, this particular, what happens is the BI tools should be capable enough to read the data from the different data sources. And on that basis, Power BI is one such which supports the maximum number of data sources. So I can say it supports more than 100 different types of data sources. Okay, Power BI supports more than 100 different types of data sources. That means we can read the data from many different data sources. Clear? This is one main reason why Power BI is in the top trending, even though it's a new BI tools compared to there are many other BI tools which is there almost from the decades old, but still Power BI is in the top. That is one main reason. The second reason is it has the data transformation tools. Data transformation is whenever you try to read the data. So whenever you try to read the data, you'll be lucky if you're getting a good data. So you always get uncleaned data. So which needs a lot of transformation. Might be formatting it might come in the different date formats, or you have to split the columns, you have to split the cells, you have to do various kind of things. So please, Satneki. Okay, it can be that. It can be like, yeah, so various this one. So now Power BI supports a tool with the help of which I can perform the data cleaning in your, what do you call it, as Power BI desktop itself. So that means it has a tool called as Power Query. That's a really amazing tool. It's the ETL tool we call it as. So it helps you in extracting the data from the different data sources and performing the data transformation on that. Okay. And apart from all those particular things, it also has a powerful data modeling tools. Data modeling is what? When I go with this particular data sources, the data might be spread across multiple tables. I need to bring the data from multiple tables and create a relationship between that. Okay. So here you don't have to go for any other tools for data cleaning or data modeling. So Power BI has inbuilt so-called tool called as the Power Pivot. So if you have studied this Power Query, and Power Pivot is also there in Excel also. Excel also has a Power Query. Excel also has a Pivot. Excel also has a Power Views. Okay, Power Pivot kind of a thing tools, which is mainly called as a data modeling, which helps you to read the data from the different data sources and create the relationship between the tables. Fine. Hey, the next thing is it also supports the tools like what do you call it as the data visualization part. Okay. And when it comes to a data visualizations, is nothing but the creating the charts. So here in the Power BI, very easily I can create many different types of charts. So if it asks me how many, 200, 300 plus different types of charts, yes, very can easily we can create it. So I can say it's very highly interactive charts can be created very easily. And other major thing is, people who work on data analytics, they come from Excel. Okay. And Excel is a product of Microsoft, and Power BI is also a product of Microsoft. So that the easy adoption is there. Okay. A Microsoft product to another Microsoft product, the kind of an interface, GUI, the shortcut keys, yeah, you will have those kind of a relevancies. So those kind of a benefits you get it over here. Okay. And these are the major reasons where I can say that Power BI is top trending. Got it? Okay, fine with this. Understood. The concept is clear. Hope I'm not rushing. Okay. Okay, fine. Hey, apart from that, slides are there just to go through. You'll be having this particular things. Now, we will go ahead installing. See, again, when it comes to Power BI softwares, like we have a Power BI desktop, we have Power BI, what I say, on the mobile applications. We also have a Power BI, what I say, services, which we can use it on the cloud. Okay. We will be using the Power BI desktop, which we will be installing it locally on your machine and will be working. So let us see how exactly we install this Power BI and how do we work on this. Have you people installed the Power BI? Hello. Yes. Not yet. Okay. Hey, if you have not installed it, so what I will do is I'll just share the link where you can install this particular Power BI. Okay. So we can go get into practically. Um, just go to any browser and search for the Power BI desktop download. So search for this particular link, Power BI desktop download, so which is the Microsoft official site. Yeah, so we can just download from this particular link. Yes, in my case, it is already downloaded. I don't want it. Okay, hey, you want I can share this link, or you go to the browser, just say Microsoft Power BI desktop download, and just hit on this particular download. It supports only for the Windows operating system. So if you're using a Mac, you don't have a support of this. I hope everybody are using a Windows. This is the persona of the batched. So what I'm taking. So this is how the learners. So the review what you're given. So it's something like, actively work with Power BI is 2 out of 16. And this I have some knowledge in Power BI. Okay. So that means we have around 10% of the people who have been working. Okay. So that is what it is. Okay, 85% of the people says no experience in Power BI. And when you look into the other profile kind of a things, years of relevant experience, we have people from beginner limit is 93%, advanced regularly working. So we have experience with 7%. Preferred learning style, this is your batch cut, this one, persona. Preferred learning style, okay, people prefer hands-on practice. Yes, okay. So definitely I'll go with completely a practical subject. I'll go with the hands-on kind of a things. Um, have used Power BI as an end users where everything was integrated before. Okay, fine. So you have a knowledge of using the Power BI, but you'll be learning how do we develop your own dashboard. Okay, thanks. And functional background, we see that maximum people coming from the IT, information technology. So people have the program knowledge of programming. Am I right? Okay. And we have 10% of the people from the freshers, but otherwise marketing, finance, they deal with a lot of numbers, I believe. Is it? So fine. So this is going to be more of understanding the data, understanding the numbers. Okay, working with the numbers kind of a things. Okay, data driven. Primary goal is helps in career growth, acquiring skills, 41%, and getting certified is okay, just 5% wants to get certified. I've shared one Excel file as a sample superstore. I request you all to download this, have it in one of the folder. We'll be using this as a data source to do the various analysis. I'll be sharing the many other files as we go further. So in this particular session, I think we'll to start off with, we'll go use this one. In maximum of the examples we'll be using with this. But for the Power Query and the data modeling, I'll be sharing the other files. Yeah. So before we go further, so I've shared this particular file. We will use this particular file to understand the basics of Power BI. So how do we work on the Power BI? Okay. See now, when you look at this particular file, it has 3 sheets. One is the orders, people, and returns. As of now, we will use only the orders. Okay. And in this order sheets, when you see, we have 21 columns, 21 columns, and approximately around 10,000 rows of data, 9,995 rows of data. With the heading, it is 9,995. Okay. So almost 10,000 rows of data and 21 different observations are there. Okay. So now, see, as a data analyst or as a business intelligence, your primary role is to explore the data. So to get the insights of the data, get the understanding of the data, so that based on that, we can try to find out where things can be improved. And based on that particular insights, what you have got, so you're going to create a reports. Okay, with the help of which we say, hey, this product is been selling good at this particular region, but this same product is not been selling good in this region. Okay, so where which product is selling best, where that product has to be promoted so that we can improve our business. Okay, so those kind of ideas we need to create it. Fine. Now for that purpose, so when you look at this particular data, so what is this data about? So what do you think this data is about? When you look at the headings, we can make out no. So when you look at this particular things, it is dealing more with orders. Okay. And there is something called as, see, we have something called as row ID. Every row is uniquely identified. And there is an order ID. So order ID is repeated because, one order may there can be many products. Okay. So the order IDs are there. And then we have order date when the order was being placed. We do also have what I call it as a ship date when exactly the shipment has happened. what customer preferred, what mode of shipment. So we have a mode of shipment. When you look into this, we have a different mode of shipment like same day, first class, second class, a standard class of shipment. Apart from that, we do also have the customer details. Like each customer is identified using a customer ID, they have a name, and they belong to some segment, corporate segment, consumer segment, or the home office segment. What kind of customer he or she is, so that we can do analysis. Okay, how this business is happening from the consumer segment. What is the profit I gain from the consumer segment compared to the corporate segment? Hey, what kind of behavior of the customer corporate segment? So generally we see that corporate segments are like, people who don't do much of bargains, okay, or like, might be they are the people who purchase in a bigger quantities. Okay, might be we can understand the behavior of that. We can try to understand like, which segments or how much business we are getting. Okay, we can get those information. So we have the information about the orders, the shipment. Okay, we do also have the customer details, what segment they belong to. We do also have some geographical data, what country this particular order belongs to, city, state, region, postal code, respectively. And also we have the product details here. So it says, hey, what is the product ID? Every product has an ID, the name, category, subcategory it belongs to. Okay. And we do also have some measurable values like sales, quantity, discount, profit. Okay. So what we understand from this one, this is something to do with the e-commerce. Okay. E-commerce is what? The online shopping. This is Amazon ka data, I can consider it as. Okay. So that means we have the details of orders, when it was being placed, how much time it took for the shipment, what was the customer preference, whether he wanted in the same day shipment or a standard mode of shipment. See, when they go for a standard mode of shipment, there'll be no shipment charges, but they are asking for the first class or the same day shipment. So there'll be an additional shipping charges that they need to pay and all these things. So what is their kind of a customer's behavior? We are just trying to capture. And also we are trying to find out like, who is this a customer who is placing this order, what segment he belongs to. Geographically, we can try to find out how the business are happening, as well as we can see the products based on the category and the subcategory wise. And we do also have sales, how much quantity was being placed, whether it was being sold with a discount or without discount, whether what is the kind of a profit. When there is a heavy discounts, obviously there can be a negative profit. Okay, so we have this particular data. So this is about the e-commerce data. You can get it from the ChatGPT, but ChatGPT, we have to explain the ChatGPT, and then we have to tell him to generate the data set. Okay, again, the ChatGPT will give you some kind of random names, or he will try to say customer A, customer B, customer C, something like those kind of things. Okay. So then again, the way you are going to talk to a ChatGPT and generate it matters. So anyway, I've given you directly a downloadable file. Please use this particular file, and we'll go ahead. This is a kind of a real-time data.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, fine. So see, why I'm taking this particular data set is it has a good amount of what I say dimensions. We can analyze the information geographically. I can analyze the information based on the customers, segment, based on the dates fields we have. We can even find the difference between the order date and the ship date, and we can find out how much time they have taken for the shipment. If the business is going bad, if the shipment is delayed, it can be the reason. I can do a lot of analysis. So we can do analysis, what kind of a customer preference. We can do analysis based on the categories, subcategories of the products. We do also have like, when there is a discount, how many customers, see, there are some customers who come to this shopping only when there is a, what do you say, discount. I've seen many people go to Amazon only during this particular big billion days, or so there is a big offer days, no? Okay, those kind of a thing. They keep waiting for a Diwali offer, Republic Day offer, Independence Day offer, and so on. Okay, especially like me, yeah, I will always keep looking for those kind of things. So whenever I have to purchase something, like, always I say, hey, this Diwali offer or this Independence Day offer, I just look for that kind of things. I don't know what kind of a products I get it, but I always keep looking for that. Okay, things. Okay, it happens like, so I just want to know, hey, whether the customer prefers coming during this particular offer times when there is a discounts or no discounts, may also there are customers who are purchasing. So we have all those particular things. So I can say, so I'm just like this particular data set because this I can analyze the data based on the different dimensions. Okay, fine. I think we will move ahead here. Maybe. Okay. So now, so what I will do here is, okay, so first thing is, whenever you look at the data, so our job is to get the insights of this. Okay, so whenever you look at the data, so I always keep telling, as a data analyst, you need to have a good skills on uh, getting the insights of the data. And to get the insights of the data, you should have the skills of torturing the data. Okay, asking questions on the data. See, when you look at this, we have a different categories of product. We have a different categories of product. Okay, so what are the different categories of products we have? So that is a question. So first, the next question I say, hey, we have furnitures, we have technologies, we have office supplies. Okay, and then the immediate question comes is, what is the total sales for furniture? What is the total sales for technology? What is the total sales for office supplies? Is it? We say what are the different categories, and each category wise, what is the total sales? Subcategory wise, what is the total sales? Under furnitures, we have a bookcases, chairs, tables, and so on. So each category wise, each product wise, how the business is happening, each region wise, how the business is happening, country wise, city wise, state wise, segment wise, customer wise. Or we have the order date here. Okay, year wise, each year how much business is happening, quarterly wise, monthly wise, daily wise, how much business happening. So we try to ask this kind of a questions. Is it? Okay, fine. So now based on that, so what we say is, whenever you look at the data, we always see the data from the two perspectives. One is the data on which you can apply the calculation. One is the data on which you can apply the calculations. Okay. So like example, when you see sales, quantity, discount, profit, these are numerical values. When you look at the data, this particular values, so we say, hey, what is the total sales? What is the total profit? What is the average sales? What is the highest sales? What is the highest sales in any region? What is the highest sales for any particular category of product? Okay. What is the kind of a profit percentage? So that means when you look at this particular data, we always try to apply the aggregations on that, means the calculations on that. So based on that, we call this fields as measures. We can call this fields so or as measures. This I call it as measures. Apart from that, we have this particular non-measurable values, okay, or we say it's the categorical data, like category, subcategory, region, segment, order date, or we say um, country, state. So these are data on which you cannot apply the calculations, but yeah, we can group it. Hey, category wise, what is the total sales? How many different categories are there? Each categories may how much sales have happened. Each region may how much sales have happened. Each say segment may how much sales have happened, how much profit has happened. We try to do that. So these non-numerical data or the discrete values, we call it as a dimensions. Okay, dimensions are the discrete values, whereas the measures are the continuous values. Got it? Hello? Okay, this is the first thing. This is a very important thing I can say. Okay, whenever you look at the data, we always see the data on which you can apply the calculations and the data on which you can just do the groupings. Okay, so the data on which you apply the groupings, we call as the dimensions, or we call that as a discrete, they are the discrete values. And the data on which you can apply the calculations, they're called as measures. They are the continuous values. Okay, so I cannot find out like, hey, what is the total sales of 261? No, every has their own values, is that? So I can always say like, hey, I want to see those products where the sales value is more than $100. Okay, so those it is a kind of a continuous. But here mainly we try to do aggregations like what is the total sales, average sales, minimum sales, what is the highest sales. Okay, so those kind of a things. But here we cannot apply those calculations. Only thing is we can have a count. Hey, how many different categories are there? How many different subcategories are there? Got it? Okay, this is the first thing to understand. So thanks. Hey, now, since like, before I get into the Power BI, so I always say like, in Excel, if you people have worked with the pivot tables, I hope everybody have worked on it. Is it? It's an amazing tool for summarizing the data, analyzing the data. Okay. Very amazing tools. Tick, 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 and the job is done. So that is just few clicks, and we can analyze this complex data very easily. So almost 10,000 rows of data are there. So I just want to know each region wise how much sales have happened, or what is the total sales, or category wise sales. I can easily do it. So what I do, I generally go to this particular pivot table and say, hey, I just try to keep it here itself. Is it? All know about pivot tables, no? So if I have to know what is the total sales, I just click on the sales. See, as soon as I click on the sales, sales is the numerical value. It is automatically taken to the values and it has applied the aggregation as sum of sales. Okay. And you can see we are getting the sum of sales. Hey, this is the total sales, 2.3 million. Okay. 22 lakhs, 97,000. So which is 2.3 million. Now, the same sales, I just want to find out for each region wise. Okay. Or you want it for region wise, right? So where is the region here? So I just click on this. As soon as I add a region, you can see here the region doesn't have a numerical data. It is a character data. So automatically the region is being picked into the rows and it is taking a distinct value. You can see here out of the 10,000 rows of data, hey, this were the four regions were there. Okay. And each the same 23 lakhs, okay, is being divided something like this. In the central region, it is 5 lakhs. Okay. Things. So out of 23 lakhs, you can see 5 lakhs of business happened in the central and the say 6.7 lakhs business happened in the east region. South region is 3.9 lakhs and say west region has done 7 lakhs 25,000. Okay, fine. This is what it has been automatically able to do it. So this is the kind of analysis what you're trying to do, is it? So, okay, I want to see the category wise how the sales are happening within that subcategory wise. Okay, so it's an amazing tool like, we'll say pivot tables. Now we'll try to do something similar to this in Power BI. Okay, so fine. So now, yeah, that was just to get no understanding about this particular data and things. Now, what we will do is we'll try to do a similar kind of a job with the Power BI. Okay, so first thing is we need to extract this data. See, Power BI doesn't store the data. Excel ka beauty is what is Excel is a multiple purpose kind of thing. Excel can store a large amount. You can store the data. Okay, you can even perform the data transformation if you have worked with the Power Queries in Excel. There is even the Power Pivots in Excel. Yes, we can perform the data modeling in Excel. There is also the Power Views in Excel. Okay, it has multiple things and it also has a lot of features in Excel. Okay, things. Okay, but in the Power BI desktop, okay, or Power BI, they don't store the data. So when it is needed, we can pull the data from the different data sources and then we go ahead creating the various visualizations, data transformation, all the operations we can do it. Okay, what I said. So it has a Power Query, it has a Power Data Modeling and various things. So now we will go with some basic the summarization of the data. Okay, so what I will do is, okay, I'm just closing this. Don't do any changes on this. Okay, just say don't save this. I'm just closing. Now I just want to read this particular file into my, what is it, Power BI. So what I do, I just start my Power BI. So I'll just go to the Power BI desktop. I'll just go to the Power BI desktop. So I'm just going to this particular Power BI desktop. Now we can read the data from the different data sources. Like say example, this is One Lake, Excel workbook, SQL Server, and so on. Okay. Now, as I said, we can read the data from more than 100 different types of data sources. What did I say? We can read the data from more than 100 different types of data sources. Now, where is that? So you can see here, most commonly we use Excel because people, as I said, jump from Excel to this. But in the real time, Excel is not preferred for storing the data and this one, analytics. The reason is Excel occupies a lot of space. Okay. And the same data, you save it in the CSV format, it occupies very, very less space. Okay. Binary format, CSV formats. Okay. Or when the data is very large, the data will be stored in the database servers. They have more security, multi-users and all those things. So now, if I have to get the data from any data sources, so you can see we have this option here called as get data from the other sources. Okay, most commonly we use Excel, so we can directly hit on this and go and go. But as of now, I'll show you there because I told that 100 numbers, no? So I have to prove that I'm right. Okay, as soon as you say this get data from the other sources, you can see it shows me the list of data sources here. And if you count, I'll not be wrong there. Okay, so I will be reading the data from the Excel workbook. You can just select it. See, we have a lot of, it can read the data from the different types of database servers, Microsoft Fabrics, Power Platforms, Azure, online services, okay, the file systems, and so on. Okay, so I'll just go to this particular Excel workbook because my data is present on the Excel and I have to read the data from the Excel. After selecting, okay, the type of data source that you wanted, we will just click on the connect. Okay, I'll just click on this connect. When I click on this, what you say, connect, it just says, hey, where is your data source present? We can browse and go to the location where your data set is present. Okay, so I've shared the file to you. You have downloaded. Don't keep it in the download. Just have a separate folder, might be with my name or something. Okay, and have the data set and try to read from that particular location. Okay, so I'll just say I'm just using this particular data set, sample superstore, which is present in this location. Fine. So I'll just select this and just say open. Select the data source file here and click on open. Now we are telling that, okay, I'm reading an Excel data, and where since Excel is a file system, I have to see the location where it is. Yes, I gave the location, I said loaded, it is getting loaded. Now you can see here, I showed that we had three sheets there: orders, people, returns. It is showing all the three sheets. Apart from that, in Excel, we have the concept of dynamic tables. There I have created the tables, based on that, it is referring to the orders. Those are the tables. Okay. Need not be like you just read the data from the sheets itself. Okay. So since I said I want to read the data from this particular file called as, sorry, sheet called as orders in that particular file. So it is showing the preview of the data. Yes, yeah, this is what the data I showed. This is the data I wanted to load it. Just to cross check, have you selected the right data set? Okay, and then we click on the load. Then again, click on the load. We'll be doing this data transformation and all this thing, the Power Query in the coming sessions. Okay, so we'll go to the load, L-O-A-D, load. I'll just click on load. When you click on the load, what happens? The data gets loaded to the Power BI desktop. All are doing parallelly with me? Okay. If not, we can do this. The data gets loaded. Okay. So you can see once the data is loaded, on your right-hand side, we have this particular data pane. So which just shows that there is a table loaded called as orders. And when you just expand this, it shows me all the fields, whatever the fields I showed you there. So all the fields are being kept here. Oh, here it is sorted in alphabetical order. So it is category, city, and so on. All the fields, what is there is there. Yeah. Okay, fine. Hey, once you've done this one, so now what you do is, as soon as you click on the sales, you can see automatically it creates a card for me telling that, the total sales is 2.3 million. It's so easy, is it? Okay, so there in Excel, we use a pivot tables, and then I have to go for sales, and you get a number which says 22 lakhs 97,000 287.973, which is almost 23 lakhs. So, but here you can see it is summing up all those particular sales value, and the way it is being presented is in the best readable format, 2.3 million. Yes. Okay. All are able to do this much. If you observe, your interface also is slightly different. You don't have this as a build suggestion, but you have two different tabs here. Is it? Okay. And I think you're missing out with these things also. There's some things missing, is it? Okay. The reason, and I do also have a lot of many other tools and all this particular stuff. Is that cool? Now, the reason is, see, what happens is Power BI gets updated very frequently. Okay. See, generally, when you talk about any softwares to update the new software, they take at least 2 to 3 years, minimum 2 to 3 years. Okay. Because first, once the master software is released in the market, okay, and then they take the reviews, okay, and they feedbacks for 1 year, and then next 1 year they work on that, and they take another 6 months to 1 year to release that market into the market promotion, all those things. Fine. So it takes 2 to 3 years for the new software to come. But here, Power BI is not like that. They are coming out with the updates on every 30 days. Every month on month, they are coming with updates. Now you want to get updates for that, if you have to uninstall, download the new software, reinstall, that becomes a tedious work, is it? Okay. So to get the features, the preview features, okay, the new features, updated features, or the preview features, so we can do something like this. Just click on the file, just click on the file, Under the file, you can see there is an options and settings. In the very bottom, we have this options and settings. Under the file, when you click on the file, you have this options and settings. Just click on that. Under the options and settings, again, we have the options. Under the options and settings, again, we have the options. Just click on that. Okay. Under the file, options and settings, and then options. When you click there, so you get this options. There, you have something called the preview features. You can see this preview features. Okay. In the preview features, so in my case, you can see all the checkboxes are selected. In your case, might be most of the checkboxes unselected. Am I right? Am I right here? So you can check all the checkboxes. You can select all the checkboxes. After selecting, you have the OK button in the bottom. You just need to click on OK. So click on OK. When you click on OK, it will ask you to restart. You don't have to restart your machine. It is just the Power BI. You need to close and open the Power BI. That's it. Automatically, you will get the updates. And you can see your interface will be same like in my interface. Yeah, restarting Power BI is just close the Power BI and open the Power BI again. That's it. Restart Power BI in the sense is just need to close the Power BI and open. You don't have to restart your machine. Okay, fine. So once you open it, you'll be able to see your interface is same like mine. And now you click on the sales, you should get a card. Now when you select this particular sales, you should be able to get a card like this, 2.3 million. It's like a scorecard, which gives you a complete summarized value. When you are watching the match cricket or any kind of a match, it shows you a summarized value. So our main focus is on that card, no, kitna hua. So what is the total score? Okay, how many wickets? What is the run rate, current run rate? So those summarized values, we try to show it as a cards. Okay, then the cards comes with a bigger font. Yes. Okay, so got directly the sum. Okay, fine. We'll look into what is card. Okay, but now we will go with what do you call it as the tables. Okay, now another thing is, okay, before that, you try to select, just click outside of this, don't select the card. Okay, now you click the regions, click the region. What is happening? You are getting a table with the unique regions. So you're able to do this. So what we understand from this one is when you select a measurable values, it is performing the aggregation, the total sales. But when you select a discrete value, okay, it just gives me a discrete, what do you say, a distinct dimension that you have selected. Okay, so your selected region, it says, oh, you have 4 different regions there. Have it something like this. Okay, now to get things going, okay, so this is something to do with the data. Okay, this kind of a symbol, no, database symbols we see. Okay, so it shows me all the tables and the fields. And when I talk about this one, this is for building your visuals. Building your visuals is you want to create the different types of charts, tables, summary. And you talk about this symbol here. This is mainly used for formatting. This is used for formatting. Okay. If it is hidden, just hit on this data, the build format. Okay. And things. So you'll be working on this particular canvas for creating the report. Okay. So now what happens, if you keep all this open, so you'll be compromising your canvas space. Okay. So based on your requirement, keep only what is required. You can keep it open or it just pops out automatically. You can see in and out is very flexible. You have pin outs and in and things and so on. So we can pop out and pop in things so that we have a better space for us to work. Okay. So I don't recommend you to always keep it open. But yeah, it is on the fly. Just a single click, it just collapses and expands respectively. Got it? Now, okay, I'm just deleting all those particular cards and everything. So now we will see with the tables. Okay. So when you see in this particular build, we have the different types of visuals, okay, which we
Correct.
can create. The different charts are there and so on. You can either take it from the build or even from the insert option menu. We have the same thing, as well as in the home also we have the same thing. Either from anywhere you can use it. The first thing is we will take this particular table. Okay, what is a table? Table is nothing but is a collection of columns. Okay, we'll try to work with the tables now. So I'll just select this particular table. As soon as I select this table, we can see a small, what is it, the interface is being created. Here it is, you're going to add the table. Okay, you're going to add the table. Now, table is what?
What
Table is a
is
collection of column. Please mute, no? Who's that? So it is a collection of columns. It is just a collection of columns. So as soon as you add this, you can see in this particular builder, it says to add the columns. What columns you want? You can add anything. You can add a dimensions, you can add a measurable values, you can even add the date fields. Now what I will do is, okay, see if I just say category, okay. When I say category, you can see it shows me what are the categories are there. So we have furniture, office supplies, and technologies. Fine. Apart from that, okay, when you scroll here, you can see we have more add items. You want to add each category, what is the total sales? I just hit on this add, and you want to add the sales. We can search like this and we can do it, or you can even type here and we can get it. Say sales. So it shows me each category wise what is the total sales. Okay, or if you go to the build options, here we have more better interface here. So it says what fields is needed. So like say example, you want to add the region, select the region, and I say sales. It shows me each region wise what the sales of have. Got it? Okay, now see what happens is here, see in Excel, we call it a sheet. Okay, but again, in a single sheet, we can have multiple tables, multiple charts and everything. But in Power BI, we don't call it as a sheet, we call it as page. Okay, we have the option of adding the new pages here. Okay, now when I say page, page is like a report. We can have multiple visuals. It can be a charts, it can be a tables, it can be the cards. Okay, also we have a slices and all these things. Okay, so we'll be learning all those things. Now, when you look at this one, it shows very small interface here. Okay. Now you want to enhance that, we can go and format that, the font and all these things. But at the same time, we have something called as a focus mode. So when you see, when you select this visual, we have this one. This is called as what? Focus mode. So focus mode is what? Is, hey, I'm working with this particular visual. I want to bring the whole this particular visual to the whole screen so that I can look at it more clean. Okay, more closely. So we can just hit on this focus mode. It just brings in front of you, and you get more better visibilities. And when you say back to report, it comes back to the report, because in a report you can have multiple visuals. And if you're working on a particular visuals, you want to look at the individual like labels and all those things. I can bring it to the focus mode. Okay, fine. And we say back to the report, it just comes back. Focus mode is, it is showing only one single, what do you say, the visual. Okay, one single object is covering the whole screen. Okay, so that we can work on that. And once it has been done, say back to report. It is a report. A report will have multiple visuals like this. Visuals is representing your tables or charts, a slicer, or any objects. So now, see, you want to do a cosmetic on this, your makeup job. I know this is very small, not readable. And when I see the table, I want the heading with a different color. The four total, I want in the different colors. You want to do those particular kind of a things. So what you do is just take this paintbrush. Okay, you have a brush here also. Okay, you can go to the more options, or from the right hand side also, you can see that as the formatter paint. Okay, so we hit on this one to do the makeup job here. I can just go here and see these are called as the values, no, the totals, values, and so on. Just click on those values and you can see it shows what is the font you want, what is the size of the font, bold, italics, color, everything can be done. So I don't, this by default, it is given as a 10 points. Okay, see go UI. So you can change the font. Okay, so I don't know which is a good one. Whatever the default is there, I'll go with that. But I'll say I want to have a bigger font. I'll increase the font size. Yes. Okay. So back in black and white colors, like colors you want to change for the text, you can just do that. Alternate text also can be done. Okay. So those kind of options are there. So you want to have a totals with a different color. So we can go even to the totals, or you want your totals to be displayed. So you want the totals to be displayed in a different color with a different background. Yes, we can do that. I'm very bad in color selections, but yeah. And we have a headers. So all names are like English names, column headers, how you want your headers. Headers may I just want to have a text color. Yeah. And I just want this to be as 20 bigger. It's too big, is it? So 16, so on a board. So you want to have a different color. We generally try to keep it as simple as possible. That's it. So professional looks kind of a thing. So default is this. Yeah. No. So we can give something. Yeah, it is in photos with it. And you want to increase the font. Yeah. So that you can go to the values and just work on the fonts to have a better perspective. So now we just got the subcategories and the sales. Okay. When I took the sales, automatically it has taken the total sales. Okay. It has been grouping the totaling sales for each subcategory. Hey, this is the total sales for each region. Now, the default aggregation is sum. So, which generally happens in the pivot table also, no? When you take a dimension, it takes the unique values. When you take a measurable value, it takes the sum, okay, as a default aggregation. But I say, no, I want to have an average sales. I want to know, okay, things for each region, what is the average sales. You want to go for that. So I can just select the respective visual. Okay. And we have the sales. No, next to the sales, we have a small arrow there. Just click on that instead of sum, just change it to average. This shows me the average sales. Or you want to change it to the higher sales in that region, the lower sales in the region, we can just do all those things. Okay. The default is sum, and most commonly we use is sum. Okay. This is how we can change the different aggregations. Okay. Hey, that is there. Now, the next thing is you want to add multiple measures. Say example, we can take a region or a subcategory. I think I'll take a subcategory. Okay. Now we have a sales. With the sales, I want to have even the profit. Okay. So I can just add the profit here. Okay. So when I just hit on this, say profit, it just shows me the profit. So that means it tells me each subcategory wise what is the total sales and what is the total profit. So you can see here, I just added for each subcategory total sales as well as the total profit. So it says accessories, we have a total sales of 167K and the profit is 42K. Okay. Appliances, 107K is the sales and 18K is the profit. Arts, 27K is the sales, 6.5K is the profit. You can add multiple dimensions and multiple measures. How much quantity is being sold? Yes. So you can see accessories. Oh, we have a total sales of 167K for which we have 42K is the profit. How much quantity is sold? 2,976. There is almost 3,000 quantity is being sold. Okay. We are able to add multiple dimensions and multiple measures we can add. I can just have a slicer, say, which talks about the category. And I can just say furniture. It shows me only the furniture, office supplies, technology. But I'll come to the filter later. So I'll will not confuse with this. Now, how do we do that one is, again, just get into the format. All these are formatting features, guys. Okay. Now, just select this particular visual. So you're applying the formatting on this. And there is something called as a specific column because see, when it comes to column headers, totals, values, grid, style, and all these things are a general format. That means you are formatting at the whole table level. But here I want to format based on the individual column. Okay, specific columns. Okay. So you can see we have this option here called as a specific columns. Yeah, you can expand this. Under the specific columns, you say what is that column you want to format. So I want to format the sales. When you select the sales, so we have a text color, back color, and all those things, but you want to change the display unit. There is a display units here. Just select this and say, what is that? You want in thousands? Yes. 330K. You want a decimal places? No, I don't want a decimal places. Say zero. Cool. Got it? So whatever the display formats you want, you can just format it. Hey, this was something about the table. Now, somebody asked me about the questions on percentage. How do we get a percentage? Say example. So I'll just take this particular table here. We have a region and we have a sales here. Central region have a sales of 500K. East has sales of 678K respectively. Okay. I don't want to see the numbers like this, but instead of this, I want to see this in the form of percentage. How much percentage of the sales is contributed from the each region? Central, how much percentage of the sales it has been contributed? East, how much percentage of the sales is contributed? I want to look for that one. So in this case, what is that we do is just select the same thing again. Okay, go to this particular build. In the build, okay, we have this option, sum of sales. No, just right click on this. Right click on this. Okay, and here we have something called as show values as. There we have a percentage of the grand total. You can see here, it shows in the form of. So from the East region, we have 30% of the business coming from the East region, 22% of the business coming from the Central region, 31.6% business coming from the West region, and South region, we have a very low business, only 17%. So highest business coming from the West is 31.6%, and the lowest business coming from the South region, which is just 17%. Okay, I think this was another question what I saw in the chat. Hey, I don't have a habit of looking into the chat, but I think when during the break time, I just went through, this was the question. I hope I have answered all the questions. See, just select the table. In the build, we have a sum of sales. Under the build, we have a sum of sales. Just right click on that. We have this option here called as show values as. Show values as. And there we can see we have this option here called as percentage of grand total. Percentage of grand total. Click on that. Yeah, fine. We'll move to the next one here. Now, we have this particular table. It shows me each subcategory wise how the sales have happened. Now, just imagine I want to add one more dimension to this. The phones, I just want to know the phones, how much they have been sold in the East region, the West region, Central region. Yeah, I want to see the each region wise how much they have contributed. So what I do is I just add a region to this. I just select the region. I just add one more dimension, region. So as soon as I add the region, you can see here. So what is happening? It just says like, the phones. Okay, each product when you see here. So that is being sold in each region. So that means it says accessories, so whatever the total sales was, 1,67,000, no, 167K. You can see it is divided into region. Okay, so that means like, it says the accessories, the total sales of accessories in the Central region, South region, East region, West region. Then again, it says, hey, appliances in the each region wise, how the sales have happened, arts, how the sales have happened in the each region. It is showing this. Okay. Here now, in this case, what happens? It becomes difficult to analyze this data, which is running like a long this one, is it? The second thing is, I don't know what is the total sales in the Central region. I don't have that. I don't know what is the total sales of accessories. No, it has been further drilled, under the each subcategory, each product says here region wise how the sales has been done. Okay. So instead of seeing the data like this, it'll be better if I can put this in data in two dimensions. Is it rows and columns? That is what we generally do on the pivot tables. Okay. Now in the tables, we don't have the rows and columns. We just have only the columns. Now for that, what we do is we do also have another thing called as a matrix. We'll go to the matrix now. Okay. What is a matrix? Matrix is nothing but it's a two-dimensional data. Okay. Where is the matrix? Next to the table, you can see there is a matrix here. Next to the table, you can see that there is a matrix here. You can see there is a matrix. Yes, there's a matrix. This was a table. This is a matrix. So where you can see we have the row headings, column headings, and the data. I'll just select the matrix. Okay. Now I'm selecting the matrix here. Now when you go to the matrix, since you have selected the matrix here, so we can see that we have three things here. Hey, what data you want in the rows? What data you want in the columns? And what data you want as the values? Okay. Now I say in the rows, I just want to have a subcategory. Okay. And in the values, I'll say measurable value, I'll say sales. So we are able to see the subcategory wise how the sales are happening. So you want to copy the same formatting features. We have this format painter and paint it on this. Yeah, it takes the formatting features also. Fine. So here you can see each product. Okay, what is the total sales accessories? Same like a table. But in the case of what you say table, when you add a region, so this was further divided with the regions and it was splitting the number of rows. But for that purpose, what I do is when I go to this matrix, we have rows and columns. I'll go to the columns and there I'll add the region. When I add a region here, so you can see we are able to get, okay, the informations like, okay, so how the sales have happened in the each subcategory. Okay, accessories, the total sales is 167K. Okay, chairs, total sales is 328K. We are able to see each product, what is the total sales, as well as we are able to see what is the total sales for the region. Central region, what is the total sales? East region, south region, west region, we are able to see the region wise total, as well as we are able to see the grand total. Fine, all. Apart from that, we can also see, okay, this is nothing but a particular product in a particular region, how much sales have happened. So that means we are able to see that accessories have done a sales of 167K, but out of that 167K, we see that in the central region, it has done 34K. In the east region, it has done 45K. In the south region, it has done 27K. And the west region, it has done 61K. Got it? So that means accessories is more sold in the west region, 61K. Then is the east region, 45K. There is a big difference. Then we have 34K in the central and the very low sales coming from the south region. Got it? So we are not only able to see the information more easily, okay, since the data is in the two dimension, we are also able to get multiple aggregations here. We are able to see the category wise total, the region wise total, as well as the category wise total for the individual region, and also the grand total. Got it? So this is your matrix where I can present the data in two dimensions. Apart from that, we have all those features of formatting, specific columns, and all those things. Yes, we do all have all those things. I don't want to spend more time on the cosmetic work, so makeups and all this thing. All good, were you? Hey, apart from this, one more thing what I like in the matrix is we can have a drill down information. Like say example, I'll just take the same the matrix. Okay. Now I'll take hierarchical data. Okay, like say example, I take the category and I also take the subcategory. That means under each category, there are some subcategories. Okay. And I'll take the values as a measurable value. You can take either sales, profit, or anything. I'll just take the sales as a measurable value. Now, when you look into this, I've just taken two things here. Okay. Subcategory and category and subcategory. And the values I've taken as sales, sum of sales. Now, when you go with this one, so what you see here is, okay, whatever it is. Here now you see that it is showing me the each category wise what is the total sales happened. We see that furniture we have a sales of 742K, office supplies 720K, technology 836K respectively. Okay, now there is a plus sign here because under category we have a subcategory added there. So that means when you hit on this plus sign, it expands. So under technology, we have accessories, copiers, machines coming under that. Under furnitures, we have this chairs, bookcases, and things. Instead of expanding the individual, we can also go to drill with the hierarchies here. Okay, so we have two things here. Go to the next level. What is the next level there? It's the subcategory. It is showing me the subcategory or category. What do you want? You can toggle it. Okay, I say no, 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 hold on. I want to see the category, and within the category, I want to see the subcategory. I want to see the category, and I want to see the within the category, I want to see the subcategory. That means I want to see this information with the hierarchy. So we can drill with the hierarchy here. We have this option here called as drill with the hierarchy. So the second option here, drill, go to the next level of the hierarchy. That means drill with the hierarchy. So that means it shows me with the main level as well as sub level. Under furniture, this is subcategories. So we are able to see what is the total sales of furniture. Under furnitures, we have this four different subcategories and what is their total sales. Office supplies, the total sales, and under office supplies, we have this other subcategories. Technology, we have a total sales of 836. Under technology, we have this four different subcategories here and their individual sales. Got it? We can easily do this particular drill. This is something which I really like it. When I just drill with the hierarchies here, it is just going. Hey, now we'll go with the hierarchies here. See, we have two things. One is the next level. Next level will show me the quarterly wise, month wise, what is the sales, okay, or day wise, individual day wise, how the sales have happened. This is a cumulated value. So that means when I say this is the Q1 sale, Q2 sales, we have 4 years data. It is the cumulative. In every year, there is a Q1. It is summing up all the Q1s of all the years and telling this is the total sales. Okay. So when I go to the month wise, says January, the total sales of January, irrespective of the year. But I say no, I want to show as the running total. Okay. So you drill with the hierarchies. When you drill with the hierarchies, says under each year, the quarterly wise. Under each quarter, you want to see the month wise. We are able to see. Okay, so that means here what happens is when I drill with the next level, it shows me the cumulated value. Okay, cumulated value means what? Hey, this is the January sales means irrespective of the year. Okay, and I want to drill with the hierarchy is like, that is drilling 2018 within that year, quarterly wise, within that year, within that quarter, month, what is it, month wise. Okay, so now we can interchange this one. So what I wanted is imagine like I don't want the quarter. We can just remove the quarter each year within the year month wise. Or I want the year in this particular columns. I can just take the year and place it here. No, is it? I can remove the year from here, keep only the month, and in the columns, go to the order date and just select only the year. So this shows me the matrix where I'm able to see the year-wise total, month-wise total, as well as within each year, month-wise, how the contribution is happening. Now, the next thing is, hey, just before I go with the visualizations, like, conditional formattings you have worked in Excel. Now, I always say, like, we use the conditional formatting for a better understanding of the data. Okay. So I say we use the conditional formatting for the better understanding of the data. We can understand the data better with the help of the conditional formattings. Okay. So in what sense is, see, we have the accessories which is sold 1,67,000. Is it a good sales? If I have to know that, I have to compare that with the each and every value. When I compare with the accessories, yeah, 1,07,000 and 1,67,000, it's way ahead. 30-40% higher sales. Okay. And when you see the compared to arts, oh, this was very, very good. But when it comes to binder, no, 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 no. Again, books is very higher. So there are many products which is higher than this, and there are many products, many products which is lower than this. So based on that, it becomes difficult to judge whether it's a good value or a bad value or an average value or above average or below average. So it becomes easy when I use the conditional formattings. What I will do is I'll just select this sum of sales, okay, and I'll just go to the conditional formattings. I like to go with the bars here, okay. And by default, it shows the positive bars, blue color. I'll go with the default one. I'll just say okay. So you can see here, it has been filled with those particular bars here. So by seeing that, you can come to know that, hey, accessories is just above 50%. Okay, it is just above average or just above average. Okay, and we see that chairs and phones they have done the highest sales. Okay, overall, chairs and phones they have done the highest sales. And we see that, hey, there are a lot of outlier values. So we see fasteners 3,000, we can see very invisible. And compared to 3,30,000, this is very, very small, no? Not even 0.001% of the phones. Is it? So we have too much of outlier values, but that is what we are able to understand here. So we have some products with the small value products. Okay. The name only says labels, envelopes, papers. Their value itself is very small. So that means the sales is very low. And we see phones, we cannot compare as it. It's a big value kind of a thing. Chairs, phones, they have a high value sales. Fine. Yeah. So we are able to understand in that way. Like, what are the products are above average, which are the top leading products, okay, so which are the products, okay, which is doing a very, very low sales. We are able to understand the numbers. So that means without even reading the numbers, I can easily come to know, okay, where we have done high sales, where we have done average sales, or what is the value of this paper, it is below average, low sales kind of a things. That is what we are able to understand. Okay, so I can say that, that we can understand the data better. Okay, fine, we'll move ahead here. Now, the next thing is I want to apply the conditional formatting for the profit, where I'm getting a negative profit, where I'm getting a positive profit. So I can do the same thing. I say take the sum of profit here, and I can just apply the conditional formattings, and I say I'll take the same data bars, but profit can also be a negative value, no? The profit can be a negative value. So if it is a negative value, I say I want a red color bar, positive value, let it be blue, or if you want a green, I'll go, if you want a green color, you can change the color, like say example. Say, okay. Hey, today was just an start kind of a things, where we just understood what exactly is Power BI. Power BI is one of the very powerful business intelligence tool. When I talk about any business intelligence tools or nothing but a tools which works on studies or historical data, gets the insights on that, and based on that particular insights, we are going to create a reports with the help of which we can take a better business decisions. Now, when I say it performs this, so the first thing is the Power BI has many components. So one is we have a Power Query, data cleaning components. We have a Power Pivot data modeling. We have Power Views where we can create the visuals, and we have a Power BI services where we can publish the report, okay, to the cloud. From there we can share it. So we haven't gone for all those particular things. We have to learn all those particular things. Today was just a start, so of knowing, like, okay, what is data, how do we read the data, how do we apply some kind of a calculations on those particular data, and there's the tables and matrix, which is very similar to the pivoting concept, what you use it in Excel, the same kind of a things. So I can say the pivot table is an amazing tool in Excel for doing the summarization of the data, analyzing of the data, and so on. So something similar to that we have done in the Power BI. Okay, hope it's interesting. So tomorrow we can go with some kind of a charts, creating the different types of charts. We can do some visualization part, and then we can go to the Power Query. So where we can perform, like we'll see how do we take some raw data and clean data and how we can do the cleanings. Yeah. Hey, now, heat map analysis, like, I can apply a conditional formatting on this one also. Okay. So now you're, see, always numbers are, I always keep telling this, numbers are only good when it comes to your account. Is it? The bigger the number is, more happier we are. Yeah. But if I have to get some insights from your numbers, okay, small numbers are good there. Okay, big numbers are very difficult. And when you have more numbers, it becomes really very scary kind of a thing. Now I say, no, from this, I want to get the insights. Like, say, I've just taken this year and the month-wise sales. Okay. Now I just want to understand during which period of time the sales are good, during which period of time it's more challenging. So I want to understand that. So you can just apply the conditional formatting for this. This is sales, sum of sales. I can just say, hey, sum of sales. I just go to the conditional formatting. I'll just give a background color. Okay, I'll just go with the default one. And you can see the way the colors are being applied. It just tells you, hey, the sales are more good during the end of the year. So we see that September, November, December, the sales are very good. Okay. The highest sales have happened in the November 2021, and the lowest sales have happened in, February 2018. Okay. And we see that January, February being a very challenging, the light. So the kind of color, the way it has been colored here, the intensity of the color shows you. Okay. What is it? Dark color is high sales, and light color is low sales value. So we see that, okay, the sales are very challenging during the end of the year, November, December, and September. And we see the January, February is something like, we have a very low sales. March, there is something good, but April to August are kind of average sales, but the sales are good towards the end of the year. That is September, November, and December. Okay. So yes, we can just do those particular analysis. So if you want, we can have more colors kind of a thing. So in the background colors, you want to say, okay, maximum value with the different colors. You may say high value with the green color, the low value with the red color. You want to do those things. I can just say, hey, low value with the red color. Mid colors, you want to have something lighter color. And I want to say, what is the mid range or something? Say, no. So we can easily come to know all these things. This is similar kind of a formattings what we apply in Excel, no? In Excel also is always same thing we do it. Okay. So we are able to do. I think this is called as generally heat map analysis. So high values. Okay, we have the high sales towards the end of the year, very low sales, very challenging during the start of the year, January, February. March, spring season, no? So I think it's a very it clearly says that sales are based on the vacations and holidays. So we have September, November, December kind of a things, a lot of vacations, holidays, and the retail business. We have a Black Friday, okay, which promotes for the retail business, okay, and that is boosting up the sales during the end of the year. And start of the year, I feel people are busy with the projects or something. People who are from the US, they should tell me if correct me if I'm wrong here. Okay, they are less in spending in the retail segment, and they are more busy with their official work, looking for new projects and things. Yeah. Okay, so that is what we are able to understand. And see, based on this, we can look at like, how promotional activities you do. So January, February is very challenging for the retail business. Doing a lot of promotional activities there, having a lot of stock there becomes a dead investment. Okay, we know that every year we see September onwards there's a big sale coming. So we can have a better planning month or 2 months before itself, like what kind of a promotional activities we do, how much stock is required. Okay, what is the kind of a manpower resources required for that. So have a better plan and have a better execution, and so that we can have a better what do you say, business kind of things can be done. We can have a better planning by looking at this kind of historical data. Okay, so with the help of the colors, the same data, the same numbers, it becomes more easy to understand, and we can take a better decisions on that. Yes. Okay, now we all have to look at the data from the business point of view. Okay. Hey, this was just like, the very intro. So we haven't seen any kind of a charts. So next session, we'll start off with the charts. Okay. Might be the next two sessions, we can see with the charts, and then we can go with the Power Query. Maybe 2 to 3 sessions, we can look into the charts itself. We have a lot of things to do with the charts, and then we can go to the Power Query. So 1 or 2 sessions, we can discuss about the Power Query. It's a very important tool for the data transformation, data cleaning jobs. We can see 2 sessions, we can talk on the Power Query itself, and then we can go to the data modeling and DAX calculations. And then we'll see about how to use AI in Power BI. Okay, so there are some kind of AI-driven visuals are there. We'll look into those kind of things, and how we'll also see how we can generate this kind of a DAX calculations with the help of AI tools, or even with the ChatGPT, how we can generate this. Yes, I incorporate the ChatGPT in everything now. Even in Excel, I do use a lot of ChatGPTs to write the Excel formulas and all those things. So it's not like I don't like Excel. I really like Excel. I love Excel a lot. But with the help of a ChatGPT, we can do really amazing things. Right? It speeds up the job like anything. See, if you have to read the data from the Excel, so the first thing is to start off with Power BI. Okay, we just click on the start. We say Power 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 BI. Okay, there's a software. We need to open it something like this. Okay, and here, if I have to read the data from the Excel, I've already shared the Excel file, is it? Yesterday, I'm using the same Excel file, what has been shared yesterday. Okay, so it's an Excel file. I'll just click on the Excel work. Okay, because in the case of a Tableau in public, you cannot save it. So only in the desktop you can save it. In the case of public, you have to save it on the cloud. Okay, only in the case of Tableau desktop, you have to save. You have the option of saving it to the hard disk. Yeah, fine. Hey, we'll move ahead here. Hey, see, yesterday we just saw with the tables, matrix, and so on. In today's session, we'll see about creating the charts. Okay. See, very commonly used chart is what? When you talk about a chart, the very commonly used chart. So what is it? Is a column chart. Okay. So where the columns are being arranged side by side. So we will just go with the simple column chart. So if I have to go to the charts in the build option under the build, okay, or we can see that we have this particular, what you say, the charts option here. Okay. So I'll just select, okay, all these are charts. Okay, all these are different types of charts. We'll see some of these charts. Okay, not all, at least some of this, most of the charts. Okay, we'll just see the very commonly used is the column chart. I'll just select this. Okay, hey, when I take this particular column chart, okay, see in the charts, we generally have what you say, this axis is called as the x-axis, and this one, we call it as y-axis. Is it x-axis and y-axis? Now, what is a column chart? What is a column chart? Okay, the column chart is nothing but a chart where each column represents a dimensions. Each column represents its dimension, and the length of this particular column represents the measurable value. So that means, okay, here, suppose if I say region-wise sales, regions are my dimension. Each column is going to represent individual region. Okay, east, central, west, and south region, respectively. The length of that column will represent what is the measurable value they have. So if I say sales, how much sales has been done in the south region, how much sales is done in the west region, how much sales is done in the east region. So we can easily do a comparison based on the length of the bar. The taller is the bar, is the higher is the value. Okay, the measurable value. So if I say sales, higher is the sales, is higher is a longer is the bar, so on. Okay, so based on that, so when you select this particular column chart, you can see in the build, we get this option here called as x-axis and what you call it as y-axis. We have the x-axis and the y-axis. So these are the two basic things what is needed for creating the chart. Now, your y-axis is a measurable value. So I'll just say y-axis, I have to use a measurable value. What is measurable values? Yesterday we discussed about measurable values, numerical values. Okay, sales, profit, quantity, they are going to be the measurable values. So I will take the sales. When you take the sales here into the y-axis, you can see automatically a chart has been created, which just tells me the total sales is 2.3 million. Okay, so one single bar has been created. So that means if I have to create a column chart, the minimum requirement is we need to have at least one measurable value. Okay, now we have the total sales, but I want to see the sales for each region wise. I want to know, okay, how the west region has been performing, east region is performing, central region, how the sales has been performing, south region, I want to compare. Okay, so that means I want to divide this particular column into the region wise. So for that, I'll just go to the x-axis. Here I said you have to use any dimension. So dimension can be region, segment, category, subcategory, states. It can be any discrete value. I'll take the region. So as soon as I say the region here, you can see we have the four regions. Accordingly, four columns are being created and each column is representing the individual region. I'll get into the focus mode. You can see, hey, this is the west region and automatically it has been arranged, okay, in the descending order where from left to right, is it? So the region which has done the highest sales is on the leftmost and which is the tallest bar. So we understand that west region has done the highest sales. Then we have an east, almost very close competition, but central region is far away. Okay, and south region is very far away, and we have the lowest sales coming from the south region, and we have the highest sales coming in the west region. Hey, fine. So here, I've just created this particular chart. So, and the chart has been created. Now, you want to make this chart as informative. Means, I say this x-axis, okay, it says the regions. I want to make it more visible, okay, things. And you have the y-axis, which is showing me the, what is the kind of a value, okay, 0 million, 0.2 million, 0.4 million, 0.6 million, 0.8 million. This is something between 6 and 8 million, just above zero point 0.7 million, 0.7 million, okay, more than 7 lakhs. Okay, that is what we understand. But instead of that, I just want to show the values. So I want to make this a little bold. Or we have a titles here. Okay, access title, we call it as, is it? We say, what is this? Hey, this is sum of sales. These are regions. Okay, you want it or you don't want it. So you have all those options in Excel also, is it? So now you want to customize this. Okay, so let us see how do we do that. Okay, the first thing is like, I want to display the labels. That is what people ask for. How do we display the labels here? Okay, so just select this particular chart and go to this particular format. Okay, so you see here, so we have the format option there, the paintbrush one. Okay, this is a format option. Just go to the format option, and then in the format option, you can see there is something called as the data labels. By default, you can see it is off. Okay, it is not displaying the labels. You can just say on. As soon as you say on, you can see it shows me the values. And you can see here in Excel, what happens is by default, the values will be displayed in this format. 7 lakhs, 25,458.90. That is how it is going to display in Excel. And we have to explicitly go and change the format. But here it is been automatically formatted to a best display unit. Okay, that has been converted to million, 0.73 million with 2 digits of decimal places. Okay, so it is 0.73 million, 0.68 million, 0.5 million, 0.39 million, or we can say 7 lakhs 30,000, 6 lakhs 80,000, 5 lakhs, 3 lakhs 90,000 respectively. Is it whatever you say? Cool. Hey, now you want to make it more visible for this. Okay. So in this case, what you do, just expand this data labels. When you expand this, okay, you have the various options, how you want the positioning of this. You want horizontal or vertical. Okay. You want to position inside, outside, okay, inside in the end, outside in the end, inside in the center. You want inside in the base. Yes. You have all those particular things. So I always say, like, the best thing is the default is always a really a very good one, so preferred to go with the default one, but still you have the options of changing. So the same thing happens in Excel also. By default, when you add a labels, it comes in a default formatting, which is the kind of, big brains have given those particular settings and given that as a default, most commonly used. But yeah, so they have also given the options. Hey, whether you want as vertically or horizontally. When you have too many columns, I think a vertical will be a better way to display. Okay, so in this case, I think horizontal will be better to display. So if you ask me, uh, a good chart is one where we should be able to understand without looking at the labels. I say that that is going to be a better chart. Okay, so if you're reading the numbers and able to understand, tables also is far better than the charts. No. Okay, so that means you're not focusing on this particular chart, you're focusing only on the number in spite you have a chart. So I always say that, that's Sadik says, okay. So according to me, I feel a good chart is one. Without even looking at the numbers, we should be able to judge it. Okay, hey, we don't go with the microscopic numbers, 7,25,489.75. No, we don't look at that. Hey, we say that West is higher than the East region. And when you see here the margin is zero point 0.7 million, it is slightly above zero point 0.7 million. Okay, so that is what we can see. Here it is, oh, just below zero point 0.7 million. Okay, you can see we have a dotted grid line there. Okay, so you should be able to judge from there. But yeah, if you are looking at a specific values, we have these options. You want to customize this particular labels. I've just expanded more options here in the data labels. And here we have something called as the values. Okay, so I can just expand the values and you can say, hey, I want to make it bold. Yes. You want to increase the font. You want to have a different color. Yes. You want to have a background. Okay, a display unit, you say none. It shows something in Excel that shows like this, and you have to explicitly, you don't have the built-in option of changing, no, you have to format it. But here you automatically have it, whether you want to display in thousands, millions, billions, whatever, and how the decimal places. It says auto is taken as two, but I say no, I want a, one-digit decimal, say one-digit decimal, it converts to one-digit decimal. So all those options are there. Okay, auto is the better one. Okay, I'll go with that. And you want to have a background color. Yes, you want to have a background color. What color you want to have it for the background? I prefer something like yellowish color. I say the transparency. Okay, when you say that background colors, I don't want that is overlapping too much, but at the same time, some kind of a highlighter kind of a things options you wanted, see. So, okay. So like this, layout in the center, left, right. Okay. So adjustments of this particular text can be done. So like, okay, like this kind of a formatting features are really good. Okay. The same way, like say x-axis. So this is your x-axis. Okay. In the x-axis, I want to make the text as bold. You want to make it as a bigger font. You want to have a different font color. I just say, no, 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 we can go with that contrast color. Yes, don't want bold. Yes, accordingly, you can just go for it. Okay, so y-axis the same way, you can just set it y-axis. Okay, so minimum, maximum. Okay, how you want to display the labels. Okay, you want a bigger font with what kind of a color, text, and things. Yeah, grid lines, if you want grid lines, how you want the grid lines. Okay, so those kind of a things, dotted grid lines, dash grid lines. So these things you can have. Columns, each column you want to have a different color. So I'll say that will become very childish, but still you have the options. So you can go to the columns and you say apply all columns having the same color. But I say no, I want the west with a different color, and you want the east with a different color. So you can select the individual and you can assign whatever the colors you wanted. But I'll say, okay, don't do too much of coloring and all necessarily. So be professional. Make it more professional, I can say. We all are professionals, yeah. But let the visuals also be professional things. Nice. Let us make it as, so the default is really very good one. So, but still we have those options of changing borders, layouts, and all these things. It's very English-like names. Okay. You want me to be further slow? Okay. Yeah, you can tell me where I'm rushing. So if you want me to repeat, I can repeat again. No problem. I'll repeat it. Hey, if you have to create a column chart, if you have to create a column chart, you need to click on the build, B-U-I-L-D, build. Okay. Where is build? This is build. Okay. And there, okay, we have the different charts. We have a different charts. Since I wanted a column chart, I'll just select this one. Okay. Got it? Okay. Then you just need to click. Just click on that. Just give the cursor on that and just click. Able to do? Okay. Once you click this, you get a template. You get a template which shows a collection of columns which is arranged side by side. You can see that? So you're getting a template where we can see the columns which is arranged side by side. Got it? Okay. Now, in this, if you have to create a chart, we have X axis and the Y axis. X axis is going to be your dimension, your discrete values. Y axis is going to be the measure. See, length. Length is defined by the measure, no? What is the total sales? What is the total profit? How much quantity has been sold? Okay, based on that, length will be decided. So each column will be representing a region, a segment, or a category or something. You want me to go much slower than this? Okay. You're able to get to the screen? Okay. Now, in the x-axis, okay, I will take the dimension. I want to see the region-wise sales, is it? So I select the region. When you select the region, region is added, but you're not able to get the charts because if you have to create a chart, I said minimum requirement is we should have at least one measurable value. Okay. Since you don't have a measurable value, that is the reason chart is not created even though you have added the region. So go to the y-axis and add a measure, sales, profit, or anything. Sales. Okay, so it shows me all the region wise what is the sales happening. I have added on x-axis, I have added the region, and the y-axis, I have added the sales. Oh, this is the speed you wanted. But will not be able to cover the content as Sudosh if you go with the speed. Okay, fine. At the end of the day, I have to adjust to your speed and pace. Okay, fine. Thank you for that. But content-wise covering will be difficult. Okay, so if you go with this phase, I'll adjust myself. I'll- okay. Okay. Now, if you want to display the labels, okay, what is that we do is go to the format, okay, go to format. So format, why is I said format? Because you want to do some formatting. See, by default, a chart is being created, which gives you the information. Okay, a lot of information I'm able to get. West region is the top selling. South is the lowest most. East and West has a good competition, but Central and South they are way behind, and South have done a very low sales. And we see that X-axis, we have already like labels on your axis. Y-axis is 0.8 million, that is 8 lakhs and 6 lakhs, and it is more than say between 6.5, no, more than half. That means there's more than 7 lakhs. Okay, and this is just below 7 lakhs. Okay, and this is just exactly around 5 lakhs, and this is just below. You can see there is a dotted line here. Okay, when you see, and just below that, and this line is representing 4.4 million, that is 4 lakhs, just below 4 lakhs. Yes. Okay, that is around 3 lakhs 90,000 or something. But I don't want like the 3 lakhs 91,721 or something. Okay, if you want to display the labels, in that case, we have the data labels. I can just, and you want to do the formattings, you can further expand this Under that, there are many sub options. You want to change the orientations, you want to change the position, middle, center, top, end, what it is, how you want the labels, values, so color, the back color, the fore color formattings. Yes, you have all those particular formatting features. Now, now we will see the same chart by adding a second dimension to that. Okay. Now I want to create with two dimensions. I want to create a same with two dimensions. Okay, so now I will see with two dimensions how we can do this. Okay, let me just again, I'll take the same, it's called as the clustered column chart. Clustered is nothing but the columns are arranged side by side. Okay, so I'll take the same thing here. The x-axis, I will take a measurable value. So, sorry, dimension. Uh, x-axis should be a dimension. I'll take a region. Y-axis, I'll take a measurable value, say sales. Region-wise, how the sales are happening. So we are able to display this. Okay, we see the West region has done the highest sales and so on. Now, what I want is within each region, I want to see the segment wise. We have different, what is a segment of customer, consumer segment, the corporate segment, the home office segment. So I want to divide this in the segment. Okay, so how the consumer, how much sales is done by the consumer segment in the West region, corporate segment in the West region, home office segment, and the same thing in the East region also. I want to divide it. So what I will do here is, if you want to add a second dimension, here you can see we have something called as legend. Okay, just select the legend, and in the legend, you can add the second dimension. What is that you wanted to add? Segment. So the segment becomes a legend here, and you can see within the West region, you can see each side by side bar is there. So this is your legends, and legends are nothing but your segment. Okay, so we see that this is a consumer. Consumers have done the highest sales. Okay, and that we see that in every region we have seen the consumers have done the highest sales. Okay, and the corporate has done the average sales in all the regions, and the small amount of sales is coming from the home office segment. Okay, so we see that the kind way the segment-wise sales is not depends on the region. So irrespective of the region, we see that the maximum sales is happening. It's not like, the West region maybe have more of a consumer segment of customers, and the South region we have more of a corporate segment of customers. No, no, no. So it says like, irrespective of the region, we see that, okay, maximum business coming from the consumer, and a kind of a average business coming from the West, and a small below average business coming from the home office segment of customers. Okay. He see, if I see that, if you've worked in Excel, okay, that was the reason yesterday I asked you guys, like, see, and I say, Excel should be the basic requirement for, I don't say for Power BI, for data analytics. Okay. Even if I go to the Python, I always say, hey, if you work with Excel, your Python with data analytics becomes easy, or anything. Okay. Because Excel is a place where you can freely move around and do maximum things. Okay. See, we create this table, no? I say inside a pivot table. I can have it in the new sheet itself, no? Let's go with this. Okay. Generally, if you have to do this, but just say as sales by region, and I just have this data, and I just want to insert a chart, I just say insert a chart. That's it. Okay, this is what we do it. Now, if you want to add the labels, x-axis, y-axis, we have a plus sign here. And I say, hey, I just want to add the data labels. So we say data labels. Because see, by default, the formatting doesn't happen here. But you have to explicitly do the formatting for this, is it? So I generally like do like this, select this and say home and say, hey, I just want to convert this to millions. I just go to the more options. And there in the more options, I just say hash comma dot 00, and I just want to say this is million. I just say this format and say, hey, so it is showing us 0.5 million, 0.68 million, and so on. And here by default, our arranging also doesn't happen. We need to explicitly do this also. Okay, things. Yes, yes. Okay, this is what it is. And now again, within the each region, you want to add a segment. So what is that we do? We take a segment and then say, where is the segment here? And add as a legends. So when you add it, automatically adds a segment here. Okay, so the legends way it has been displayed. Same thing. Okay. So this is what we do it. Now I say, no, 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 no. I want to create a stack, like how we saw the Snehal's machine, no? Okay. So there, if I have to do this kind of a stack, we have something called as a stack. Okay, so we have all things like, whatever. See, Excel is something like, mm, trust me, I do a lot of data analytics with Python. I do a lot of coding, but I'll tell you the same things. Everything can be done in Excel very easily also. Okay, so Excel is very powerful tool. Okay, so you want to have a percentage stack. There is all the types kind of a chart. Okay, so that is what it is meant to say. This. So fine. Anyway, legends is something like, adding a second dimension. Okay, the same data is being divided by the legends. Okay, that is what we have added. Okay, all are able to get this? Okay. Hey, this is like, when you want to have two dimensions represented. Okay. Now, here, what happens is, like, see, again, when you're creating a report, you'll have multiple charts, and you have to display this particular charts in the smaller space, whatever has been given. Okay. And when you generally add this kind of labels on this kind of a interface. So when you're creating a report, you'll have multiple charts, multiple cards, filters, slicers, and various things. So you'll have a very small space, is it? Okay. We easily create the dashboards also in Excel, and things. Okay, so we do. So now, when you add the labels, you can see there the overlapping is happening. Okay, so that is the reason I don't prefer those particular labels. Okay, good chart is one which we should be able to understand the data without looking at the numbers. No? Okay, otherwise the tables are far better than this. Okay, see tables, when you select this particular same thing as a matrix, we are able to get a lot of information from this itself. Add a colors to that, it becomes more informative. Okay, so that is there. Chalo. Okay. Fine. Anyhow, yeah. Hey, the now next thing is, I don't want to have too much of columns like this, even when you have a second dimension. So in that case, I can go with a stack. What is stack? Stack is something which is arranging one above the other or side by side. Okay. So for that, we have something called as a stacked column chart. You can see the second option here, stacked column chart. Okay. So this is called as a stacked column chart. I'll just select the stacked column chart. When you select a stacked column chart, I'll take the same thing here. X-axis, I'll take the region. Okay. The Y-axis should be a measurable value. I'll take the sales. Okay. And okay, fine. That's it. And okay, I want to stack it by the segment. I just say the segment. You can see the same data. So is being stacked and then it has been displayed. Yeah. So you want to add the labels. Yes, the data labels. We can have a data labels. We can also have a total labels also. So that means here compared to the clustered, so this looks more neat and clean. That is one thing. We don't have too much of cluster of columns. Okay. And the second thing is we are able to get both the information. We are able to see which region is doing better. Okay. So in the case of this one, we were not very clear whether West region is the top leader or the East region. Because if you have to compare, there should be a cumulative value of all the three segments, is it? So each segment has its own performance. So we cannot easily say like, hey, West is the highest or East is the highest. But here we very easily I can say that West is the top leader, then East. Okay, and you can see when I go to the labels also, I'm able to show the totals as well as the individuals. This one. So this is the region-wise total. Like we see that how much each region has been contributed, and within the region, the segment contribution. And mainly, like we see that the data is being stacked one above the other. The damn legends, okay, is being stacked one above the other. So this looks more neat and clean. This occupies a lesser space in your plot, a lesser chart area also. It uses a lesser chart area compared to this. Okay, fine. And gives you both the information region wise as well as the individual also. Okay, the good thing is like, see, compared to Excel is in Excel, we don't have this option. When I say corporate, only the corporate has been highlighted. When I say office supplies, we don't have this feature in Excel. I like this kind of things in Power BI. Power BI is much easier than Excel. So if you know Excel, Power BI should be just a cakewalk. But the same way, we do also have what you call it as 100% stacked column chart. When I go with this one, so I'll just take the same thing here again. So I'll just say x-axis as a region, y-axis I'll take the sales, legends I will take it as segment. I'm just taking the same thing so that we can do a comparisons. Okay. So now we understand that almost when you look at this numbers itself, okay, anything, okay. So the total sales is 0.73 million. Out of 0.73 million, the West has contributed 0.36 million. See, zero point 0.7, half is 0.35. Okay. So it is almost very close to half, 49% or 49.9% or something is the business. We see that, 50, see, we see that 50% of the business is coming from the consumer. Okay. But, it is very difficult to know whether it's 50 or 45 or what it is. So you want to see in the form of percentage. Yeah, this is the one I can see. Okay. So when you look at this one here, it shows me in the form of percentage. You can show the data labels, which shows me as a percentage. So otherwise also without data labels also, you can see y-axis is converted to a percentage. And we see that, so almost all the regions, the consumers have contributed 50% business. Okay, slightly in the case of the East region, we have a slightly more than 50%, 51.7%, that is almost close to 52%, but otherwise 50.3%, 49.93, which is also close to 50, no, almost 50, 50.02%, 50%, 50%. The West region has done slightly above 50% business from the consumer segment. Okay. And we see that again, the corporate segment, 50 to 80, that is around 30% business coming from this. So we see that slightly higher as in the central region, or yeah, 31.5% coming from the central region of the corporate segment of customers. So if you want to present it in the form of percentage contributions, we can take the 100% stacked column chart, or stacked column chart if you want to arrange one above the other, but you want to show the actual values. Okay. Clustered is you want to arrange side by side, like, you're very specific at the legends, okay, how much they have been contributed. Okay, so in that case, you can go with the clustered column chart. Okay. So if I'm not using a legend, it is just going to be a single dimension. Here now the same thing, we can see this is a vertical column. We do also have the bar chart. The bar chart is a horizontal one. Okay, the same feature what we do, we can do it here. Says example, we have the sort, what is a stacked bar chart. Okay, so where the legends will be stacked. We have a clustered bar chart where the legends will be clustered, arranged side by side. We also have a 100% stacked bar chart. Bar is like, instead of vertical, it is horizontal. This is a vertical, is it? So it will be horizontal. Like if I just say clustered bar chart. So if you just select this, so it automatically changes. Okay. Or if you take a new this one. Okay. So here what happens, what is your y-axis? So this is your y-axis. Now your y-axis is going to be a discrete value. So y-axis will be your region. Okay. And x-axis is going to be a measurable value. That's it. Okay. And if you add a legend, so legends are going to be our legends only. Okay. So say segment, cool. Okay. And the same thing, like if I say stacked, it just arranges stacked. If I say 100%, it says 100%. So based on the requirement, you can select what kind of a chart you wanted. Okay, fine. Sometimes what happens is when you have this particular bar chart, okay, text will be more readable. Okay, um, irrespectively, like kind of a things. This becomes more readable. You can even display the values here. We can see that numbers also will be more readable here. Totals, data labels, yes. So we have a better visibility, better readability, even like labels in x-axis, y-axis, and everything. And the comparison, like, top orders, again, like ranking, this will be a preferred one. Okay. So one thing is I feel that it occupies a lesser plot area. Okay. The second thing is when you have too many values like subcategories, states, and all those things. So instead of showing side by side, the excess value will not be able to written like this. So if it is, you see, when you're writing a text like this occupies a lesser space compared to writing a text like this. Okay. So based on the kind of a visibility and the kind of a, see, mainly when you say report is going to be a collection of multiple visuals. So how best it can be fixed, based on that you can take a call. But otherwise, both it does almost the same job. Okay, the purpose remains the same. So we move to the next chart. We can, okay. Here, what is the next chart? The commonly we do. The next very commonly charts what we create in Excel also is the pie chart. Is it pie chart? Okay. So what is a pie chart? Pie chart is a circle chart. Okay, a chart which is presented in the form of a circle. Now, in the circle, we have a slices. Okay, each slice is going to be your dimension, and the size of the slice, okay, will represent the measurable value. And we mainly use a pie chart. We mainly use a pie chart when you want to find the individual dimension value. What is its contribution to the grand total? Generally in the form of percentage. Okay, we use this. Fine. That is where exactly we use a pie chart. So now for creating this particular pie chart, so what is that we do? I just select this pie. You can see in this particular build, we have this PIE pie chart. Just click the shape itself, no circle and this one. So we can see we have a circle which is divided into slices of different sizes. So each slice is going to represent the individual dimension value, and the size of that will represent how much contribution they have done to the grand total. Okay, so now I can just take the values are going to be a measurable value. Legends are going to be a dimension, region, segment, or anything. So just imagine if I take a segment. So we can see here, hey, we have the consumer segment, which has contributed 50% of the business, and the corporate segment around 30%, 31% of the business, and the home office around 18% of the business has been contribution. Okay, we are able to see the segment, what is the total sales, how much percentage it is contributed by seeing the slice itself, no, 50%, more than half. Okay, 50% is half, no, it is slightly more than half. So you can say 50.56, yes. Okay, and this is like, quarter is 25%, you can see more than that. So around 30.74, that is almost 31% business coming from the corporate segment, and the home office segment is 18% business coming, the values of them. Got it? So I just taken the legend and the value. That's it. Legends are going to be a dimension and the values are going to be a measurable value. Okay. And now the thing is in this chart. Okay. So when you see this one, since the legends I feel is occupying a lot of space, instead of legends over here, so I want to display this legends as a value. Okay, you want to customize this. So I'll just go to the format here and see we have this what you say details label. Okay, in the details label, okay, if you just uncheck, it is going that and okay, data labels, things. So here it is called the detail labels because it shows me the value as well as it is showing the percentage. Okay, this shows what is the percentage. I don't want the value, but sorry, percentage. You can see that by seeing this, we know that it is 50%, it is more than 25%, it is less than 20%, and so on. Now, instead of this, in the detail section, can I show this segment name, the category name, so that I can remove this legend? I can just close the legend, but we don't know what is this, no? So I can just go here into more options. And here we can say what is that you want to display. Here I want to display the category and the data value. Okay. I just want to increase the font of this. So we see that consumers have done sales of 1.16 million, corporate 8.7 million, or you want to show with the percentage, either of it, category with the percentage of the totals or a data value in the percentage, or only the data value or only the percentage of the total. I say category and the percentage of the total. Yes. So here we have this. So what is that I wanted is, say example, I want to display the category name and the percentage of the total. Yes, you can change those kind of options. Okay, so why do I do that is, so I feel that legends are occupying a lot of space because the circle charts, no? So you can see it is, see, if I remove the legends, I can just use this chart only in this much area. Okay, so this area I can save it. So that is the main purpose. Like I generally prefer legend, removing the legend and trying to display this. And this display also what happens, we have inside, outside, and preferred. So because tomorrow when you're working with the what do you say, the report, so the plot area and the chart area proper utilization also matters. Okay, that basis I said. But otherwise, as I said, the formatting options are all optional. That's it about your, what to say, pie chart. What is the next chart? Okay, here, what is the next one? Next thing is we'll see about donut chart. What is a donut chart? It's very similar to your pie chart. You can see it is a donut shape. Okay, I just click outside. So I'll try to bring the donut here. Okay, so we have a donut. This is also a circle chart, a circular chart, just like your pie chart. The only the difference is the pie chart is completely opaque, whereas in the case of a donut, we have a space in the center. So that means since I have a space in the center, I can use this space. I can use this space for adding some measurable value. I can use this space for adding some measurable values. Okay. This is fast. Let me redo is Mahesh. Okay. See, Mahesh, it is like this. Go to the build next to the pie, what I say, pie chart. We have this, what do you call it as a donut chart. Just click on the donut chart. Just click on the donut chart. You get this particular chart. Okay. So now the difference between the pie chart and the donut chart is, so pie chart is completely opaque, whereas the donut chart is you have a space in the center. Okay. Now, when you're working on this particular donut chart, in the legends, I will add a same say segment. I'll just do the same thing. And I say values. I can take a measurable value. This sales. Fine. The same thing. The same formatting features you want to copy, like say example, okay, what are the formattings? Like say, I don't want to have the legends, but I want to add the detail section. I just wanted to say, hey, category and the percentage of the total. You want to present it inside. All those options, we can just place it. Okay, fine. So we are able to do this. This is your donut chart. Okay, that's it. Hey, the next thing is, what is the major difference? The look and feel. So now we have a space in the center. I can use the space for adding some measurable values. What I'll do is I'll just add a slicer here. Sorry, I'll add a card. So what I will do is I'll not select any chart. I just click on the sales. When you click on the sales, you can see as you get a card here. Okay, which says 2.3 million. So we can just take this particular card and we can just place it inside this. We can just place it inside this. Okay. In the card is mainly used for displaying the summarized value. Card is mainly used for displaying the summarized value. Okay. So now here in this particular card, okay, we have this particular numbers here, which is in the bigger font. Generally, cards comes in the bigger font. You want to change the font of this format option. So we go to the format. We have this thing called as callout value. So here I can just specify what should be the value, say 40, okay, or might be say 35 or something. Cool. We have set those things. Can you come once again? Lost use it. Hey guys, I'm adjusting to your space, but some kind of adjustment from your side, I request kind of a thing. So yeah, I know teacher also has to adjust. I'll adjust myself. Okay. Um, I we have a space in the center. We have a space in the center, is it? Okay. Some space in the center. So I can use the space for adding some card. For adding some card. What does that we do? I can just take the sales. When you hit on the sales, you get this particular sales. By default, when you select a single measure, you get a card. Okay. Now what you do is just resize this. See, by default, the card comes with a bigger font, okay, to display the KPIs and things, but you want to format this. Just select this, go to the callout value and just change the font here. Say 35, reduce the size of it. Then just try to adjust it in the center, drag and drop in the center of this. We're able to see, okay, the consumers and things, how much they have been contributed, and we are also able to see what is the total values. Okay, so we are able to see both the things together. So when I say consumer segment, say consumer segment has contributed 1.16 million, okay, which is 50% of the business. Corporate segment has contributed 31%, which is nothing but 7 lakhs ka billion business. And the home office segment say has contributed how much? 18%, which is just around 429K. Okay, or you can even use a column chart here. Cool. We can also slice it with the help of that. So we can also use the slices. Okay, so let me just take a column chart. I say, hey, I just want to go with the region-wise sales. So what we have done before. Okay, now when I just say West region, it just shows me the West region contribution. Okay, so from the West region, he has contributed. Okay, we see that 50% and all this particular thing. And we see the West region contribution, only the West region contribution has been dark and rest all the contribution from the other than the West region. And we see that West region has contributed 725K. Right? East region has contributed 678K. South has contributed 391K. Central is this. Central mean, yes, we are able to see this. Got it? Okay. In this card, you click on the card and go to the build. In the build, we have fields, FIELDS fields. You can see there are fields. We can see fields, FIELDS. We can see that fields. There it is written as add data. There it is written as add data. You just click on this add data. When you click on this add data, you can see there is SALES sales, SALES. That is called as sales, SALES. Just tick this. This is also fast. Okay. SALES stands for sales. Just check this. You get this? Okay. Now, okay. See, this sales card is going to be a summarized value. Since we have selected the sales, which is a measurable value, so it gives me a sum of sales, the total sales. And mainly cards are used for displaying the KPIs. Okay. So it's in a bigger font, but I want to fit here. Okay. We can slightly adjust the font. How do we do that? Format option. Just go to FORMAT format. The paintbrush. The icon with the paintbrush is for formatting. This particular icon with the paintbrush is for formatting. Just go to the format. Okay. There in the format, we have this call out value, call out value, call out value. And there you can see we have this particular font size. This is the font size, no? How you set the font size in Word, Excel, PowerPoint, any this one. The same thing. So where I can reduce it. I'll reduce it to 35. So according to your size of the screen, you can just reduce it. Okay. So whatever the size you want, adjust. When I say reduce it to 35, you can see it is, okay. It's a good font, but at the same time, not very small, not very big, is it? Just place it in the center. That's it. That's it. Just place it in the center. Just click outside. You can see, hey, there is some value displayed inside this. Is it? Hey, the next thing is we will see about line chart. When do you use a line chart? We mainly use a line chart when you want to present the information over a time period. Okay, periodically how things are changing, month on month, quarter on quarter, year on year sales. That is where exactly we use a line chart. Is it? Yes. So that means if you are using a line chart, it's a mandatory that you should have at least a date field. Okay, so let us go with the date fields here. So how do we go to the line chart? This one. This is your line chart. Okay, when you focus on that, it says, hey, this is a line chart. And you can see the way it is being presented. Okay, this is a line chart. I just click on this. We have a line chart. Now, in the line chart, x-axis and y-axis. X-axis, I'll take the date field. I have an order date. I have an order date. I'm just taking the date field. And the y-axis, I will take a measurable value. So which can be either sales, profit, quantity, or anything. I will just go with the sales. So you can see here, I have taken one date field and one measurable value sales. Okay. X-axis, I have taken the date field, and the y-axis, I have taken the sales. Okay. So x-axis may have taken the date, and the y-axis, I have taken the measurable value. Yeah. And we see that a line chart has been created. We have the data for 4 years. In 2018, we had a sales of 484K, whereas in 2019, there was a slight slip in the sales, which reduced from 484 to 470K. There was a decline of 14,000. But from there, it never looked back. And there is a progress. You can see 20, we made it to 610K, and then 733K. Every year, we can see we have a great around 35% of progress. Yes. But from 18 to 19, there was a decline in the sales. Yeah. All can try this one. Hierarchical data category and the subcategory. The same way, when you look at this date field, we have the year, we have the quarter, we have the month, and we do also have the day. So top of the hierarchy is the year. Okay. Even though we have the day-wise sales, but it is showing is the year-wise. So it is showing the top level of the hierarchy. But I say, no, I want to see the quarterly wise, monthly wise, day wise, how the sales are happening. I can drill through. Okay. We saw this drill through yesterday when we did the matrix. Okay. The same way here also, we can see that we have this particular drill options. We saw the same options in matrix yesterday, no? Yes. So now when I just say drill this, you can see here, it is showing the yearly. Okay, but when I drill to the next level, we can drill in two ways. One is level and with the hierarchy. When I say next level, it will show me quarterly wise how things are happening. So this is the quarter one sales. We have the sales data for 4 years, all the 4 years together, okay, in Q1. Okay, every year has Q1, is it? Okay, the first quarter, so it says 359K. We see that the quarter one has the lowest sales, then quarter two, but 3 and 4 has done a very good sales. Okay, this is the cumulated value. When I further go to the next level, it is showing the month wise. January, we had done 94,000. This is for all the 4 years, all the 4 Januaries of all the 4 years. Okay, all the Februaries of all the 4 years. Okay, total sales is this much. So we see that February has recorded the lowest sales, and November has recorded the highest sales. Okay, then we have a December, then we have a September, then we have a March, something like that. Okay, so now this is one, and even you can further drill to see the day wise. We see that, hey, end of the month the sales are been declining, but we see that it is not like, start of the month the sales are high. So there are a lot of ups and downs on the day wise. It does not depend on the day. Something like, you go to the DMart, the first 10 days of the were there, you see it's very difficult to get even the billing. The customer crowd is huge. Okay, so here it is not that kind of a scenario. It is some days are good, some days are very bad. It's not like end of the month or start of the month, but we see that after 15, the sales are been declining kind of a things. Okay. Hey, now I can also drill with the hierarchy. Okay. So I can drill with the hierarchy. So when I say drill with the hierarchy, it shows me each year within the year quarterly wise. Okay. 2018 Q1 sale, 2018 Q2 sales, Q3, Q4. Then again 2019 Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, 2020 Q1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so in this, what we understand is it is a continuous line chart. We call this as a continuous line chart. It is showing all the quarters. So even though I have drilled for the quarterly wise, so I have drilled with a hierarchy. To get this one, what did I do? I drilled with the hierarchy. When I drill with the hierarchy, it just goes, okay, from the year to year, and within each year, quarterly wise, the data has been drilled. So we see in 2018, quarter 1, 2, 3, 4. 2019, quarter 1, quarter 2, 3, and 4. 2019 again, quarter 1, 2, 3, 4, respectively. So here, what is that we understand is, we understand that every year, the quarter one is recorded the lowest sales. Every year, that is the story. And the quarter two is just, okay, slightly up, better than the quarter one, okay, but not great. But we see the 2 to 3, there is a big jump. Every year, we see that, yeah, it's from quarter 2 to quarter 3, there is a jump. But quarter 4 is recorded the highest in every year. So that means the sales are more towards the end of the year, quarter three and four, and out of which we see that the quarter four, we have a tremendous high sale. Okay. That is what we are able to understand when you see the quarterly wise. Now I want to see monthly wise. So I further drill this. So under quarter, it is a month. No, when I drill this, it goes to the month wise. Now we can see that what is happening here, January, February, March. So we see that January, February is very struggling. And what about in 2019? Same, January, February is the bottom. Okay, every year we see that January and February is something which is very struggling time. Okay, and peak time is what? September, November, December. Peak time is what? September, November, and also the December. Okay, now, what we understand from here is we understand the sales are very seasonal. We see that every year January, February is very struggling, and September, November, December is high. And you see every year October there is a dime, September is high, but again, suddenly there is a fall in October, and that is the story in every year September, and this is October. Okay, every year. So that means we see that September might be there can be some festivals, some vacations and things. Okay, and we see that November, December is a lot of vacation. This is a US data. In US, we see that, a lot of vacations, holiday mode in the month of December. November, they have something called as a Black Friday, which promotes the retail business and things. Okay, so that is where we see that November, December is a big month. So with the help of this one, so we can have a better planning. Okay, so we know that January, February is a tough time. So doing a marketing activities, promotional will not fetch you any kind of more results there. But we see that September onwards the sales are good. We can have a better planning, okay, and better managing things and ensuring we do a good business during the season time where people come out and so on. We can have a better planning, promotional activities and so on. Okay, this is what we are able to understand from this. So understood where we can use this particular line chart is you want to see how the information is changing over time periods. Okay, periodically, month on month, how the sales are changing, quarter on quarter, year on year. Okay, something like this. Okay, and one thing here is if you drill with the hierarchy, it is going to be a continuous line chart. And if you drill with the levels, it is going to be a cumulated line chart. Cumulated line chart is, hey, overall, irrespective of all the years, the quarter sales one of all the years. Okay, so this showing the January of all the years. But I say, no, I want to see the continuous, I want to see the trend. Okay, we drill with the hierarchy to see the continuous. So how what was in 2018, how it was in 2019, 2020, and 21. We see that the spikes are more rising in 20 and 21. So that means the and 18 and 19 was more of a lot of ups and downs, was a lot of struggle. But we see that 20 and 21, okay, the spikes are a little higher here. You see, November, December is doing good here. So every month, so you see April to August, we had a very average sales. Here it is slightly above average kind of a thing. So we see the kind of a progress. Okay. And you want to see what is the kind of a trend here. So we can just go to the format and you can just see this particular what you say. Let me go a little bit more into line chart. Okay, let me go a bit into more into the line chart. Okay, yes, I'll just take this particular line chart. I'll just take the same thing. Okay, x-axis, I will take the order date. Y-axis, I will take the sales value. Okay, now we understand that from 18 to 19, there was a decline, but from 19 to 20, there was a progress. From 20 to 21, again, there is a good progress. Okay. Now the question comes is, I submit this report to the manager, says, hey, Sadiq, you have done a good job. But my boss says, I want to know the reason why there was a decline in the sales in 18 to 19. In 19, we had a decline in the sales. There was a decline in the sales. I want to know the reason. So how do you find out the reason? Okay, fine. Hey, now I want to know the reason why there was a decline. So if I have to find out the reason for the decline, so how will you find out? So it can be something like this. In 2018, we had a very good sales by a particular customer. He did a very big business. But unfortunately, what happened is, hey, 2019, he did not turn up. And he did so much of business that since he did not turn up in 2019, my graph is showing decline. Possibilities are there. Okay. In 2018, had a Mukesh Ambani who had come to my store and he did a big business. In 2019, I was expecting him, he did not come. And I see that, huge downfall in the sales. I'm telling a reason. Okay. Just imagining. Okay. Or might be some category of products. They were doing good in 18, but 19, they did not perform good. What compared to 18? Or that some segment of product did not perform good. Some region, okay, they did good in 18, but 19 did not do it. So there can be various reasons. Okay, so that means we try to analyze this based on the dimension. Okay, so what I will do here is, okay, I will go for the legends. So if you have to add a second dimension, we use a legend, is it? So in the legend, I'll just say you can add any dimension here. So let me add a region. Okay. So let me add a region. So as soon as I add the region, so what happens when you add a region, automatically whatever the total was there, that gets distributed. Is it? That is what exactly is happening in the case of a column chart. So when you used a single column without the region, it was showing 2.13 million. But as soon as I add a region, it got distributed based on the region. Okay, and the same thing has happened over here. Okay, before we had 484k, almost close to 5 lakhs. So now you can see here, okay, this is 1.5 lakhs, this is just 1.3 lakhs, and this is just around 1 lakh. Okay, so that means that 5 lakhs, it has been distributed with this. So now we see that the West region was the top leader in 2018. Okay, then we have a East, then we have a South, and then we have a Central. And we see from 18 to 19, I understand that the West region has shown a small decline. But the East region has shown a progress. From 18 to 19, they have done a progress. You can see in 2018, the East region had done a sales of 128K, 1,28,000. From 128, it has increased to 156. They've shown a progress of 28,000. But we see that this one, what you call it as the West region, they have declined from 47 to 139. That is 8,000 decline by the West region, but East region has shown 28,000 increase. Okay, so they're able to compensate kind of a things, but that it should not be the major factor for me for decline because of the West region has shown a small decline, but East has done far better than. Okay, and we see in the West region was in the top layer in 2018, but since it has declined, but the East has done better and got the first place. Okay, East has been performing the top in 2018. Central, there is no growth in progress. But South, we see that, hey, in 2018, South region did a sales of 1 lakh 4,000, 1 lakh 3,850. So that is almost close to 1 lakh 4,000. Okay, 104K. From 104K, it has been reduced to 71K. So that means 33,000, there is a decline in the sales by the South region. Okay, so when you see the West region from 147, it got declined to 139, 8,000 got decline. But you see the South region, the way the decline has happened from 104K, it has been reduced to 71K, 33,000 got decline. So I can say 28, we are able to see the decline because South performed very bad. Okay, so 18 May did more than 1 lakh, but in 2019 they would do only 71,000. So that is the main reason for a decline of the sales in 2018. Agree with me? But one thing I see that after that decline, hey, it is not going completely decline kind of a thing. It is trying to come up, but is not able to achieve. So it is always ended in the bottom of the table, the South region. But we can see the East and West, they are having a competition. But we can see the West region, it got a small decline in 18 to 19. But from 19 to 20, it has again got back the first place. You can see the way it has been progressed. Okay, so it got back the first place, even though West region is performing very good every year on year, but still it has overtaken with a small margin. And 2019, we see that it has been okay, big. It has been retained in the position one with a big margin. Okay, so that means East and West, they are in the competition and they are really doing good. Central region, yeah, 1 year it has done good, but 2 years it has been a flat sale. But we see that the South region, once it was been declined, it is trying to move up. Okay, but the way the other regions have been performing, so we see that it is in the very bottom of the table. See, when you talk about data analytics, so the first thing is we always ask what. Then we go to why. Okay, what do you mean by this? So first thing is when you look at the data, so your first question should be, hey, what is the total sales? What is the total profit? How many customers are there? How many different regions are there? How many different states are there? So this is like a more of what? Okay. Then we say why. Okay, why sales went down? Okay, which year where it went down? Okay, so we ask those kind of a questions. Okay, so this is mainly of your why we are trying to go for it. Okay, why things went. So now if you are to looking at why, so we can analyze this based on any dimension, region wise, customer wise, product wise, state wise, city wise, any this one. Okay, but I'll tell you, there are also some kind of a norms, like, if you go with the states, we have 50 states. Okay, so when I go with this will be very jumbled. We'll not be able to understand. So in this kind of a situation to handle, okay, we have many other different types of charts. So I simply prefer for this kind of a thing. So scatter plot will be more better to analyze. Okay, which we'll be seeing later. Okay, so see again, there are some kind of a limitations here, but at the same time, they are really good in understanding the data. So the limitation is when you have a dimension with too many values, I'll not recommend you to go for a line chart. The same thing holds good in the case of a pie chart also. Don't use a pie chart when you have a dimension with many values. The recommend is 7 to 8 max. If it is more than 8 values, so I'll say don't go with this particular pie chart. Means, okay, so instead of segment, if I just take a state, what will happen? See, the software is not telling that, I'll not create a chart. It is creating, it's accurate, but we are not able to understand anything from this. Okay, it looks like, what is that called? A wheel called as, okay, thing. So we are not able to understand things. That doesn't get you the actual objective of this. So there is some kind of a limitation. Might be that I can discuss it once we learn all types of charts, when to use what kind of a chart. Now, if I talk about all those particular charts which we have not even covered, so that doesn't make sense. But we need to have a bit patience, and we'll learn things first, and then we'll try to have as analytics point of view. Okay. So, but at least, we need to have a very clear understanding of what is dimension and measures. I always talk about dimension and measures. The legend should be always a dimension. Okay. And the y-axis is always a measurable value here. Okay. Now, okay, so this is fine. Now I want to further drill on this and try to find out what is going wrong with the South region. Okay. Now I say, take an example, Sneha. I'll make her as a manager for South region. I have a lot of hope on her that she'll bring back the South region sales. So South region is struggling a lot. Okay, I have trust in Neha. Okay, Sneha is it? Sorry, not Neha. Sneha. Fine. That she'll bring back. Or she'll at least she has to figure it out why. Or it's not only her, is it? Everyone can figure it out here. Why things are going wrong, or how we can correct this South region. Okay. Let me just drill further here. So I'm just going one step further. I'm seeing the quarterly wise. Now, the next thing is we'll see about area chart. What is area chart? Area chart is nothing but a line chart, but they call it as a filled line chart. When you ask a Google, what is area chart? It says it's a line chart with a fill color. Okay. That is what I get the answer from the Google, I think. Yeah, let me just take the area chart. We have something called as a stacked area chart. Okay. So now the same thing, I'll just take x-axis, I'll take the order date, y-axis, I will take it as the sales. Okay, and we see that, from 18 to 19, there was a decline, but 19 to 20, they have done good, and 21, they have really done very good. So when you see the line chart and this one, no difference, both the same. It is just the filled one. Okay, and when you drill also, we can see the same kind of a drill with the hierarchy drill to the next levels, it shows yes. Okay, so if it is a line chart, it is like this. Okay, area chart is like this. Area chart is like this. Okay, the major difference comes is when you add a dimension, when you add a legend. Okay, let me add a legend. Let me add the same thing. I'll just add a region itself. Now, when you add a region, what is happening here? It is stacking. It is stacking. Okay. Whereas in the case of the line chart, what was happening is when you added this particular what do you say, the legend, it was showing as a competition, running race. Okay, who is standing top, where it is, and so on. But here, so what is happening? It has been stacked. Okay, that is a major difference. So when I say it has been stacked, so that means, okay, here we are able to see the overall sales as well as the individual contribution. So overall, we see that, yeah, there is a small decline. Okay, overall, we see that there is a small decline. Okay, small decline is there here. Yes, there is a small decline here. Yes, I agree. But we see that the reason for that is we see the south region, the way it started and the way it has been here in this. Okay, so it has been declined. So we see that there was a decline even in the west region. There was a decline in the west region, but the very small. But we see the major decline is from the south region. But we can see this east region has performed really good. The central is again the same, no change, no up and no down. But we see that, yeah, we have very good sales from 18 to 19 by the west region. But other three regions, they have not shown any progress. But majorly we see that the south region has a kind of compared to the previous year, they have done much lower sales. Okay, thanks. And when I further drill this to the quarterly, we are able to understand more clear here. We can see it started with a very big note, but we can see the sales are same irrespective of whatever the quarter it is. Okay, but we see that during the quarter one, all are doing very low. But quarter two and quarter three, they have a big mountains of business, which we don't see in the south region. Okay, so that means south region is not having that kind of a planning. Okay, so when there is a off season, when there is a festival season, when there is they are not able to understand the customers, or they are not able to have a proper planning and doing. So that is what I feel that is missing in the south region. The same information we are able to extract here, but in a what do you say, stacked manner. Yeah, this is what is your area chart and the what do you say, the line chart. Fine. Hey, we have something to learn with the slicers. We have a lot more different types of charts with the help of which we can try to understand, why things can went wrong, what had given the more contribution, what has given the lower contribution. We have something called waterfall charts, amazing. Apart from that, we do also have a lot of AI tools also with the help of which it becomes easy for us to analyze it. Okay, you don't have to really know like all this x-axis, y-axis, this and all these things. We can do it, but I suggest as a learning stage will not depend on AI, but AI tools are there. So without any kind of you being a techie sound guys, we can do a lot of this kind of a charts. Even dashboards can be created within 5 minutes. Okay, when I take the AI tools, but as of now, so I don't want to touch on the AI. As of now, we'll do it in the later sessions. Okay, but let us concentrate on the learning part. Okay, yeah. Any questions with whatever we have learned tonight? So we just started with the charts is a visual representation of the data. The same data represents in the visual way. Okay. We have a column chart is mainly used for comparing. Okay. Region wise comparing or some things. Okay. And then we do also have cluster is when you have a second dimension. Okay. Within the each region segment wise how they have been performing. The same instead of having a cluster is too many columns and all these things. So you want to have this the legends to be stacked one above the other. We can have a stacked column chart, and if you want the legends to be arranged side by side, you can have a what is say stacked bar chart. We can also, if you want to present the data in the form of percentage, we can use a percentage bar chart. You don't have to write any kind of a DAX calculations or anything to say how to calculate the percentage or things. Automatically, it does a calculation of the percentage and the chart gets created. That is the beauty of this using this built-in charts. Okay. Okay. And then so now we understood about the area chart and the donut chart. They both are same. So that means when you have any kind of a what is say dimensions, I want to know what is their contribution to the grand total. So how much west has been contributed, east region, how much they have been contributed. We are able to see that. And when you say the donut chart is again the same. Okay, only thing is, so pie chart is completely opaque. In the case of donut chart, we have a space in the center. That space I can use it for adding any kind of a measurable values. Okay, thanks. That's it. And so automatically it shows you that particular values, interactions. I don't have to do any kind of a calculations or DAX calculations or any this one. No, no, we can easily do all those stuffs. Okay, so that is the beauty of this. Okay, thanks. Then we saw what the line chart is mainly used when you want to present the information over a time period. So we can drill this particular way for to see the cumulated value. So when I go with the next level in the hierarchy, it shows me the cumulated value. Cumulated is what is the total sales in each quarter, or what is the total sales in each the month, irrespective of the year. Okay, things. Okay. But I say no, I want to see the trend analysis kind of a things, how compared to last year to this year to the next year, I want to do it. So we can go with the drill with the hierarchies. It drills with the hierarchy. We can see, hey, last year, each month wise, and this year and next year, we are able to see how things are happening. So that is what is the mainly things what we get it here. Fine, all clear. In the last class, we started with the charts where we looked into first thing initially we saw with how do we work with the tables. Then we saw with the matrix. Okay, what is the difference between the tables and the matrix? In the case of matrix, we can present the data in two dimensions, rows and columns. And not only that, we can also have a hierarchical data category within the category subcategories, where we can get the information in multiple dimensions, row-wise, column-wise, subcategory-wise, hierarchical data. We can easily drill through to the next level of the hierarchy, or we can drill with the hierarchies. All these things are there. Apart from that, we do also have studied with this particular concept of what do you call it as? Um, okay, conditional formattings. So we have seen how do we apply the conditional formatting. Could you please zoom the link over mail? Better to join from there. Pushpak. That is a okay. Fine. Apart from that, so we have studied with this particular concept of creating the charts. Okay. The charts are nothing but pictorial representation of the data. We saw with the column chart, column with the cluster. So when you add a second dimension, that dimension will be presented side by side. And also we saw the stack. Stack is nothing but where the charts are being arranged one above the other. Okay, the second dimension, the legends. And we also saw with the 100% stacked column chart and also the bar charts. And we also studied with the concept of the pie chart and the donut chart. We did study about the line chart, is it? Pie chart is mainly used when you want to present the information, the individual value. Okay, what is the contribution to the grand total? So generally, you want to present it in the form of a percentage. We use the pie charts, is a circle charts where the data will be divided into slices. The dimensions will be values will be divided into slices based on the measurable values it has. And the donut chart is very similar to your pie chart. Only thing is, in the case of a pie chart, it's completely opaque. Donut chart, we have a space in the center. Okay. And that space can be used for adding some additional measurable values. And then we studied with the line chart and the area chart. Correct? This is what we have done in the last class. Am I right? We did with the line chart and the area chart, is it? Yes. Okay. A line chart and the area chart. That is what we studied. Hey, fine. So we'll continue with the charts today. Okay. So fine. We'll move ahead. What is this ribbon? See, it is something like again like a column chart. Okay, we have a collection of columns. Okay, and obviously there is a length. Length is going to have a measurable value. And here it says the joining point. So here we need to have a legend which just says like, how the things are been changing from one period of time to another. Okay. So what I will do is in the ribbon chart. So one thing is it's called as a ribbon because the chart looks like a ribbon. Okay. So what we can do in the ribbon chart. So first we'll take a x-axis. So it is going to be a discrete. I'll take what is it? The order date. Okay. So I want to see periodically how things are changing. And the y-axis, I'll take a measurable value. I'll take a sales. So we see that, okay, how things have been changing from year to year. Okay, year to year, how things have been changing. So now, so we see that 2018 to 19, there is a decline in the sales, but 20 and 21, they have done a very good sales. Okay, that is what we are able to understand from this one. Now, again, in the line chart, we saw like, from one period of time to another period of time when things were going bad. So we found out like, why things went wrong. We understood like South region has performed a very underperformed. Okay. So that means what we did, we added a legend to find out like, why things went wrong from one period of time to other period of time. Okay. The same way, here also you want to find why things went wrong one period to the other period of time. So in that case, we'll just go with this particular thing called as a legend. Okay, I'll just go to the legend, and in the legend, I'll just take the region. When you select this particular region here, so you can see we have this each column that is periodically 18, 19, 20, and 21, how the sales are happening. And this particular overall, it just says like, how much sales was done in 18, okay, how much it did in 19, okay, 20, how much it did totally, and 21 May, how much, what was the sales. So we see that 21 May, it has done more than 8 lakhs, okay, in a single year. So now, okay, whatever is there. Now, at the same time, we have a legend here. So we see that 2018 May, we have the West region, which is in the top, the East region, which is in the second, and then we have a South region, and then we have a Central region. This is the sales what has happened in the each year. We see that in 2018, we had the West region was in the leading, then East, then South, and then the Central. But from 18 to 19, we see that, the sales was being declined. And we see that West region, what has happened is whatever the sales was being done in the West region, and we can see from 18 to 19, there was a decline, a small decline. So we see the thickness here of the ribbon is almost the same, but generally, like, it's not bigger than this, but it is slightly small. When you see the actual values here, it is 147K, and here it is done as 140K. That is 7 to 8,000. There was a decline. Okay, but we see that the West region, sorry, East region, so they had done a sales of 128 in 2018. From 2018 to 19, they have increased the sales. From 128, they've gone to 156K. They have shown a progress. Okay, and we see that the overall in 28-19, the West region is standing, sorry, East region is standing in the top. Okay, the East region is in the top of the table, the first rank. Okay, so in the 2018, West region was in the top, East was in the second, and in 2019, it is reverse. Now, here, East is in the top, they have done the higher sales, and compared to last year, they have done a very good sales. And West region, slightly, they have shown a decline, and overall, the result is East region is standing in the top of the table. Okay, and when you see the South region, okay, it was in the third place. It has been slipped down to the fourth place, and you can see the thickness of the ribbon has been declined here. The thickness has reduced. So that means I can say that, okay, this was something like, by visible thing, is we see that the thickness has been reduced here. Okay. But you want to know the actual values. So when you see this intersecting point here, joining, okay, when it is slipping. So when you see this particular, okay, when you just keep the pointers in the intersection, so it tells you last year how much it was the sales, and this year how much it was the sales. In 2018, it has done 1,04,000, and here it has done only 71,000. So that means there was a decline of 33,000. Okay, 32,485. This was a total decline from the previous 1 year to the next year, from 18 to 19. So which is nothing but 31.3% decline minus. Okay, and it was in the third rank. It has gone to the fourth rank, which is nothing but a decrease in rank, one rank. So that is what is the kind of understanding that we have. What is the name of the chart? This is called as a ribbon chart. Okay, so here what exactly happens is it's more like a line chart. See, like, if I go with the line chart, if I just convert the same thing to the line chart, yeah, it is creating the same thing as a line chart. But we are not able to know how much percent there was a decline, what is the actual value of decline. So what is the kind of a rank which has been declined? See, we have 3, 4 values, so it's fine, but when you have many values, so a product would have been gone from the third rank to the 10th rank. So there was a 7, 8 ranks, it has been declined. So we'll not know about that. But here we can easily come to know with the help of the ribbon chart. Okay, so here you are getting both the information. One is like, what was the total sales done? Okay, what was the total sales done? We are able to see. So when you see the total year, so we see that, there is a small decline. Okay, and each one, how the ranks has been changed, we are able to see that. And not only that, apart from that, we are able to get this kind of a descriptive information. Okay, so comparing, like, when you see this also, like last year and this year, how the rank has been changing. So it is one rank. So things, we are able to see all those particular descriptive information, like, last year what it was, this year what it is. So what is the kind of a growth, how much percentage of the growth? Okay, what is the change in the rank? Okay, where it has gone down or same or above, or what it is. We're able to get this kind of a descriptive information. It just gives you Uh, so we are getting multiple information. One is overall how much they have been done for each period of time. Okay. The second thing is like, what the legend, what you have. Okay, the region. So which region is standing in the top, second, and third? We are able to see the ranking. The third thing is from one period of time to other period of time, how the rank has been changing, we are able to see. So we see that, there is 18 to 19 where there is a decline. So we see that, what are the reason for the decline. From 19 to 20, they have shown a growth. But what has contributed the max to the growth? We are able to understand that also from sequencing. So the West region, which was in the second place, it got to the first place. But how much it has contributed, when you see the statistical information, it gives you the descriptive thing. So telling like, okay, in a 19, we had 139K. From there, it has gone to 189K, which is almost a 48,000 increase in the sales, which is like around 34% increase in the sales happened from the previous year. So which has gained the position by increasing of one rank. From the second rank, it has gone to the first rank. And we see that maximum contribution is coming from this. Okay, that is what we are able to understand. We saw this particular, what do you call it, as the ribbon chart. So is one which looks in the form of a ribbon. So in this, what did I do here is x-axis may have taken the date field, y-axis may have taken the sales, and the legend I have taken the region. Since I have taken the x-axis as a date, it shows me each periodically. Okay, so it has been divided periodically. Okay, year-wise. Okay, and y-axis I have taken the sales. It tells me like, what is the total sales which is done in each period of time. Okay, and the legend says like, okay, it is showing the form of a ribbons, the legends, which says each period being which region is standing in the top, okay, how the region has been changing from one period to another period, and also gives you a descriptive information like, okay, what was in the previous period and the next period, what it is, okay, how much of changes happened, okay, whether it is a positive or a negative, how much of rank has been changed. So all those particular descriptive information has been shown. So we use a column chart when you're comparing. We use a pie chart as when you want to see the individual contribution to the grand total. We use the same chart, pie donut chart again to see the individual contribution to the grand total. But apart from that, you want to add an additional measurable values or some things you want to present it. Yes, we use a donut chart. We use a line chart is when you want to present the information over time periods, like, trend analysis. Okay. And also by adding a legend, we can try to find out like, why things went wrong. Okay. And the ribbon chart also is the same thing. So we are able to see like, from one period of time to another period of time, how they have been performing. And we see that x-axis tells you periodically how things are happening. And the measurable value tells you like, how much they have been contributed. And the legend tells you like, okay, which was in the top leading in one period to next period, which has been changed, which is the leading one. Okay, how the rank has been changing. Okay, what is the value has been changing. So it gives you a lot of descriptive information compared to your line chart. So I think this I've been repeatedly telling it. Okay. So I said like, line chart also does the same job. But here you don't get that kind of a descriptive information. So we can see that, West region was in the top, then went to the second place and then kind of a thing. But in the case of a line chart, you don't get a total summary value. Okay. We don't get that descriptive values. Okay. So, but in the case of an area chart, we are able to see the what individual period of time, how much they have done. That is one information. Second thing is we are able to see the ranking, and we are also able to see the how the rank has been changing and then the complete descriptives, which you don't see it in the case of a line chart. Okay, Sneha? I think last class also I told this, whatever we have covered till there. Okay, because we have a lot more different types of charts. Okay, thanks. Okay, this is what is the main thing we do. Here's the next thing is we'll see with the waterfall chart. Okay, now what is a waterfall chart? So now when I talk about a waterfall chart, first thing is it looks like a waterfall. So I'll just get into the focus mode. Now again, in this, we have a category, y-axis, and the breakdown. Category, I'll take the date. I'll just take the order date. Okay. And so y-axis, I'll take a measurable value, which is going to be the sales. So in this case, in the case of waterfall, you can see it looks like a waterfall. Okay. Where we see that we have this blue color bar, which is telling the total sales. So we have a totals of 22 lakhs or 23 lakhs of total sales has been done. That is 2.3 million. And we see that, okay, totally like, 2.3 million sales has been done. And here green colored bars, which is been like, it is starting from the previous period to the next period. Okay, it is showing what is the total what they have done. So which is nothing but the total sales done at the individual period. In 2018, we had a total sales of 4,84,000.48 million kind of a things. In 2019, it slipped down to 0.47 million. There was a decline of 14,000 ka sales. Okay. And 20, we see there was, okay, growth from 19 to 20. We see that from 4,70,000, it has gone to 6,10,000. Okay. There has been progress. We can see the height of this particular bar also shows me they have shown a progress. Okay. So we are getting informations like what is the total is a blue color, but this is the individual. So we see that less than 0.5 million. So at the 2019, we could not even achieve 1 million. So it is less than 1 million. Okay, 0.9 million something. But you can see from 2020, that is the third year, we exceeded more than 1.5 million. And when you see in 21, we exceeded almost 2.3 million kind of thing, more than 2 million. Okay, much ahead from the 2 million. Okay, that is what is the total what we have done. Okay. Now what is that we are able to see? We are able to see one thing is what is the overall total and the individual periodically how much they have been contributed, and it is showing as from where it stopped from there. Okay, the next contribution what is that there. So with the help of which we can see the individual period how much they have contributed, as well as at any period of time how much we achieved. So that means by the end of 2020, we see that we have achieved almost, okay, how much? 1.6 million something. Okay, so you want to show the values. I said I don't like values, but you want to show the values, you can see the values here. Okay, so it just tells me how much they have been contributed from each period of time. And this particular axis, when you compare, it tells me so each period of time how much they have been contributed. Okay, fine, we are able to see this. Okay, now where to use this one is, now when you see from 18 we had 4.48 million, and 19 it has been declined to 0.47 million. I want to know the reason for the decline. Okay, again, not only that, from 19 to 20 we can see in 19 we just did only 0.47 million. In 20 we have done 0.6 million, so which has done almost 0.13 million higher sales. Okay, 19 to 20. So I want to again know what led to that kind of a contribute, which has contributed the highest to achieve that particular good margins. Okay, so I want to understand that. So for that, what we have is we have something called as breakdown. We have something called as breakdown. In the breakdown, we say, hey, I just want to understand this. Maybe I'll just go with the region. Any dimension we can use it. When you take the region, yeah, you can see in 2018, we did a 484K, 19 it reduced to 471K. And when you see, okay, the reason for the decline, when you see here, the reason for the decline, when you see the reason for the decline is, we see that 18 to 19, I've taken the breakdown. So here you can see a breakdown. What I've done, I've taken the region. I've taken the region as a breakdown. Since I've taken the region as a breakdown, it says from 18 to 19, there was a decline. And we see that East region has contributed very good. Okay. So when you see here, East region has contributed the highest, but the lowest contribution is coming from the South region. And what is the kind of a lowest contribution? It's a negative, big negative. So it has contributed minus 32,000 compared to the previous year, what it has done. So there was a decline of 32%. There was a decline of 32%. So last year it did 1,04,000. This time it is only 71,000. Got it? Okay, so here the breakdown is telling okay, when there was a decline, so only the East region has contributed better than the last year. But apart from that, all the other three regions have shown a negative. Okay, Central has shown a negative 1,000 lesser than the previous year. West has done minus 8,000 lesser than the previous year, but South has done minus 32,000. So I can say from 18 to 19, the decline was what has happened. So major thing was from the South region. So South has contributed the lowest, okay, from this period of time to this period of time, and because of which we see there is a big downfall. Okay, and even during this particular downfall time, you can see East has good supportive. So in 2018, it did 128, but in 2019, it has done 156K, which is 27,600. That is almost 28,000 higher sales, which is almost 22% growth, progressive sales compared to the previous year. Got it? Okay. And you can see from 19 to 20, okay, there was a big growth. And we can see in this growth, all the region has contributed positively. All the see green color shows positive, red color shows negative. All the regions have positive contributed positively. But again, which has contributed the maximum west. So one thing is the way it has been arranged. The what you say the breakdown may whichever the dimension value which has contributed the max is on your left hand side, and which has contributed the lowest is on the right hand side. Okay, so we see that from 19 to 20, we have a very good pro growth. From 470, it has gone to 610K. That means 1,40,000 ka growth is there. So now in that 1,40,000 ka growth, West has shown a growth of 50,000. Okay, 45,000 ka growth from the central region. They both have West and Central. They have shown a very good progress. East has done again 25,000 ka progress. South also has done a contribution 22, better progress than the previous year. So all four have shown a positive thing, a very good growth progress, but maximum is coming from the West region, 48,000 alone in a single period of time. Okay, from 20 to 21, again, it has shown a big progress. You can see from 610K, it has gone to 733K. That is 1,24,000 extra business they have done. But during this period of time, the West has contributed 63,000 extra better sales compared to the previous. You are getting the descriptive information also. We are getting the breakdown also. We are able to find out where exactly things went wrong in the different colors, makes it more easy to understand. And when you see if all are positive, given positive, but from there also we can come to know which has contributed the max for its growth. From 20 to 21. So I can see the almost 1,24,000 growth is there. So all have shown a positive, but you can see the West has shown, one West alone has shown 63,000 extra growth. Okay, this is what is we get it from the waterfall chart. Understood? So here we are able to find out the breakdown. Breakdown is the reason when there is a decline, why it went wrong. When there is a growth, again, we are able to see which has contributed the most, which has contributed. Even during the growth, no, there might be some region shown the negative. So that it will show in the negative value. So the maximum contributor on the left-hand side, the lowest contributor on the right-hand side. So I don't have to see the width of this particular bar by seeing the position, I should be able to easily judge that. So as I said, no, good chart is not the chart which has the labels. Without the labels, you should be able to judge. So on that basis, I say those particular bars which is on your left has contributed the max and the right has contributed the lowest. And those particular bars which is in red color is the negative contribution compared to the previous period, and the green is the positive contribution. Please show the breakdown again, Sony. Hey, you don't have to do anything. See, you have a chart like this. You want, I can show it from the very beginning. Okay, I have taken the waterfall chart, if that is also not there. So it is like this, no? From this particular, this one. So you can take the waterfall chart, the very first thing. I'll get into the focus mode. I can take the category. I'll just take the order date in the category. And the y-axis, as usual, will take the measurable value, sales, profit, or anything. So here, first thing it shows me what is the blue color bar tells me what is the total, and the green color bar, it shows me what is the contribution from the individual period of time. Okay. And here you can see the next period, it is starting from where it has been stopped. So with the help of this, we can see what is the contribution happening from the each period of time. We're able to see that. And not only that, we are able to see the overall how much we achieved at the end of that period of time. Okay. Now, I want to understand what went wrong or what has contributed the max for the growth or for the decline. So for that, we have the breakdown. So in the breakdown, I'll just take any dimension, you can take it. I'll just take a region. In the breakdown, I can take any dimension. I'm just taking the region here. So I'm trying to see the region wise. Yeah, understood about this waterfall chart? You can use any breakdown. So like I just say region, or instead of region, you say category. We see that, 18 to 19, only furniture has shown the positive, but we see the technology and office supplies, they have shown negative. See, they all this particular three, this one looks the same size. So red color says is the negative, green color shows the positive. And second thing is like, if it is on the left hand side, it is what do you say, a big value. On the right hand side is a small value. So when you see so negative means what you see, maximum loss is happening from the office supplies. Okay. So when you focus there, it says, so we have 10% decline, that is minus 15,000. So this is minus 12,000. Okay. But furniture has shown a progress of 13,000 extra. Okay. Okay. So in 19 to 20, we have shown a progress, but we see the technology sales have increased. From 19 to 20, we see the technology sales have been increased by 40%. Okay. Whereas the other sales, like, 34%, and this is, so there is a complete growth from 19 to 20, but maximum growth is coming from the technology. And from 20 to 21, again, there's a big growth. And all the categories have been shown a progress, but we see office supplies. But I say instead of category, you want to see the subcategory. Yes, you can do that way also. Yes. So we see that 19 to 20 in the decline time. So we see that, bookcases have contributed the maximum. Okay. There are many subcategories, but we can see the maximum damage is because of the machines as the product wise. So machines have shown a decline of 55%. Okay. So in 2018, machines had a sales of 62,000. Okay. But in 2019, they have done only 27,000, not even half of it. Half of 62,000 is 31,000, not even half of it. Okay. That's the reason it says minus 55,000, 55%, minus 35,000 decline. Is it? What went wrong? No. That is what we are trying to find out. So you can use any this one. But again, tell you, if you have a dimension with too many values, I don't think so. This is a recommended one. So this is good, like, when you have something like, six, seven values. So in that case, this will be good. So same thing is your pie chart also. When you have a dimension with many values, pie chart will not be useful to understand. Like, state-wise sales. If you take a pie chart, we have 50 states, you get a small slices. Okay, it's something like, you have a pizza and one pizza is there and we have 50 people. And 50 people are there and you're ordering a pizza for the party, one single pizza. And for 50 people, if you divide that slices, some people will get onion, some people will get cheese, some people will, okay, yeah. So that means they'll not get the actual taste, is it? Okay, you will not know which is big, small, and things. It becomes difficult to judge. So don't use the pie charts again when you have a dimension with too many values. 6, 7, 8 max is good. So more than that, it'll not see, it'll create, but it is not going to be informative. The same thing is this one also. See, again, in this particular chart, no, you can, so I'll just copy. I see something like, say, subcategory. So when you take the subcategories here, so we can come to know, like, see, when you take even the subcategory here, the ribbon, so you see this particular product, the way it has been going. Okay. So how much they have done in 2019 and how much they have done in 2018. Okay. So it was standing in the third place, but it shifted to almost 78th place. Okay. 4, 5 ranks now. So we can try to find out, like, why things went wrong. If you see product wise, okay, this product is something which is underperformed from 18 to 19. Okay, we are able to see it has slipped by 5 ranks down. Okay, so we can see this is again nothing but missions. Okay, so we see that from the line chart, we are able to clearly see that the mission, the way it has been gone. So in 2018, it has done the third highest sales, but in 2019, it is the eighth highest sales. So in 2018, it has done a sales of 62,000, but 2019, it just did only 27,000. So which is minus 35,000 decline, which is 55% decline in the sales. Okay. See, sometimes what happens, when you have too many things. So this particular looks like, very difficult to analyze it. So in that case, the other chart will be a better one. Okay. Based on the number of values also, you'll be taking a call, which can be easy for you to explain. So again, at the end of the day, like, you as a data analyst, you're going to explain to your managers in such a way that they should be easily able to take a decisions. Okay, so which one you feel is better to explain, that you can use it. See, I'm doing the same thing with the help of the ribbon chart and the same thing with the help of the what do you call it as the waterfall chart. But in the waterfall chart, I feel, hey, it is clearly telling that, the maximum. Okay, so I can say the one of the worst contribution is coming from 18 to 19 is the mission. By seeing this, the contribution with any what is say breakdown, whatever the values that you have given, highest contribution on the left and the lowest contribution on the right. And if it is in red color, that means is the negative contribution. So we understand that. So the maximum negative contribution is coming from the missions. Okay. So even in the what you say ribbon chart, we are able to understand the same thing. But you feel this is also a better one. We can see we have slipped by 8 ranks. We are getting a lot of descriptive information here. Okay, you feel this one is good to explain, you can go ahead with this. Or you feel this one is good to explain. So it depends, it depends what kind of a manager you have. So what he understands it better, that also can be again a call. So you can take a call, what you want to use it, which chart you want to use it. Okay. I generally say, if you have too many values, you can go to, don't use the or both of this. So we can use something called the scatter plot. Okay. Now, what I mean to say is, see, instead of categories, if I just go with the state-wise, state, we have almost 50 states. So in this case, even this particular chart is getting confused. We're not able to make any sense, okay, what it is. Okay. Rather in this also, say example, if I go with the states, instead of subcategory, because we have too many states, 50 states kind of a thing. So you can see the charts will be created. Okay, Power BI will not say I'll not create a chart, but we see that what is this one? This is what California. So California is in every year it is in the top of the table. Okay, and then we see in the New York it is in the second top of the table. Okay, which is very closely competing to that. But we can see there was a kind of a decline with this one. So we see that it has been changing. But we have almost 50 states. Okay, so I don't think so. This makes it. This is very jumbled up. No, it is completely meshed up. Okay, I don't think so. This is a better way to explain. Okay, so that is where we take a call. Okay, when to use what kind of a charts. So when you have too many values, also. Okay, so some charts will not. See, Power BI will create the charts, but it will not be that very easy to explain or that very easy to extract the insights of it. Understood with the ribbon charts and the waterfall charts. See, every chart is good. Okay. At the end of the day, you as a data analyst, you should be able to even take decisions when to use what kind of a charts. Okay. I'll also tell you some things. You ask Google, will also tell you something. At the end of the day, you're a human being. So you also have to take a call, better understanding, say, and things. Okay. As I said, it's just how you are going to explain to the decision makers, or if you are your own decision makers, but still, so how will you understand, where if I invest, it is going to be a better, okay, which category is doing better, which category is not doing good, where we need to do an investigation, where you need to do a corrective measures. So we need to all do all those particular things. Okay, how you better way you can explain it, or how you can understand it better, you can take the respective charts. Okay, hey, now I think one more very, if you feel that waterfall chart is better, so we have something much better than that, but it is a little tricky, more things are there. So we need more concentration. So we'll go with the next chart. Hey, before I think I go to the next chart, see, this is the charts mainly try to find out, why things went wrong. Okay, first thing is we saw what is hey, what is the total sales? What is the total sales for each region wise? When you talk about this column chart and the pie chart, no, what happened? What happened? What happened? Now we are telling us why things went wrong. Okay, that is what we are doing is. So why is we are trying to do what is the corrective measures that can be done. Okay. So when you go to a doctor, first thing he'll ask you what happened. Then second, he'll ask you why it happened. Okay. Then he will give you some kind of a diagnostics, testings and x-rays or whatever it is. From there, he'll try to understand more detailed information. And then he takes what is a kind of prescriptions kind of thing. So it says okay, if you take this medicines, this is what it is going to be there. This is how it has to be cured and things. Then he comes to a conclusion. So you're doing the same thing. So till last two sessions, we're doing just what happened, what are the total sales, what are the total sales in the region wise, segment wise, category wise, subcategory wise, we try to analyze it. And then we saw like, yeah, with the help of the pie chart, the donut charts or the line charts, and also you talk about column charts and all these things. We are mainly talking about what happened, why, how much it happened and things. Here, mainly we are talking about, hey, why things went wrong. Okay, what was the reason? We are trying to find out this, figure out those kind of things. Okay. Hey, I said, like, before I go to this waterfall chart, which is going to be a more detailed explanation it gives you about this particular thing. So I just wanted to tell you about this combo chart. Okay. Which is nothing but it's called as a combo because it's the combination of column and the line chart. Okay. So this is mainly used to get the information about the sales two measures. Okay. For the same dimension. So we have a column and the line. Okay. I'll just select this. It's called as clustered column line and the clustered column chart. So it is a combination of line chart and the column chart. I'll just take this. Okay. So now in this again, so x-axis, you can take any dimension. Okay. So if it comes to a dimension, I'll take the subcategory because it has not too many values, not too very less values. And it comes to y-axis. So x-axis is the dimension. But when it comes to y-axis, we have two things here. We have the column y-axis and the line y-axis. Okay, so when it comes to the column is what is the data you want to present as a columns. When it comes to what you say the line, it says what data you want to follow as a line. Okay, that is what it is. Hey, columns pay, I just want to have the sales. Okay, and the line, I want to have the profit. Okay, both are y-axis, is both a measurable value. One I've taken as sales, another one I'm taking as the profit. So what we understand from this, we see that highest sales is coming from the phones and then chairs. They both have almost very close competition, but with a small, see the way it has been arranged, we can easily say that phones have done the highest. Okay. So the bigger values on the left and the smaller values on the right hand side. So it says phones have done the highest sales, then the chairs. So when you see the length of the bars, they are almost very close. But when you see the values there, it says 330K and 328.5K. Okay, with a small margin, the chair stands in the second place. Then we can see the third place, there is a big difference. Okay, so it is almost 3.3 lakhs to 2.3 lakhs. Okay, 2.23 lakhs, more than almost like, 1 lakh 10,000 difference is there between the second highest and the third highest. Okay, there is a big difference. That is what is this bar is telling. And then you can see there is a decline. Tables is very close to this one and so on. But when it comes to this line chart, is showing the profit. So it says for a sales of 3 lakhs, 30,000, it has given me a profit of, okay, it has given a profit of close to less than 50,000. But we see this is the profit of what you say, phones, and this is the profit of chairs. Okay. So actually, there is 0 to 50,000. 50,000. And when you see, chairs have given me only 25,000 and the phones have given me almost close to 50,000, less than 50,000, but close to. So that means there is a difference of 25,000, which is a big difference. But we are not able to find out the difference. The reason is we are using this particular same measure, which has a bigger denominations. Okay, because we have the highest sales of 3,30,000, but highest profit is just around 50,000, just above 50,000. Okay, so now the profit always comes in the smaller denomination. And if you're comparing with this particular scales, it becomes very difficult to know where things went wrong and so on. Okay, otherwise also we can see that the tables have shown negative values and so on. But it will be better if I can have a separate access for the profit, because the profit always comes in the smaller denomination. So you can see that maximum profit is around 55,000. Okay, so let us have it as a separate scale. So for this, what I will do is I'll just go to the format. I just go to the format. In the format, we have this option here called as secondary y-axis. We have something called as, we have y-axis, we have secondary y-axis. Just expand the secondary y-axis. Just expand the secondary y-axis, and under the secondary y-axis, you can see we have this option here called as align zero, align zero, align zero. Just enable this. Automatically you get a secondary y-axis, and here we can see that, okay, so that means now we are comparing to this particular margin. So we can see it has done almost 45,000 profit. And when it comes to the profit of the chairs, we see it has just around 25,000. So that means when it comes to sales, they have a neck to neck competition. But when it comes to profit, they have 50% decline in the contribution of profit. Okay, and we see that maximum profit is coming from the, what do you say, the copiers. And for that to get the maximum profit, okay, highest profit, we see the sales are just not even average, lesser than average. Okay, so we see that highest is coming from the top. This is a line is a profit, no? And the lowest profit is coming from the, what do you say, phones, which is a big negative profit, even though it is, when it comes to the sales wise, it's the fourth highest out of 17, which is a very, very good sales. But the profit wise, one of the worst. Okay, minus 18,000, which is actually not acceptable kind of a things. Yeah, we need to do an investigation on that, why things are going wrong there. Why, okay, sales are happening, but the profits are negative. Okay, that means overhead cost is too much. So how we have to control those particular things? Okay, that investigation can be done. So only we know why things went wrong when we can do the investigation, is it? Okay, and we see we have three products with a negative value. So we see the bookcase is more than 1 lakh of sales, but still minus 3,000, 3,500 minus. Okay, profit. And we see even like supplies, we have a sales of how much, just a small value like 46,000, but still a negative profit of 1,200, minus 1,200. Okay, so this has to be immediately taken care. Negative profit is like, whatever we are gaining the profit from here and we are giving to these guys. Okay, thing. So that means that has to be immediately controlled. But otherwise, we see that machines is a big concern. Sales are good, but the profit is very minimal. Okay, we see the same thing. Binders sales are good, and the profit also is not bad. Okay, but we see that if the line is going above this particular head of this, so that is something which is very profitable one. So we see that phones has done a very low sales of just around 78,000 and a profit of 34,000, 45% profit. We see the kind of this one, the length of the bar and the line. Okay, it is really amazing. So that is what I say. This has to be our favorite product, copiers and the phones. The phones with just a 78,000, we are getting 35,000 profit. That is almost 45% profit. Here also we see almost 37, 38% profit we are getting. But the concerns are, immediate concerns is the negative values. Okay, and then immediate concern I can say is the machine, even though it has done a sales of almost close to 2 lakhs, but profit is just 3,000, not even 2% profit we are getting. So we are able to understand this. Got it? Understood? Sorry. Hey guys, hey, we'll see the next, a very interesting chart, which is nothing but a scatter plot chart. Okay, we are trying to understand why things went wrong in the last three charts. Either it is a ribbon chart or line charts, or even it is what do you call it, as waterfall charts. Okay, we had something kind of a breakdowns. Okay, where we're trying to find out, okay, why things went wrong, how it can be corrected. That is what we mainly looked in. Is it? Okay. So now here we'll see this particular scatter plot chart, as it is called as scattered. We can see the bubbles are being scattered here and there. Okay, the bubbles are just being scattered here and there. Okay, so now in this we have a x and y axis. Generally, what we do, x axis we take a dimension values, and the y axis we take a measurable values. That is what we have seen, okay, till now, the commonly used. But here both x and y axis, both x and y axis are going to be the measurable values. Okay, they are going to be the measurable values. Both x axis and the y axis is going to be measurable values. So, and we have the values here. Generally, when I say values, values we add a measure, but here it is reverse. In the values, we'll be adding a dimensions. Okay, I'll show you. So on the x axis, I'll take a sales. On the x axis, I'll take the sales. Fine. I was just telling like we have taken both x axis and the y axis. Both have taken the measurable value. Okay, sales and the profit, based on which we see x axis we have the sum of sales here, and the y axis we have a sum of profit. So now we see that 0, 0. So that means if it is on this side, So this is your sales and this is your profit. If the bubble is in the top, is the high profit. If the bubble is on your right, it is the high sales. Got it? So since we have not added any dimension, so we just have a single bubble, which tells me what is the total sales and what is the total profit. What is the total sales and what is the total profit. Cool. Great. So now the next thing is we have done this. Now, in the place of values, generally in the place of values, we add a dimension, but here we'll add, values, we place the measurable values. But here I'll add a dimension. Maybe I'll just add the category. When you add a category, so you can see what has happened. We have the three bubbles here again. So one is, okay, you can show the labels. So yeah, you can say the labels is, show the labels, category labels. Okay, I'm just going to the format, showing the category label here. Okay, to know what is that each this one is. Okay, now when you look at this one, technology is on the right hand side. The technology is on your rightmost. Okay, and it is in the topmost. So that means what is the meaning of this? The technology has done the highest sales and also it has given me the highest profit. Technology has the highest sales and also has the highest profit. Clear? Now, the next thing is when it comes to office supplies, okay, the sales wise, okay, we can see that x-axis it is taking from the 700K, okay, that is zero point 0.7 million. So I can ready make that 00. So I can just go to the format and say this is the x-axis, no? I can make this minimum as 0. Yeah, so 00. So or if it is auto also is fine. I think auto is also good, but we can see that it is starting from this one. So now when you see office supplies, they have a lesser sales. That means when it comes to office supplies, when you see the sales are this side, means the sales are less. And the profit also slightly less. Okay. We have a little lesser sales, more lesser sales, but slightly lesser profit. So for lesser sales, lesser profit is fine. Okay, so office supplies has lesser sales but second highest profit. But the major concern here is furniture. Okay, it is highest the higher sales than the office supplies. It has the higher sales than the office supplies. It has much higher sales than the office supplies, almost 7 lakhs 42,000 ka sales. But when it comes to profit, it is very, very low. We can see the profit wise, where exactly technology is there, where we have the office supplies, and where we have the phone, what do you say, furniture. Okay, so when you see that, technology has done a profit of 1.5 lakhs, 1 lakh 50,000, and this is 1 lakh, no? So this also is around 1 lakh 30,000. But when it comes to furniture, it is just around 20,000 is the total profit. So, but when it comes to sales wise, 7 lakhs 40,000 plus. Okay. So it has a very good sales. It has the higher sales even than the office supplies. Okay. But when it comes to profit, it is very low. So what we understand from this? What is that we understand from this? Furniture, even though it has a very, very, very good sales, it has the higher sales than the office supplies. But the profit wise, it has a very, 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 very bad profit, very, very low profit. Okay. So we can see if you just look into this, was 8 lakh 36,000, 145, 1 lakh 45,000 means around 17, 18% profit I'm getting. The same thing here also. Okay, for 7 lakhs 19,000, we are getting a profit of 1 lakh 22,000. Again, 17, 18% profit. But here 7 lakhs 42,000 ka sales. My profit is only 18,000. So if it is 10%, I should get 75,000. Is it? Yeah, not even 10, not even half of it. So forget about 75,000. So even if it is 5%, you should get 35,000. No, not even 5. So it is just around 2.5%, less than 2.5% profit we are getting. That is what we understand from this. Yes. So that means here is something like, as a data analyst, you are the people who are going to explain to the decision makers or business managers who are going to actually take the business forward. So you can explain that even though it is belongs to this particular technology, we are something like, having no profit here, a very low profit. Okay, almost like no kind of a, so here you're getting around 45% profit, here we're just getting not even 2% profit. It's a big concern. So we need to try to find out how things can be corrected. Might be, so the business manager will think like, this tier 2 cities may how it is happening, tier 1 may it is how it is happening, or some cities may it is doing a very good profit. So if it is doing a good profit, so how we are able to generate that profit there? So might be they are keeping that in the semi-commercial area or a non-commercial area. See, the golden prices are cheaper and the same commercial prices are very expensive. Okay, where has to be kept? What kind of a products? If that kind of a cost cuttings can be taken care also, might be the profit is, sorry, overhead cost is too much. That is the reason that it is low profit. Okay, so that has to be done a correction. So that kind of ideas can be given. Now, again, when you see the office supplies, we see the office supplies, most of the products are in near the zero. So that means when you look into this, it is envelope, fasteners, papers, okay, all the stationery items. So I understand this is standing in the very zero line, low sales, low profit. Means the product of value itself is very small. The value of the product itself is very small. When I say the product of value itself is very small, the sales are very low and the profit will be always a small portion of that. They are standing in that place. It is fine. So only concern is when it is a negative profit is a concern. So we need to ensure, check it out, like, why this negative things are there. Otherwise, this having a low sales, because when you see the name, the fasteners, envelope, art, binders, so they are the small value product. So how much ever you do the sales, the value of that product is low. So profit also will be low. Profit is always a portion of the sales. But out of this, we see that papers have been outperformed, even though with a low sales, even though with a sales of something around 75,000, we are getting a profit almost close to nearing to 40,000, around, 35,000 or something. That's really a good one. Okay. So it is an outstanding kind of a things. Even with the low sales, we are getting a very good profit. 45% profit we are getting. That's really good. But again, you see that binders and storage, they have very good sales and a very average profit, lesser the profit than the papers. Storage is much lesser than the papers. So, but the sales are high, the profit is low. Okay, that is what we are able to understand from here. So we can just see like, okay, how we can increase this profit. So sometimes, we need to learn. When I say profit, papers, almost we are getting 45% profit. So how is it able to generate that 45% profit there? Okay, try to learn things. Okay, how it is doing. Okay, and try to implement those particular things. So that can, so even though they are doing a very good sales, if I can implement some learnings from here into this profits can be improved. Okay, something becoming small is not bad. Okay, okay, learn from the kind of experienced people, learn from the kind of a thing, and try to implement those things. Okay, that is what we are able to understand. Okay. Now, let me go to the third category here as furniture. So when I talk about this particular furniture here, okay, hey, this is your zero line, is it? This is your zero line. This is your zero line. What we understand from here is we have four products belonging to furniture. Okay, so we have four products belonging to furniture. We have a chairs, we have a furnishing, we have a bookcases, and we do also have the tables. So one thing when you observe under furniture, we have four products. Out of four products, two products are having a negative profit. Out of four products, two products are having a negative profit. 50% of the products are giving us a negative profit. They are not giving us a profit, but whatever the profit we are generating from the other products, we have to sell it out here. Okay, which is negative profit is a big concern. No, we don't want to run a business with a negative profit. Okay, fine. And that is the thing. So 50% of the products are giving a negative profit. And we see that chairs, even though it has done the highest sales, okay, phones and chairs, you see that they have done the highest sales, but the profit is very, very average, or I can say below average. So that means what you understand from here, for 3,30,000, we are getting less than just about 20,000 as a profit. So hardly 7%, 8% we are getting the profit. And we see the furniture. So it has done a sales of close to 1 lakh, 80,000 something. Okay. But still, my profit is just around how much? Okay. Around 10,000 is the profit we are getting. So again, 78% profit we are getting. But tables, when you see here, more than 2 lakhs, more than 2 lakhs, 2 lakhs 7,000. And the profit is one of the worst, minus 20,000, close to minus 20,000. Okay. Bookcases, more than 1 lakh sales. Okay, but still my profit is 3,500 negative. Okay, so what we understand from this one is the furniture is a big concern. We have four products under furniture. Out of four, two products are giving a negative profit. To give the negative profit, is the sales are bad? No, sales are very good, but the profit is very, very bad. Okay, as I just give an example, opening a gym or having a gym in a commercial area in the ground floor is something like you are a very rich guy and you don't respect the money. Okay, or like if the same thing can be just put in the third floor or fourth floor, people don't mind in going to this one, is it things. Okay, but they'll have a different way of promoting the kind of a business, marketing kind of things will be different. But we always see that gyms in the top, and most of the times we see the gyms are kept in the residential areas and things. Okay, uh, fine. So that they can do the cost cutting. Okay, and that particular cost can be done in a more productive way. Okay, might be I can say like tables. Okay, can be one reason. It uses a lot of space to store the data and things. And if you're using that in a highly very expensive commercial space, and you are at the end of the day, whatever the sales are happening, more than that, you are spending on the what you say commercial rent. Okay, and I see in the commercial areas, even if the vehicle has to go and pick up from there, the big vehicles, okay, it becomes difficult for them to go there. Okay, they might also charge more. So that kind of overhead cost can be too. I'm just thinking, okay, I'm not a business guy, but I'm thinking because of furniture things, that can be things. So that is what kind of a corrective measures can be done on those particular things so that we can improve. Like, otherwise the sales are good. Okay, 2 lakhs of sales is done. I cannot directly stop the business. I cannot directly stop the business. That is going to overall affect my business. So but I need to find out where things can be improved, where things are going wrong. I understood that sales are good, my profit is negative. Okay, which is a big concern, so I have to do a corrective. So I'm telling that, guiding them, okay, oh, the store should not be kept here, this is too much of overhead cost. So when we overhead cost is something like see, generally around, nobody does a business with less than 20% of profit. Okay, so that means and you're getting -8% negative this one, that means we are not able to manage your cost with the help of the profit when you're getting more than that. So this corrections can be done. Got some ideas here, guys? I hope I had not take too much of time of yours. See, the legends, the main purpose is to just categorize this into different categories to know, like, um, like I'm getting a big concern is the furniture. One thing I understood with the help of only by showing the category, furniture was a big concern. And I went into one step further there and tried to find out what exactly is going wrong with the furniture. So, यहाँ पे I got some more clarity that we have four products in the furniture. Out of four, two products are giving me negative profit, which is a big concern. And other two products, what is there? Even though the sales are good, but the profit is very average or below average. Okay, so that is the reason I can see that furniture is going in a very bad this one. So when you look into this, when you have a negative profit, I can try to find out like how this can be corrected. So go and check sales. Okay, see again further you can see like which city may sales are the positive in the tables. In that city, when it is positive profit, there might be some cities so where the tables are giving me a positive profit. In that positive profit, how we are able to get a positive profit, where he has kept the store, how much he is spending for the commercial, how much he is spending for the manpower. Okay, so see, one thing can be a negative profit is overhead cost. Okay, your overhead cost is too much, so only then it might go to the loss. Okay, we'll look into those things so that we can do a corrective measures. Okay, got it. Now let's move here as so you want to move over there. So what I will do is first I'll try to add the reference line. Okay, first let me add a reference line for keeping it for zero. Okay, so we studied this reference line in the line chart. No, so I'll just go. This is your y-axis. I want to add one reference line on your y-axis. For zero, I'll just keep it as a red color. So this is where I can see that zero and which is going below zero. So these are my negative profits. And we can easily come to the mission is very close to zero. Okay, I don't like numbers. Okay, see, if you add the numbers, too much of labels, it just becomes clumsy. Okay, just fills with a lot of text there. Okay, thanks. But based on the distance, we can come to know the kind of distance what is being covered on the profit from zero to this and zero to this. Okay, fine. Now, the next thing is I'll try to add more lines here. And when it comes to add more lines, choose the type. I just say y-axis. Okay. Um, Average line. I'll take the average line. Okay. I'm taking this, what you say, average line. So this is my average sales. Okay. Um, just taking the average, or you can also do one thing is, I'll just remove this average line. So now what I want here is, I want to divide this into four quadrants. Okay, four quadrants is what? Quadrant is four, no? Quadrant will be obviously four. I should not say four quadrants. I want to divide into quadrants. That is a good English, is it? Yeah, I'm very bad in English. Yeah, I understand. I want to divide into four parts. Okay, so we call it as the quadrants. I can just draw lines here. So I'll just draw a line. So this is your y-axis. Okay, on your y-axis, I'll just say, okay, on your y-axis, I just want to have value. Okay, 0, 60,000 is the highest. So I will just keep it around something around 25,000 or around, yeah, 20, 30,000. I'll just keep it. Okay, 30,000. So I've just kept a line for 30,000. And the same way, I'll just add one more line here. Okay, and this line, I just want to keep it for, so what you say? So I want to keep it on the x-axis. Okay. On the x-axis, I'll just say the value is. Okay. On the x-axis, I'll just say this value is 0 to 3 lakhs, 2 lakhs, sorry, 3 lakhs 20,000. Half of that is 1 lakh 60,000, is it? So I say 1 lakh 60,000. I just want to keep it in the center. Okay, you can just give any, I'm just giving roughly kind of thing. So for 3 lakhs 30,000 is the highest, this one. And so 0 to that, 1 lakh 60,000, I'm just keeping it as roughly around, I just want to have 50% distance covered. Okay, now we can see I've just drawn this particular four quadrants. Okay, now this is your sales and this is your profit, is it? This is your sales and this is your profit. Okay, now I can say this quadrant is, I can call this as, what you say? I can call this one as, okay, low sales, low profit, low sales, and the low profit. These products like, okay, envelopes, binders, appliances, the sales are low, the profit is low. Okay, so those products which is coming in more here, their sales value is low and the profit also is low. Okay, and when you look into that product, there are the small products, so the envelopes, labels, and all those things. But at the same time, I look into this quadrant. This is low sales, but still high profit. Copiers, papers, even though they have done the low sales, but the profit is really very high. Okay, so the copiers, papers, accessories also very close to this line, is it? Okay, I can consider that also. Okay, they are the products where I say, even though we have a sales low, but the profit is high. Okay. Now, those things which comes in this quadrant, they are high sales and high profit. We see the phones. Okay, especially the phones. We are seeing that high profit just because the sales is high. For 3 lakhs 30,000, you have done the sales and the profit is around 45,000. There's just around 11%, 12% profit. Okay. And we are seeing that, high profit just because the sales are good. But here we are getting, 37% profit. Here we are getting 45% profit. Compared to that, we cannot compare, is it? Okay. But yeah, with the high sales, we are getting a high profit. Okay. Now, the quadrant which comes in this is what? High sales, the sales are high, but it is low profit. Okay. Like chairs, storage, machines. They are like, the sales are very high. In spite the sales are high, but my profit is very low. Okay. Fine. But if you ask me, so this I will keep it as my favorite product. Which one? Low sales, high profit. See, even with the low sales, they are giving me a very high profit. If I increase the business of this one, my profit is increasing. If I increase the sales of 100 rupees, I'm getting a 50 rupees extra profit. Here, if I increase the sales of 100 rupees, I'm just getting only 20 rupees or extra, 20, 30 rupees. Here, if I'm increasing the sales of say 100 rupees, I'm just getting only 10 rupees extra. Here, if I increase the sales of 100 rupees, I'm just hardly getting 1 or 2 rupees extra. Okay, so here if I increase the sales of 100 rupees, directly 50 rupees is my profit here. 45 rupees is my profit. So if you ask me, here, even with the low sales, low investment, low sales, I'm getting a high profit. So I will keep this as my favorite product because the sales are low. When I say sales are low, my investment is less. Okay. When my investment is less, but still I'm getting a higher profit, that has to be my favorite product. So I will say, hey, in all the regions, try to increase the business of your copiers and papers. Try to do the maximum promotion on those particular products. Okay. And try to get the maximum business out of this because they are the products which are giving me a very good profit. Okay. Now, low sales, low profit, we try to find out like, okay, see, again, the product of value is very small. Okay. And the profit is the sales value profit always comes from this one. So you try to increase the business of this year. We try to see in the, it is again like, I go to the Reliance Smart, okay, the departmental store. Okay. Sometimes when the store is in my residential area, so people come there just to buy the milk packet. And they don't go only with the milk packet. With the milk packet, they buy the additional things also, noodles or some kind of, even the chocolates and all these things. See, the way they keep that product, milk may hardly we get a profit, 30 rupees ka packet, and they get a hardly 1 rupee profit in that. Okay, when you see it's hardly 2 and 3% profit. But still, okay, they keep that product because people come to buy that product. With that, they do the other billings. Okay, so some products, even with the low margins, we try to they come there, but they don't buy only that. But with that, their other products are also moving. Okay, we look into those things. Okay, is that kind of a things that has to be promoted? Those kind of a things we can try to look for. There are some products, where people come because you go to a departmental store. There is not one product. There are many products. Because of that, people go there because in one what do you say shop we get different types of multiple products. So I just go there. Okay, then going for a specialized kind of a things. Yeah. So might be we see the products. What is the products which is pulling the customers here, and might be because of that, we are trying to do. So all those analysis we try to do it. So at the end of the day, like this has to be my favorite product. That is low sales, low profit. High sales, high profit. We try to find out like might be there is a lot of overhead cost that can be reduced to that. We can increase the profit here because we are not very happy with the profit because just the profit is good because the sales are good. But if this comes with even with low sales, high profit, if I get this into this one, so that is going to be a better one. Or if they have the same high sales, but the profit is something like, we are getting 45% profit, here you are getting some 12% profit. So if I have to ensure like, here, if I can, how can we increase this 12% to 45% so that my profit will be something like this? Okay, that is. But those which is standing in this one is a big concern. Here we have the high sales, but the profit is very low. Okay, binders, machines, okay, all those things. So this is leading to a loss. So in this case, I cannot stop the business. We try to learn from this kind of experts. Okay, how papers and copiers are able to make such a good profit. Okay, try to learn those things and try to implement those things from here. Okay, as I said, there are a lot of learnings to be learned. No, as I said, the different tiers of cities, different kind of rentals you have. So overhead cost, how we can have a cost cutting, maintenance, and all these things. So like those kind of things we can learn from there and try to implement here. Okay, because I say this are something like it's a major concern where the immediate action has to be taken, and much more the immediate is like high sales and the negative profit is a very, very big concern. This is a very important, like, we have to take a decisions. Hey, apart from this one, okay, so I'm asking time in this particular chat here. I can also go with something like, I see this is the one chart where I can even add the animations to this. Okay, no other charts can have animations. Okay, the default, the built-in charts. Apart from that, there is something called as the charts from the app source. That charts I can do the animations, but the Power BI's native charts out of this, I can say this is the one chart where I can have the animations. Okay, let us do the animation on this. So maybe I can say that lines I just drawed it for the sake of understanding. So I can remove those lines is not needed. I think. Okay, just to understand that quadrants. Okay, maybe that zero line was needed. Okay, that things. Okay, fine. Anyway, it is good. Now what I will do here is I will try to do the animation on this. Okay. Um, what is animation? Animation is like, giving some effects. To do the animations, I'll just go to the build. In the build, we have seen values, x-axis, y-axis, legends. But here we have something called as a play axis. We don't see the play axis in every chart. Okay, but this chart has a play axis. Okay, play is for animation, play button. No, I'll go to the play axis. In the play axis, I'll just go to the order date. I'll just go to the order date. I've just selected the order date. Oh, it has taken a day, is it? Fine. No. What you do is just expand the order date. From the order date, I'll just take the year. See, when you can go with the quarter, month, and this one, but we'll go with the year. So you'll know what it is. Fine. So if you want me to repeat, I'm just repeating. So in the build of the scatter plot, I'm just going to the play axis. Play axis. In the play axis, I'll go to the order date. From the order date, I'll just extract only the year. That's it. As soon as you select the year from the order date into the play axis, we can see here, you got an axis button, play button here. We can see there is one play button here. We have a play button and it says we have 4 years, 2018, 19, 20, and 21. It says which year. Now I can play this from 18 to 19 to 20, how things have been changing. You observe here, it is playing, it is playing on its own speed. It is playing on its own speed. But one thing you observe this one, the way it is being playing, it was nowhere, from nowhere, it has come to somewhere. I'll do one thing. So play, it goes with its own speed. I don't want like this go with this speed. I want to see at each year. When I select 2018, it says in 2018, okay, in 2018, we have a phones and chairs. We have the highest sales, and not only the highest sales, they have given me the highest profit. Both the phones and the chairs, they have the highest profit and the highest sales. Okay, they both have the highest profit as well as the chairs also have given the second highest profit. Okay, in 2018 itself, they were the top leaders. Okay, apart from that, copiers is completely invisible. Okay, now, when you go to 2019, you can see what is happening. One thing I observe is missions. The missions, which was standing over here, it is moving to this. So that means it is declining the sales. So you can see, sorry, this is 2018. From 18 to 19, you can see the missions, the way it is going completely inside. Okay. But we can see this one, when you see the phones and chairs, the way it is going, it is 18 to 19. It is going, instead of all other things are going forward, but this is going backward, is it? So it was something over here, okay, and it shifted. Okay, that means it was a decline in the sales, and it was something over here. That means slightly decline in the profit and the decline in the sales too. Okay, it has reduced even the sales too. Okay, now when you say 2020, oh, they have gone something like this. They have gone something like they have increased in the sales, but the profit still there is a negative. Okay. But now they were the top leader in the profit as well as the sales. But you can see still they are the top leader in the sales, but not in the profit. Who is come top? Copiers. And copiers was completely invisible. Okay. And when you see 21, the way it is standing is very highly visible. Okay. So what we understand from this is in 2018, we see the copier was completely invisible. They hardly have done a sales of 10,000 with only 2,900 ka profit. In 2019, you can see what it has done. It has doubled, no, it has tripled. From 10,000 ka sales, it has gone to 26,000, 260% increase. And the profit from 2,900, 300% means it is just around 8,700. So 350% growth in the profit, 260% growth in the sales. You can see the way it has been grown in one single year. In 20, you can see further it has doubled. Both the sales it has doubled and the profit. In 21, we can see again. So we can see when you click there, we can see it's showing the complete progress. In 18, it was having a very low sales and the very low profit. In 19, you can see it increased the sales, but not only the sales, it has increased even the profit. And you can see the further it has not kept there. Okay, it has been moving a long distance. Every year it is covering a huge amount of sales as well as the profit, it is increasing. Got it? Okay. And the same thing when I just click on the phones, we can see the travel. Okay, it has declined in the sales and the profit. Again, the decline in the sales, slightly increase in the profit, but overall we see that, oh, they have shown a progress in the sales, but the profit where it is the same. Okay, same thing is your chairs. But when you see the papers, papers are growing positively, but amount of covering 18 to 19, there was hardly any kind of a increase. But 19 to 20, there is a small increase. 20 to 20, it is increasing both in the sales and the profit. But when you compare, when you hold on the control key and click, you can see both. So where you can see there from nowhere, and every year the amount of sales it is growing. Okay, see if it is growing only in the sales. Okay, so it will be growing like this. If it is only growing the sales, it is growing the sales as well as the profit, doubling the sales and doubling or tripling the profit. Okay, every year it is covering a huge amount of sales and the profit is increasing. So that means there are a lot of things to learn from this particular copiers. I say, hey, so they say that no, the parents keep telling like, see that guy, how is he growing? Okay, they call that XYZ neighbor's name and say, hey, why he is doing and why you're not able to do. So always that, you see the copiers. You see, even when you see accessories, it has shown the progress, yes. But you can see 19 to 20, there was a decline. There was not shown progress. But you can see it is not, the angle here, it's slightly tilted lower. It is increasing the sales, the profit not that very much. Okay. But copiers is something like, which is increasing both in the sales as well as in the profit. Okay. Fine. Understood with this? Any products we can just look into, it tells you the complete story of what has happened in the 4 years. And we see the missions. Okay. So you can see the mission started over here. Okay. In 1 year, you can see it has shown the complete decline in the sales. Okay. And then again, it is come back to the sales, but we see the profit wise, it is not growing like this. Okay. So it is just moving like this. And we see in 2021, it has a negative profit of missions. Okay, overall. So it is just playing on here. And 2021, so it has shown a big negative profit. You can see in 21, it has a negative profit here. So minus zero, is it? Minus 3,000 in 2021. This is there. So we are able to understand this. Okay. Okay, Junaid. See, when talk about the bubble size and all those things. So, okay. So this is the size of the bubble. That can be done. I'll tell you. Yeah, when it comes to size, I want to resize this bubble based on the size or something. You can just you can take a measurable value. So the bubble size tells you how much the sales has been done. But I'll tell you, if it is in the right, it is the sales, and the top is the profit. But still, like, the more the sales is, the bigger is the bubble, smaller is the sales is the smaller bubbles. That is what it is the indicator. But I feel like, it has to be, it should not be too much of, see, even though the options are being given, use it wisely. This is just like to say representing the higher sales with the bigger. See, like, tables. The sales of the bubble is good, but the position where it's standing, it is down. So I feel like, this itself is better, no? And you have labels and things. Okay. So on the right hand side is the sales and the top is the profit. And tooltip, though, I think we discussed about this in the previous, something like, what all the things that you have used to showing the tooltip. But you want to see, apart from this, you want to get the additional information, you can use the tooltip. So now we see the sales and the profit. 60,000 is the sales, minus 8,000 is the profit. What is the profit percentage? I want to display that. So I can just go to the tooltip and include the profit percentage. Yes. So when you see the copiers, it has given me a profit of, say, sales of 62,000, profit of 25,000. So the kind of percentage of profit I'm getting is 39.8. That is almost 40% profit. When it comes to the phones, I'm getting 12%. So that I have not used as a part of the visual, but still you want to display on the tooltip, just include those particular measures or dimensions or anything in the tooltip. That can be an additional information that you want to add on the tooltips. So by default, whatever you have used to create the tooltip, that has been there. Okay, fine. I think this was something about your, what do you say, scatter plot chart. It is just the scatter, as the name says, it is things have been just scattered here and there. Okay. Geography, we have this particular fields here. Okay. When you look at this particular fields, we have a geographic fields, we have a country, city, state, postal code, region, okay, and things. Okay. Uh, I hope you have done this geographic charts in Excel also. That is this geographic charts, what we do. So we try to find out like, what is the total sales in the each state, and the each state wise we do the sales. I think this is what we generally do in Excel. Okay. So I just say is equal to let, I just want to have a state, which is going to be the unique. I just say table one. In the table one, I take the state, is it? You write this function to get the unique state. And then I just want to get the total sales. I say total sales. So which is going to be like, what? Some if. Yeah. Okay. So I say the next thing is we say total sales, which is going to be nothing but some IFS. You write it like this, is it? And then I just say summing range is on the table one, what is the sales? And then I just want to have table one of what is the criteria range is the state, and the actual criteria has to be the state what you have selected. Fine. And yeah, so then I need to have a head stack. So I just say head stack. I just want to get the state and the total sales. That is what I just want to display. We are able to get this total sales for each state. Yeah, we are able to get the each state wise how the sales are happening. And then we just create this kind of a map, same map, what we saw there in the graph. So we are able to see how the sales are happening each state wise. We understand one thing here is, see, this is called as the legend, no? Okay, which is telling that highest sales was 457K and the lowest sale was less than 1K, 919. Okay, and that is the light color is the low sales, dark color is the high sales. So I can clearly say that California has done the highest sales compared to any other regions. So, okay, very high sales. And then we see we have a New York, okay, which is again slightly lighter color than the this one, but the darkest one is the California has done the highest sales. Then we have this particular New York, then we have a Texas, then we have a Washington, okay, and then we have the other states like say Florida and so on. Okay, so this is what you would have done this in Excel. Okay, don't say you'd have done this Excel. This is the basic things in Excel, we do it. Okay, so I just wrote this particular function to just get like, what is the state-wise, how the sales have happened. Okay, I've just written in front of you. Okay, yeah, anyway, I'm not going to teach you. It's not an Excel session, I know, sorry for that, this also again. Okay, but this, just to revise, like, you would have done this thing in Excel. Okay, something similar to this, we will do it in the Power BI. Okay, so we will try to do this in the Power BI. Now, if I have to do this Power BI, so I don't have to write that kind of a complex functions, guys. I don't have to write that complex functions. Very, very easily I can do it. So what did I do here? The first thing is I'll again start from this scratch. So we have the same map, same thing what I showed in Excel. In this one, I took the map. I took this map for creating the map. Okay, and you can see the same map is there. The same map is there. What you have used in Excel, what you have studied in Excel, the same thing. I'm just using a map. When you select a map, automatically you get a 10 template. So which is telling that, okay, I'm just going to have a bubbles here and there, which is based on this is kind of a road maps, no? Okay, kind of thing. So it is not pertaining to any city, state, or anything because you have not selected any city or a state or a country or anything, is it? Now, when you're working with geographic data, we have the fields like locations. We have a fields like locations. Locations has to be a geographic field. Locations, locations has to be a geographic field. What do you mean by geographic field? What Power BI does here is geographic, even Excel was doing the same job. I did not say that California, New York, Washington is geography. It by default it understands it geographically. It is taking the latitude and the longitude, and it is creating a chart. That is what is happening even in Excel. Okay, Excel is amazing thing. Okay, um, see Excel as a data analyst, Excel has to be something like the basic things. We can do a lot of things in Excel. Okay, and I think you people have already done that. So I don't want to waste your time in telling about Excel. But Excel is so we did just in no time we did the charts. Just a single click, the chart was being created. Okay. Now here, when I say geographic field, what do you mean by geographic field? Geographic field is nothing but the field which has the name called as country, state, city, postal code, airport code. When you have the field with these names, so what Power BI considers this as, it automatically considers this as a geographic field. So inside that, whatever the values are there, like California is a value, okay, Washington is a value. So that value, it is going to take the help of the Google, okay, try to get the latitude and the longitude based on that particular match. Okay, it takes the help of the Google dictionary. So that means if you have to create a location, we need to have a net. Internet should be there. Okay, fine. So here what I do is I just select the location, and when you go to the location, you can see here we have a field called as state. Okay, we have a field as country region here. So I can take this as geographic fields. We have a something called as a city. So it is not showing any symbol, but the name says like, this is a geographic field. I'll select the state. As soon as you select the state, so, oh, whatever the states what you have in the data set, they are the states belonging to USA. So it is showing this map of USA, and what are the state names are there, that is being given as a bubbles. Okay, so that means the sales have happened. That means in my orders table, when you go to this particular states, these are the states are there. You can see here. So we have what do you call it as Alabama, Arizona, like this, around 45, 50 states are there. Okay, around 50 different states are there. That 50 bubbles you are getting. Each state's values, what is there, it has been shown. Now, when I see this is a chart, when I say this is the chart, is a graph. When I say it's a graph, so that means it has to represent something, is it? Okay, which state has done the high sales? Which state has done the low sales? I want to represent that. So that means I can, since it has a bubbles, if it has a bigger size, I can say high sales, low sales, smaller bubbles, I say low sales. So for that, what I do is here in the build itself, we have something called as bubble size. We have something called as bubble size. So we can call this as bubbles. Can I call this as bubbles? The circles or bubbles. It is called as bubbles. Okay. So that is the reason I'm calling as bubble. Okay. So don't say why he's calling as circle. Okay. Just go to the bubble size. Go to the bubble size and the measurable value. What is the measurable value? Say 6. We can see automatically the bubbles are being resized based on the sales value. What it is taking the total sales of California and says, hey, California has done the sales of 4,57,687. Okay, Washington has done a sales of 3,10,000. Okay, okay. So it is something like, in Excel, what I did is I wrote a function. If you look into this Excel, first I got the unique states. Then I wrote another function to do the sum of, this is a sum if, so it has to say summing range is my sales, and it has to do the sales for the state wise. So it has to do the, what is the criteria ranges for the individual state. It has to tell me what is this one. So first I did the summary here. So each state wise, what is the total sales? And then I created the chart. So in Power BI, I don't have to do this. Power BI, I don't have to write this particular different functions. Okay, and I don't have to do all this particular stuff. It's much easier. Okay, so Power BI is automatically summarizing the value based on the state-wise sales, and automatically the chart is being created. It says, hey, California has a bigger bubble. That means it has a higher sales than New York and all those things. Okay, fine, got it. Actually, it's much easier than Excel. If you have worked with Excel, actually, this is much, much easier than Excel. And if you can just compare this in Excel. So if I have to do this in Excel, so I have to do so many things, is it? So I just say these are nothing but the unique states, is it? These are the states. And This is what we need to do. And so I say this is like, the total sales. So in Excel, like, you have to write this kind of functions, is it? So then I'm doing a stacking of that and then trying to get this data. You don't have to write all those particular functions in Excel. In Power BI, this particular task has been done automatically. So I think you do this kind of functions in Excel. First, you get the data, summarize data, and then based on that, you create a chart. Okay, but in Power BI, that is being done automatically. So if I go to the table here, so if I go to the table view, you can see the same thing is going to be shown here. So first it is getting the data, something like this. It is taking, okay, see what I did in Excel. I wrote this particular formula to get like this, and then I created a chart. But you can see, so automatically it is taking the data, something like this, and then it is creating a chart on that. Okay, Power BI is much, much easier than Excel. See, I've worked these things in Excel, this is much easier. Yes, Neha, since you said you have not worked on Excel, okay, might be a little challenging for you, but I'll tell you, this is much easier. If you have something like, we say people, if you have to drive the vehicle, so drive the toughest vehicle, say like before you used to have that Chetak, one side engine and it is a tough to, start the vehicle and so on. If the person drives that vehicle, the other vehicles becomes very easy. There, there, you scroll down in the build. When you scroll down on the build, we have things called as bubble size. The circles are called as bubbles. The circles are called as bubbles. Since I'm presenting this as a graph, I want to present some measurable values with the help of which I should be able to know which state has done high sales, which state has done low sales. That I can resize based on the bubbles. For that, I need to add a measurable value. What is measurable value? Sales, profit, quantity, the numbers where we can use the aggregation. So what I do, I just click on the bubble. There I add sales. I add sales, which is a measurable value. And the chart is being resized. The bubbles are being resized. Okay. So you want to resize the bubbles. We have a bubbles here which says -10. You can just increase the size or decrease the size kind of a thing. So it gives a size accordingly, percentile wise. So I generally give multiple examples. I don't know it's a good or bad. I don't know for myself. But this is generally I enjoy teaching with other batches, guys. I really enjoy teachings. Okay. I say teaching is more than my profession. I say this is my passion. Okay. Once upon a time, I used to say this is my profession. Now I say it's a passion. More than a profession is a passion. Yeah, teaching, even though it's a profession of mine, but I take this as a passion, and I always try to have no new creative things, and that is what I try to add it. But yeah, but that is the reason I always keep you guys unmuted and things. Okay, so that if you have anything, so please then and there you can ask a clarified. Okay, instead of telling that, I'm 100% sure that none of my colleagues are understanding anything and things. So that was little kind of this one. Great job, Sadiq. Okay, fine. Hey, now, so let me go with this one. So I just want to show so what we understand from this one is the California has done the highest sales, and then we have a New York. That is what is we understand from this one based on the size of the bubble. Okay. And then we see we have a Texas, the third highest, and the Washington is the fourth highest, and so on. We have. And at the same time, we see that some states we have a very, very low sales. So generally, I understand the coastal regions have a higher sales, and when you see this central regions, we have a lower sales. Fine. And now, what I want to know is now in this particular regions, I want to see the category wise or the segment wise how the sales are happening. Let me go with the segment. We have three segment of customers. We have a consumer segment, we have a corporate segment, and the home office. So now in each state, I want to see the segment wise how they are say performing. Okay. So I can create another map or I can even copy and paste this. Okay, copy the visual and paste it. So I'm just taking the same things. That means like, I'm just taking the same x-axis, that is your state as a location and the bubble size. You can create a fresh chart also. Okay, I'm a lazy guy, where I just have done the copy paste. You can do is create a chart and then click on the location where you can take a state and in the bubble size, you can take the sales. Now what I wanted is I want to know in each region segment wise. Okay, what kind of a segment we have more? Okay, in the corporate, sorry, in the consumer segment, what kind of customers are more? We have more of a business coming from the consumer or a corporate or the home office. The same thing I want to see in the New York, how things are happening, in Texas, how things are happening. Segment wise, I want to see. So if you have to see the segment wise, so as Sneha's favorite, we have a legend. Okay, legend is what? Okay, we have the sales, but I want to divide the sales by the different segment wise. So whenever I talk about legends, I'll remember Sneha now. Okay. I'll just go to the legend and I'll just say, oh, segment. Okay. So as soon as I add a segment, you can see this has become as a pie chart. This has become as a pie chart. Okay. Where in this particular chart, we see that, okay, so you can see the segment here. Okay. Consumer, 50% light blue is what I say there. Light blue is your consumer, the dark blue is corporate, and this is orange color is office supplies. So we can see that almost on all the state, 50% of the business is coming from the consumer. We can see that in California, though, 50% is coming from the consumer, and 25, 30 plus percent is coming from the corporate, and the remaining 20% is coming from the home office. Fine. And when you see in the New York, more than 50%, almost 60% of the business is coming from what is say consumer segment, around 25% business coming from the corporate, and around 20% business coming from the what is the home office segment. When you see this particular state, again, almost 60% business. So when you see Texas, almost 60% of the business is coming from the consumer segment. Then we say corporate and the Texas, we say like, how much business is coming from the each segment. But in case of Florida, I can say it is equally divided, 35, 35, 35 or something. Okay. And we see that here, almost 75% of business is coming from the consumer segment, 75% of the business coming from the consumer segment. Here it is like, almost 60% business coming from the corporate segment. Dark blue is here. Okay. So, but we are able to understand this particular thing over here. And you can see in Montana, so we have maximum business coming from the home office segment. Here it is fully 100% business coming from the home office only. We don't have a consumer and corporate segment. Or we have just a small portion of consumer segment. Corporate is absolutely nil there. Okay, we see that 90% of the business coming from the consumer segment here. So here 90, almost 95%, 99% of business coming from the corporate segment. So here you can see 60%, more than 60, 70% business coming from the consumer segment. So here we can see it is just around 40% business coming. So we are dividing this in the segment wise. Since it's a bubble, instead of creating this clustered bar chart, it is creating a pie chart. Okay, so it becomes easy. This is one thing what I like in Power BI is when you say consumer, only the consumer part is highlighted, corporate is highlighted, home office is highlighted. See, we are able to get two informations here. One is how the state has been performing, how the individual state has been performing. And the second thing is within the each state, how the contribution is coming from the each segment wise. Got it? So we are able to get two info here. One is how each state is been performing. The second thing is within the each state, how the segment wise contribution is coming. So now this legends can be anything. Okay, I took a segment is fine. So or you take a category, it shows me the category wise how they have been performing. Yes. Okay. See, when it's a pie chart, don't give something which is like, when they say customers, okay, what are the customers, how each performing? So we have hundreds of customers in each state. Okay. So this will be of uninformative. So that is what I think the principles of the pie chart I said. Don't use a pie chart when you have a dimension with too many values. Take a dimension which has a lesser value so that you can understand. See, even if you add a subcategory, you can see you get so many pies here. But it is creating a pie chart. So Power BI will not regret say no for it. Okay, so whatever you give, how tough things you give, it will do it. But for us, it becomes meaningless. Is that okay? So we as a human beings, we are more intelligent. Okay, we can just decide it. Like when you see category wise of technology, how the sales are happening, where we have more sales of technology. We see Florida, we have more sales of technology coming. In India now we have more sales of technology. Orange color is technology. Okay, sales are coming. Otherwise, we see the equal contribution of all the categories distribution is there. So we see this in the state Michigan, technology is much lesser sales. Okay, and so on. So we see the office supplies. We have almost 50% business coming from the office supplies in this particular state. Here, office supplies is less. Here, around 35%. Here, equal contribution of all the categories, kind of a things. Hey, how the profit is happening in the states. So we are able to see the sales, but I want to see even the profit. Okay. So let me create another chart here. Let me create another map. Okay. I'll say location. I'll go with the state. Location, we have a state. Okay. And bubble size, the profit, the same thing what I did. Sorry, sales. I'll take the sales. This is just like the first chart what we created. Okay. We are just seeing each state wise how the sales are happening. Each state wise how the sales are being happening. Now what I want is, I also want to know the profit in this. How will you show the profit here? How can we show the profit here? Okay. See now, so we have something called as conditional formattings. Okay. See, one thing is, I'll tell you, in this particular chart, okay, we took the legend as a segment. Fine, I'll take it as segment. It is showing these three colors here. Fine. What is orange color is representing the home office, this dark blue and the light blue. Now, instead of telling the consumer as a light blue, I want to have, instead of having a similar color, dark blue and light blue, I want to have a different color for the consumer. So in this case, what you do, you want to change the color. So these are nothing but, what do you say, the colors, no? So you want to change the color. So these are nothing but your legends, no? So just go to your format. We have a legends. Just expand this legends. And on this, we have those. These are the bubbles. These are bubbles, no? In the bubbles. So since we have added a pie, just expand these bubbles. Okay, we have the bubbles here. Just expand these bubbles. Under the bubbles, you can see we have something called as the colors. By default, it is given the colors. Okay, now you want to change the color. Say this one instead of this. So what I wanted, we have a orange. This we can have a different color. Might be a red color. Red is to this one. Let me have a green color or something. Yeah, I know, two contrasting color. The default is always a good one. The default is good. So let us respect to the big brains. Okay, I do that. I respect the big brains. Okay, Microsoft has uh, by default given some kind of a default colors, and it has done a lot of studies, and then only they have come out with the colors. Okay, but sometimes I feel, hey, no man, that is not good. So I want to have my own colors. We can change it. Okay, so I know this is a very contrasting color, but still, it's very highlighting thing. Okay, how the consumers are happening, how the corporate is performing, how the office supplies are performing. You want to change the color, you have the full this one to change the colors that you wanted to have. Got it? This is setting the individual color. Yes, Neha, in any of the charts, you can do this. Huh? The legends, what you have, you can add your own colors. Okay, okay. Hey, now what I want here is I want to show the sales as well as I want to show the profit. Now, the profit is not a discrete value so that I can add it as a legend. Okay, that is also a continuous values. Now, for that, continuous value is nothing but a measure. So we can have only one measure. We can have only one measure. We can see only one. After you click on add field, there is, if there is one more plus add, that means it allows you to have one more field. No, it doesn't allow. Okay, but still, I want to know how the profit is happening in this particular states. How the profits are happening in the states. I want to know that. If I have to find that, what I will do is, we have the color under this particular bubbles. We have this color. We have the color. Okay, under the bubbles itself, the same colors. Since we don't have any legends, it is only one color. See, if I want to change, you can see it is showing the color for every this one. Okay, I always respect to the big brains. I take the default color. But at the same time, I want to change the color based on the measurable value, based on the profit. So what I will do is, next to the color, we have a FX. Where do you see this FX? In Excel, do you see this FX? In Microsoft Excel, you do this FX. So that means it is a function. You're going to write a function. So that means I want to fill the color based on some function. Okay. So what I do is I just click on this FX and I say, I want to define a gradient color. Since I'm applying the color based on the measurable value, I'll say I want to apply a gradient color based on what? Okay. I'm just selecting this as format style is a gradient color. Okay. What field should be based on what field? Hey, I want to apply the color based on the profit. So here to get the profit, you have all the data here and expand the table. From the table, you can just select the profit. Profit, profit. What is, yeah, we have a profit here. So I want to apply the color based on the profit, based on the sum of profit. Okay. Now the profit can also be a negative value, is it? So I say high value is this color, but low value, I will try to give it in the red color. And now if it is an average mid color, if you want, you can add a mid color. Mid color, what you want, I say I want to have, I don't want a yellow color, but I say light color or something, I'll just add it. And see what happens, highest profit is around 76,000, the lowest profit is around 20, minus 25,000. Average of that is going to be around plus 25,000, plus 30,000. I say, no, no, no. I want to say mid value is 0. Okay, I want to have my custom mid value. So we have a custom and enter a mid value. Okay, so this will say mid value is 0. If it is 0, okay, it will be like this. And if it is slightly above 0, it is according to the value it is. So it will have a bluish color if it is a positive profit, reddish color if it is a negative profit. Okay, and I just say it as O. Now you can see here, this one, we have a bubble, but full of, okay, full light color. Maybe I can just say the mid color, what you have might be yellow is itself is good, is it? I'll just go with the light yellow itself. Okay. So we see that very light color, yellowish color. That means the very, very minimal profit is coming from there. But we see that some scary things are here is Texas. Okay. See, there are two things here. One is the size of the bubble and other was the color. The blue color says high sales. Sorry, the big bubble says high sales. The size of the bubble represents the sales and the color represents the profit. And the profit is if the bubbles is in dark blue, high profit, light blue, low profit, red color is a negative profit. So one thing we understand here is Texas, even though when you see the size of the bubble after California and the New York, next biggest one is your Texas. It's the third highest sales. But when it comes to the color, it is a dark red color. No, it is a dark red color. So that means we don't have a profit here. We have a loss, big loss. And it's not one place. We have many places where we can see we are running in a loss. Okay, so now how do we know that there is a profit or a loss? Okay, got it, guys. So here I'm trying to show that, okay, even though we have a sales in many states and some states have done a very good sales, but I'm trying to show even the profit there. Okay, so California has done the high sales and the high profit. New York, again, the same thing. It has done a very good sales. After California, the second highest sales, but the profit wise is almost the same color. Okay, thanks. Um, Now, how do we know that this is a high sales and high profit? People don't believe me. Huh? So I need to show even the profit there, is it? So for that, in this build, we have something called as a tooltip. We have something called as a tooltip. I think yesterday I covered about tooltips also, is it? So this tooltip. So here it shows you the tip is when you focus on this any object, it tells you based on what you have created the chart. For creating a chart, I have taken two things. One is the state and other one is the sales. Those values are being displayed as a tooltip. Okay. Now I want to show even the profit there. So, but I have not used the profit to build the chart. Okay. Profit I'm showing as an additional thing. Not I'm not using this in the build for creating the chart. So I want to show the profit also. What I do, I'll just go to the tooltip. I'll go to the tooltip. Here we have this thing called as add data. In the add data, I'll just select the profit. Now we can see here, it shows me the profit also. California has done a sales of 457K, for which we have a profit of 76,000. And New York has done a sales of 310K, that is 3,10,000. Oh, almost the same. There we have 76,000, here 74,000. Okay, it has done 30% lesser sales, but still, okay, almost the same profit. Very small difference, 2,000 for 75,000 is just 2% difference, is it? Yes. But when you see Texas, what exactly is the story here? I said this is scary, is it? So 170K, 1,70,000 the business has been done. The sales has been done. But the profit is minus 26,000. You can see. Okay. So, and we see wherever we have a reddish color. So all these are negative profit, minus 12,600. Florida again, minus 3,400. We have this is minus 17,000. Okay, minus. So we can see that reddish kind of a color, they are negative. So there are many states with even the negative profit. So as a data analyst, okay, my this one is not only how the sales are happening in each state. So what is the kind of a profit I'm generating? So I see that New York is generating a far better profit than California, even though slightly there is a lower sales. Okay, see, for 3 lakhs I'm getting 75,000. That is 25% profit I'm getting here. So here for 4.5 lakhs I'm just getting only 76,000. That means here I'm hardly getting 15-16% profit. Is it? If you see the percentage wise. Okay. So that I'll say, I said, like, we'll go to the DAX and we'll try to learn more on the calculation, the DAX calculations. Okay. When you see the this one reddish color is a concern here. So we have a sales almost close to 2 lakhs, but where are we standing in the case of profit wise? Minus 25,800, 26,000. I'm in a loss. It's not only one state which is in a loss. There are many states which is in a loss. So as a data analyst, my job is not to see the numbers and be happy. Okay. I need to look into how we need to do the corrective things. Okay. Where things has to be corrected. So I cannot continue business with those negative profits. So we need to find out in this particular Texas, what are the products are there? Which product is having a biggest loss? Is there some products which is giving you a positive profit? Continue with that. The products which is having a negative profit, so those product, I'll see that product, is it giving any kind of a positive profit in the other state, or then ship it to the other states and do the business of that product here. And that product which is giving me a good profit here, only that products bring here and then do the business. So might be that can be a corrective measures can be done. So business people can have a better plannings and things once you know where things are going wrong. So that is what we are able to understand from this. So generally, this is not given as a part of the syllabus. I just cover more into whatever I take it. I know that is my good or bad, but that is what I generally do with other batches also. Instead of showing this gradient color, so I just want to know where all we have a negative profit, where all we have a positive profit. See, like we have a dark color, light color. I'm really very bad at color selection. Guys are very bad at color selections, is it? I am one of that. So I have very bad in my color selections. Okay. So now what I wanted is instead of showing this gradient color, I want to define a rule like, hey, wherever I'm getting a loss, it might be even 1 rupee loss, I want to show that as a negative. If I'm getting a profit, I want to share that as a blue or green color. Okay. In that case, what will I do? Okay. Let me just create another map. Same thing, say location. I will take it as a state. Hey, if I'm fast, please tell me you're faster. Sometimes I get go involved in, I forget that, in front some people are there. Okay. Okay. You can pause there and say, hey, Sadiq, you're going very fast. Okay, control your speed. I'll do that. I'll listen. So I've taken this particular location. I've taken a state and I'll take the bubble size. It's the same thing. So sometimes I rush here. Say size is like your sales. Okay. We have this. Now what I want is, I want to color, not a gradient color. Okay, in that case, I'll just go to the bubbles. We have a color, FX. In the FX, what I do is, I'll go for the rules. Instead of the gradient, I'll go with the rules. Okay, rules are like positive and negative. So again, I'm going to apply the rules based on the profit. I want to apply the rules based on the profit. I say if the profit is greater than or equal to, it is taken a percentile, I'll say number. If it is more than zero and less than, okay, less than, I say max. I don't know what is the maximum value. See, profit, we saw that California was having 76,000 ka profit, and whereas New York was having a profit of 74,000. I believe 76 was the highest profit. Okay, but there might be some state, even with the lesser sales, there might be given. So when I say max, whatever the maximum value is there in the profit, that is what it is. So if it is greater than zero and less than max, that means a positive value. I want to show in green color. I'll just put it as a green. Maybe I can go with a very dark green. Yes. Okay. And if not, I'll just add another rule here telling that if it is greater than or equal to a number which just says minimum, I don't know again what is the minimum value. We saw that Texas was having the dark red color, which was around 25,700 and something, around 20 minus 26,000, minus 26,000. Instead of telling that minus 26,000 or whatever it is, so I say if it is greater than the lowest value and less than zero, that is between the lowest value to less than zero, I want that in the red color. Again, I'll go with the darkest red color in the world. Okay, say okay. Sure. Now we can see this particular chart. What is happening here is I can see wherever we have a profit and wherever we have a loss. Okay, so I can just show the profit in the tooltip. I can show the profit also in the tooltip here. Yeah. Okay, now when you see that, no, it's not one or two places we have a negative profit. We have many, what you say, um, states where we have a negative profit. So if you look into that, almost around 30% of the states looks like negative profit. We see that Texas has minus 26,000, Florida has minus 3,400. We have, what I say, Ohio has minus 17,000 profit. Pennsylvania, so minus 16,000. So we see that, oh, there are many states where we have a negative profit. So that means as a data analyst or a business manager, so I know that we are running in a loss. Almost 30% of the states we are running in a loss. So that means I have some work to be done. So what is the work to be done? That we will see in further. Okay. See, we have a long way to go. As I said, the 8 sessions will not be sufficient. I'll take additional sessions and I'll do more. Okay. But I want your support, guys. That's it. Okay. We'll try to do a lot more things. So here, how will you correct this one? So as I said, in the Texas, there might be some products which is having a positive profit. There might be, see, if it is 20 minus 25,000 for 1,70,000 is almost 8 to 10% negative profit we are getting. Okay. So that means there might be out of 17 different types of categories of products, there might be like, 5, 6 subcategories would have been having a negative profit. So at least some 2, 3 products would have been positive. What are the products which is having a best selling product? So those still things only you try to sell here, and those things which has a negative profit, try to see those products how they are performing in the other states. So if they're performing in the neighboring states, how they are been performing, try to shift over there and sell that over there. And with those products which is having a negative, some, see, even though it's a positive, there might be some products might be having a low profit. Okay, a low profit. So those things you try to push it into the, see that products in the other states, how it is happening. Try to do that interchange, supply chain management systems. So that things can be done so that we can study further. Okay, see, as of now, we are learning one by one charts. So later we'll see how do we collaborate these charts. Okay, slice and dice what we do in the this one, no, Excel, we try to do those things. See, like, this was the classes in my regular Excel classes, no? We do this Power BI. So we'll do much more than this one in Power BI, guys. This is in Excel what I did. So we can see, oh, we have I have taken the same data. We can see what is the total sales, what is the total profit, what is the profit percentage, how each product has been performing, how each region has been performing based on the mode of shipment and so on. Now I want to see each year how their performance is. In 2015, how their performance is. When you see in 2016, how their performance is. And you can see accordingly, all these particular charts, everything is getting updated. In 2016, we see chairs are in the top leading. Okay, and we have a total sales of 6 lakhs 9,000 and we have a profit of 13%. My overall profit was only 12%. So when you see 14, maybe we have 10% profit. In 15, we have a profit of 13%. Even though profit sales was less, my profit was better. And we see furniture, how things are been happening in the furniture, how office supplies has been performing, or technology and furniture together, how they have been performing, region wise, how they have been performing. So we are able to do all the slice and dice and all these things. Okay, this is something like what you have done this in your Excel classes. Okay, in my Excel batches, what I did, so I used to cover these things also. This was just a simple dashboard we just created. Okay, so like this slice and dice will be interconnected, and not only that, in your Power BI, it will be connected between the visual to visual also. Okay, action filters will be there. So we have a long way to go. So as of now, we are just learning one by one. See, we created a separate, pivot tables, and we just collaborated all the pivot tables and we interconnected that. That's it. No, this you have done this in Excel. Okay. So now, okay, similar kind of see. This is nothing. This is small thing. It's much more than this. More powerful dashboards than this. What you do in Excel, will be doing it in Power BI. See, according to him, no, we have the other types of bubbles also here, charts here also. We have something called as a shape map. Okay. In this again, I'll take a location as I can take anything, any geographic field. I'll take the states. Okay, since we are already familiar with this. So you can see all the states are being filled with the color. Okay. So here we have something called as a color saturation. Okay. So here I will take the sales. When you take this one, so you can see it is just filling this one based on the sales. It is same like what I did in Excel just some time before I did here. No, I did here, is it? So what I did here, it is like filled map. We call this as a filled map. Okay, so it has been filling. It is not having a bubble, but the complete state is being filled with the color based on the total measurable value. That is what exactly is happening. We see that California is the highest dark color, so highest sales. Then we have a New York, then we have a Texas, then we have Washington, then we have Florida, and so on. We see that we have very low sales coming from this. Okay. And we can also add, instead of this, you want to add legends. Legends, where you can add it. Legends are going to be a dimension, say region wise, you want to fill the color, you can just do that. Or color saturation itself, if I say region, it is going to show me the region wise which region, what all the states comes into what region, count of region it is taking. So, okay, fine. So now if I just take this particular cells, see one thing here, what happens is this is a very good chart. This is a lightweight chart, I can say. This is a lightweight chart because it doesn't have too much of that kind of, what do you say, a geographic, like, lot of background, city, state, and all this things. No, we don't have that kind of a clumsy things. It's very neat and clean. It's very neat and clean. But in this chart, we cannot have second dimension, a measurable value, nor a second dimension. Okay. I just want to know in California, segment-wise, how it has been, category-wise, how the sales are happening, or what is the profit. No, we can either show sales or we can show profit because we don't have a bubble. There, since we have a bubble, we can have two things. One is the size of the bubble and the other is the color. But here we have only color. So we have only one thing here. So when you don't have to second dimension or a second measure, in that case, I feel this is the better one because it looks very neat and clean compared to this particular kind of a graph. Okay, it's a very lightweight also. Okay, and looks very neat and clean compared to the other, but doesn't support a second dimension and the second measure. But when you have a second dimensions and we have a second measures, I think this is going to be a better one. Okay, and not only that, you can also go with those particular maps. In this case of maps, we have the map settings or aerial view you want to have it, or you want to have this particular light view, dark view, which you cannot do it in the other maps. So since it has all those features, these are little heavy. Okay, this is little heavy, but at the same time, it also gives you the more features kind of a thing. Yeah, now how you want to play that? Cool. Yeah, clear about this one. See, for this, we can even add a slicer and then we can just filter it. I can just keep a slicer. I think maybe after the break, we can talk about the slicers kind of a thing. So I can just have a region or something. Okay. And I just want to see only the central region. Yeah, all the charts are being shown accordingly. Now, within that region, how they have been performing, we are able to see that. Okay. Hey, now, we'll move ahead here. See, I think we did discuss about the cards in the day one. Okay, if not, we'll discuss about the cards. What is a card? Card is nothing but used to show the summarized value. Is used for displaying the summarized value. Okay. If I have to go to the card, so we have this thing called as 1, 2, 3. The card is not doing. They remove the card. Okay. Just get into this one. There is this 1, 2, 3. You can see here in the insert visuals, we have this 1, 2, 3. This is for displaying the card. Fine. Okay, now we will see with this particular concept here of displaying this tree map. Okay, we have seen with the map. We have seen with the map. Next is we'll see with tree map. Okay. When I go to the tree map, this is your tree map. Okay. This is your tree map with a collection of rectangle boxes. We call this is your tree map. See here? This one is your tree map. This is your tree map chart. We will go with what you call it as a tree map chart. What is this tree map chart? Okay. Now, when I say tree map, a tree map is a collection of rectangle boxes. This chart has a collection of rectangle boxes. So first thing is, when I say tree, it is not looking like a tree, no? How a tree is, a tree will have main branch, then we'll have a sub branches, and the sub branches sometimes will have a further sub branches and the leaves. Okay. Some branches will have directly fruits in that, then some branches will have a sub branches and the sub branches, and then they'll have a what do you say, leaves and fruits and all those things. Now I want to know which is the strongest branch or the branch which has the more number of fruits. Okay. So I want to look into that particular things. Okay. So now see, it doesn't have a shape of a tree, but still it is called as a tree map. Okay. Because this chart is mainly used, this chart is mainly used to represent hierarchical data. What did I say? This chart is mainly used to represent hierarchical data. What is a hierarchical data? Hierarchical data is something which is showing the levels. We have a category, within the category, each subcategory. Now we have a state or a region, within the region, we have a state-wise, how they have been performing. I want to look at that. That is where exactly we use. Okay. The main purpose of going for the tree map is to represent the hierarchical data. So make a note of it. Now, I will come to that hierarchical data. First, we'll see, understand how do we work with this. I have added a tree map by just selecting the tree map. Okay. Here, I'll just take the category and the values. Category obviously should be a dimension and values has to be a measurable value. I take a values, I'll take it as a sales, which we are using commonly for a measure. Okay. And I'll just take the category. Say example, I'll just take the region. I take the region. Now here, when you look into this, out of my data, in my data, I have four regions. I have four regions. Now, this particular tree map is divided into four regions, and which is represented in the form of a rectangle boxes. The regions are represented as a rectangle boxes. Now, when you see those rectangle boxes, they are being just arranged, okay, in the different shapes, but it's a rectangle, either it's horizontal or vertical. Now, they are of different sizes. They are of different sizes. Yes, they are of different sizes. Okay. Sometimes it's a noticeable. Sometimes it might be not noticeable. But you can see the box, which is a big size, is the high sales value because we have taken one measure and one category. Category is my region. Okay. The boxes are divided based on the region and it is being sized based on the measurable value. What is the measurable value? Sales. The region which has the highest sales has a bigger box. The lowest sales have a small box. Fine. The what is it? Region which has the high sales have a big box, and the region which has the low sales have a small box. Okay. According to that, I understand that West region is the top leader. Okay. Now, one thing is the confusion here is I see that this both boxes look alike, the size wise. Yeah, if you exactly measure, this will be a bigger size, okay, than this, okay. But generally, when you see the from the far, okay, first view when you see, hey, both look alike, or means size wise, okay. So if they feel you feel that they both are of the same size, in that case, what I do is, hey, the box which is in the top, we see the high sales, and the one which is in the bottom is the low sales. Okay, high sales and the low sales, low measurable value, high measurable value. Okay, the one which is in the top is high and one which is in the bottom is low. And when you compare it in this one, so which is on your left hand side is the high and the right hand side is the low. So on that basis, when you see the central and south region, central has done a better than the south region. So one is like, it's not only the size of the box. It is not only the size of the box, it also the position of the box, how it is being placed. Clear? So by knowing this information, I can clearly say that The West region is the top leader here. It has done the highest sales compared to all the regions. Agree with me? See, if you want, you can show the values. If you don't trust me, I can just add a values here. How do we add a values? Hey, see data labels here, which shows me the values actually. So we can see there, okay, we see that, West region has contributed 725K, East has contributed 678K, and the Central has contributed 500K. 391K. As Sadik, I don't like that numbers. Okay, I always say a good chart is one with where we should be able to know without seeing the numbers, without reading the numbers. If I can read the numbers and then understand, then what is the use of going for the charts? Even you can have a tables with the conditional formattings gives you really amazing things. Okay, but still, for your confirmations, fine, I've just added. Sometimes the company manager says, hey, Sadik, I want to show them this one. I know you are smart, but at the end of the day, I want to show the numbers also. Yes, labels are there. One single click, the labels will be displayed. Okay, got it. This one. Understood. So that means it's a rectangle, a boxes thing, and the way it's the size and the position. Based on that, we can decide which has the higher and which has the lower value. Okay. Things. One thing I see in this one is okay. I don't think so. This Google also will explain you this, or ChatGPT also might. Okay, ChatGPT is far better than me. I don't deny that. Okay, I learn a lot of things from ChatGPT. It's a really amazing thing. Okay, but sometimes I try to. This is with my experience. I try to give this additional info. I say. Okay, now, when you see here, we don't have, generally in the charts, we have something called as the x-axis, y-axis. Axis scale values. In the axis, we have something called as the axis title. This is sum of sales. Then we have the scaling here telling that, this is 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, or whatever it is. And the same way, we have a title here, and then we have an axis here. And then we have the values also next to that, east, west, or whatever it is, lot of things. But in this case, there is no axis. There is no x-axis. There is no y-axis. There is no x-axis. There is no y-axis. That means this particular charts can have any layout. I can have it horizontally. I can even have vertically. I can have horizontally, I can have vertically, I can even have diagonally. If it is horizontally, hey, one which is on the left-hand side is a high sales value, right-hand side is a low sales value. So when I just keep it like this, okay, the one which is in the top is the high sales, one which is in the bottom is the low sales. You can see automatically they're just getting, okay, reshaped kind of a thing. So that means I can use this as a legends also. Okay, I can use this for filtering also. Okay, but okay, we can do that. Fine. So that means if I just have a see, that means this particular chart is can get fit in any space. Okay, you have some horizontal space in the top. You want to place that? Yes, you can do that. Vertical space? Yes, you can do that. So it can fit in any size. Okay, so that is one additional things what I generally see, what I have understood compared to the other charts. Okay, so this information I did not get from the YouTube or Google or anything, but might be with my experience I got this. Okay, so I don't deny I have not done so, might have not done too much of research in the YouTube and things, but yeah, with my experience I understood this as something which is different from the other charts. Apart from that, apart from that. I said the main purpose of going for this chart is what is the main purpose of going for this chart is for representing the hierarchical data. See, if I have to go with a single dimension, I can have this even better. I can have a better explanation with a column chart. This gives me a far better information than the tree map. Is it? Okay. This gives me a far information better than the tree map. I don't deny that. Okay. But one good thing what I see is I don't have an x-axis. When you see in the column chart, we have this kind of x-axis title labels here. You can see if this is your chart area, this is your chart area, and only this much is your plot area. Only this much is your plot area. Okay, and you can see the areas is being vested here. It has been vested here. You have so much of vestation here, so which we don't have it in the this one. Okay, in the case of this one, we don't have that, so we can decide without compromising the plot. I can resize to whichever the dimensions you want and so on. So, okay. But I said the main purpose of going for this one is hierarchical data. So what do we mean by hierarchy is we understand that West region is the top leader, but within the West region, how each state is being contributed, which state, how much they have contributed. Okay, in the West, we have a California, Washington, Oregon. How much California is contributed? How much Washington is contributed? I want to know that one. So what I do is, here we have something called as a details. Here we have something called as details. We have we have done the region, we have done the values. Here we do also have something called as details. In the details, we can give the second hierarchy. Under the region, I want to see the state. I'll take the state. As soon as you add the states here, as soon as you add the states here. So what is that we see here? Hey, I know that West region is top leader, but again, in the West region, we see that maximum business is coming from California. Okay, if this is my West region, okay, is this is my West region, and you can see this might be something 50%, more than 50%, more than 60%, more than 65%, I think almost 60 to 70% of the business in West region is coming from California alone. Okay. Then we see Washington, other 10 to 15%. We see that, we have almost around 15 different states in California. But we see that, we have almost 15 plus states in the West region. But out of that, the California and Washington, they have almost given me 85% of the business, or more than 85% of the business. Remaining 10, 12% or 15% of the business is being contributed by Arizona, Colorado, Oregon, Nevada, Utah, North Dakota, South Dakota, and things, all these 10, 12 different states. They've hardly contributed around 20 to 15%. Okay, the 1% business. So that means, but California and Washington, they itself has contributed more than 80, 85% of the business for me. Okay, so we see that West region is a top leader because we have California and Washington over there. Okay. India is strong team. We say Virat Kohli is there. Till Virat Kohli is there, India is one of the best team. They say, is it? Yeah. Okay. I'm just telling an example. I know India is best even without them also. But yeah, we always depend on that. Virat Kohli and Rohit Kohli is there. Roku, they say India is the top team kind of a thing. Nobody can beat India. Okay, so something like that. Okay, and we understand the West region is a top leader because we have a California and Washington. So they both are contributing 85% of the business. The remaining 15 states are just contributing only 15% of the business. Okay. When it comes to East region, yeah, again, we have a kind of a big player here. So say New York, almost not 50%, but less than 50% of the business is coming from New York. Okay. And we have Pennsylvania around 10, 15% business, OU around 10, 12% business is coming. So you can see altogether around 70% of the business is coming from these three states. Okay, so we have some kind of a top leader. So we see that. So see, as I said, there are two things here. One is the size of the rectangle boxes and the way it is being present. So if it is on the left hand side, the high sales, it is on right is low sales. Compared to when you compare between this, California is clearly say that. So when you compare Pennsylvania or Euro, okay, Pennsylvania has done the highest sales than OU. Okay, New York has done better than all. So we can see it's a big box. Okay, and we see that this three is been having almost look like alike, but we see New Jersey has done 35,000. Okay, this particular has done 28K, and here we have 27K. Okay, so you can see higher sales, lower, lower, and so on. Okay, but in the central, we see that Texas, but not that big player. Okay, highest sales are coming from the Texas 170K, then Illinois, then Michigan, and so on. But we don't have that 50% or something contribution. No. The same way when you see that South region, we have all the states are coming, but highest contribution is coming from the Florida. So we are able to see two things here. Which region is top leading? And each region may, okay, which state, how much they have been contributed, or which state is the top leader. So we see that the West region, the highest business coming from California, then Washington, then Colorado, and then the other states. So the same way in the East region, we see highest businesses coming from the New York. Okay, then we have Pennsylvania and so on. In Central, we see the Texas is given me the top business. Got it? Hello. This is where exactly we use this particular tree map chart. And this looks more of coloring the boxes, but not like chart. Hey, now, slicers. Slicers again is a very thing which is there in Excel, no? In the pivot tables, in the dashboards. Dashboards, what I showed there. This itself is a slicer, guys. This itself is a slicer, no? Wait, what we have this furniture, it's showing only the data of furniture. When I say technology, it's showing only the technology sales, office supply sales, East region, the West region. So everything is getting sliced. All those particular things are getting sliced. Is it? So this itself is a slicer. Is it? This is called as a slicer, no? In Excel, you know this, no? These are called as slicers, guys. Like, we have this, no? Here, so we go to this, what do you say, the insert pivot table, and we call this as a slicers. What is the job of the slicer? Is use of filtering. That's it. Is the interactive way of filtering the data. That's it. This is a slicer, no? Well, these are slicers only. That is what I have added here. So now what happens is, like, when you do a slice, you can see automatically everything gets filtered. Yes, all those visuals are getting filtered. That is the job of the slicer. Okay. See, nothing new. See, I think almost whatever we have done till now is we can do it in Excel. We have all done in Excel. See, only thing what happens here in Power BI, we can publish the report, we can share the report. So those kind of advantages you get. We have something as a better row level securities, which we'll be learning. DAX functions are amazing. We'll be learning. Power Query also is there in Excel. Okay. Here also we'll see how do we do the Power Query and things. They are a long way. Okay. First, we'll see about the slicer. Okay. When I go to the slicer, how do we go to the slicer here? This. Go to the insert, or you can see this symbol here. This is a slicer. This one. With the filter, no? With the filter icon. So that means it clearly says, hey, this is a slicer. This is called as a slicer. I'll just include the slicer. I'll include the slicer. And I say, hey, I want to see this information. I just take this, okay, and I want to slice it. So now I can, in the slicer, we generally add a dimension, but not only dimension, it can be used for anything, measures, states, or anything. Let me add a dimension here. So let me just take a category. Okay, I've just added a slicer. I've added a slicer, and we have the field here in the build. It says what is the field on which you want to slice it. Say example, I want to go for the category. You can see here, we have three categories. We have three categories and shows me, hey, you have three categories based on what you want to show the data. Say example, if I say furniture, so what is happening? This, both are getting updated. Okay, so they're getting sliced. Office supplies, you can see. Okay, respectively. That is what. So that means, so you can see this particular chart also is getting the updated information. When I say for, what do you say, furniture. So we had a sales of 4,57,000, but furniture is only 156K. Okay. Now, if I just say technology, so technology, you can see it has only 127K. East is doing good in technology. Okay. East region is doing, see, when you see that furniture and technology, you can see the changes here. So West region was doing good. But when you say technology, East is doing better than the West region. Okay. That is what we are able to understand from this one. And then we see again in the East region, we see the New York has contributed the highest. Okay. And so on. So when it comes to office supplies, again, West is doing good. Okay. It is automatically updating everything. So this is your slicer. Okay. So now by default is showing a checkbox. When I say checkbox, you can even select multiple. I want to see furniture and technology together. And I select, okay, I can hold on the control key and select. So it is showing the furniture as well as the technology. Okay. Now, the next thing is, when I say your slicer, it is displayed on your report. We also look at the good interface. Okay. I feel this is better. This is like a tiles, no? I like tiles. Now, new technology, everything is a tiles, no? Instead of a checkboxes, I want to have a tiles. I have a slicer settings. Just select this, go to the format. We have this particular in the slicer. We can see we have something called as a slicer settings. In the slicer settings, okay, first thing is I'll go to the selection, whether you want a single selection or multi-select. If I go to the single select, we can see this changes to the radio buttons. So that means you can select only one. Okay, so if I say no, I want to go with multi-select, it is selecting multi-select, but it is without the with the control key. It is asking. I want to have a multi-select with the control key. You can just multi-select with control key off. Okay, so now without the control key also you can do a multi-select. See, based on the requirement, we have too many items, and you're generally selecting with more than one options. You'll be selecting with multi-select with without the control key, or okay, you want to have a select all. It shows me the select all, and then you want to deselect. Again, this will be useful when you have a long list of items. Out of that, you have to deselect few items. You can say select all and deselect what is not needed. So based on that, you can take a call. Otherwise, you can go with the default things. Fine. Okay. Here, the next thing is We do also have a slicer settings here. Okay, that was a selection option. Okay, so now we do have a slicer settings. In the slicer settings, so we can see we have a style. So which by default is vertical. We can have a drop down. Drop down, what happens? It shows me just a single drop down box, and on demand you get a list of values, and you can just do a selections. Okay, so now I say no, I want to have a type. We can see type. Tile is like this, where you can see, oh, furniture, office supplies, technology, what you wanted. Okay, so if you have to go furniture, it is showing only the furniture, only the technology, or only the office supplies, or you have a clear filter. You can either keep vertically or horizontally and say, hey, what do you want? And we can do the cosmetic works for this. Okay, like just select this and we have a style and appearance and things. So we can give back color, faux colors, and all those things. We can do that. I say background color. And so white color, I just say mm, borders how you wanted, and then say shadows if you want to have a raised effect. Okay. Okay. Font color for this. Yes. Now the slices can be used even for the measurable values. It can also be used even for the date fields. Let me just give an example for that. So let me just have a table with a dates. Okay. So I'll take in the rows, what I will do is from the order date, I'll take the months in the rows. In the columns, I'll try to take the year from the order date. I'm take the year. In the values, I'll take the sales. So that means I'm trying to do here is each year within the year, the month wise, how the sales are happening. So I can just format this view. I can just go to the view here and say, customize the current theme. I can say text, make it bigger. It looks better. It's too big, is it? Or you can even do from the values also. There is a values, no? We can increase the font size here. Yeah, it just does this. So what I've done here is month on month and the year wise, how the sales are happening. So we just have this data. We just have this data. Now, what I want is, I want to apply a slicer for the date field. Okay. So I will take a slicer. I will take a slicer, the same slicer, what I did. Now I'll take the date field. Say example, I want to slice it for a particular year. Okay. See, one thing is I can just take the complete date field. If I take the order date, I'm not taking any portion of that date, complete date field. So you can see this slicer comes like this. Right now, it is like a continuous values. Okay. It says the first day of the sales is we have the data from 3rd of January 2018 to December 30, 2021. That is from the January 2018 to December 2021. We have this 4 years of sales data. Now, I don't want to see from here. I just want to see from 2019 or something. I say I want to see from 2019 July. July 15th onwards, 2019 July 15th onwards. Okay, we can even give the end date or you can even slice it from here. Hey, what is the start date to what is the end date? You want to see only the sales data between this. Even you have a total sales, you have a regions or even like, map or anything. So it just automatically the chart gets filtered only for this. Okay. See, it's not only on this point field. Okay. Like say example, you have the simple data here. Okay. So might be I'll just take the subcategory and I'll take the y-axis. I'll take the sales. Or might be I'm little fast here because this charts we have already done. Keeping that in mind, I go a little fast in this kind of situation. If you feel, because we have already done this kind of a things, that is the reason sometimes I try to rush in these things. Might be you feel that is fast. Yesterday there was a big escalation telling that, None of the colleagues have understood. 100% sure. So very confident it was being told. Okay, I know. It felt little kind of a scary for me. That's it. So that happens. Fine. But I enjoy teaching. That is what is my this one is. But the way it was been killing, I'm 100% sure that nobody understood anything from the session, and it was so bad and things. Little kind of a. So I know I should not consider those things. I'm not even supposed to say, but that escalation was little disturbing kind of things for me. Okay, here now we just have the chairs and all those things. I can show you in the values also in this. Let me show the values. Okay, sorry, data labels. No? Mm, this I need to select this and say data labels, show this. Okay, we have the values. Now we can see this. You can see automatically they are showing according to this. So that means all the visuals are getting filtered. Okay, what I mean to say here is when you're filtering it something like this, okay, we are taking the data from the April 2018 to March 2020. Yes. Oh, sorry, October to March or August kind of a thing. Fine. And not only that, this data is also filtered only for that and has been showing. Okay, so that is what exactly is happening. Okay, children. Hey, this is something like when you have a continuous values. But I say, no, no, hold on, Sadik. I don't want like this, but I just want to filter for only for a particular year, for a particular quarter, for a particular month. Okay. So sometimes, if you want to have a continuous values between a specific date to a specific date, yeah, this is the better one. Okay, this is the better one. But at the same time, I say no, I just want to see, okay, only a particular sales of a particular year or something. So I want like a tile. I want like a tile. So you cannot create a tile on the hierarchical data because it has a hierarchy. It has a year, quarter, month, day, on, so on. But this, what I do is I take a slicer. I'm just taking another slicer. I'm just taking another slicer. I'm taking another slicer. In this slicer, what I do is I just add a field where from the order date, before I selected the whole order date. Now I'm selecting only the year. You can see it shows me only the year. Since whenever you take a numerical values, by default, it shows you like this. Okay, since the measurable value, a continuous things. But this, you can change the slicer settings to a tile. Let's say I'll make it as a tile. Oh, we have this 4 years. Okay. Now, when I hit on this 2018, in 2018, phones were doing the leading sales with 77,000. In 2019, we see chairs have done the highest sales. Okay, with 71K. In 2020, again, chairs is still continued doing. In 21, we see the phones have been the top. So it is this everything is getting updated accordingly. We can hold on the control key and say 2018 to 18 and 20 or 18, 19 and 20 how things happens. Okay, they're showing the completely mutative value. Okay, fine with those things. Okay. Hey, do practice with this. See, actually, what we have learned is bits and pieces. Okay. We have not learned a complete dashboard kind of a things. We are learning bits and pieces. Okay. We are still in the learning stage. Okay. And once we learn, see, tomorrow in the next session, we can start off with the Power Query, where we see about how do we take some kind of unclean data and how we clean it. Okay, we'll see that, 1 or 2 sessions we can see about Power Query, about how we can clean this particular data and so on. And then we'll see about the DAX. And then we'll see finally how do we create, using all this, how do we create a dashboard. And also we'll see about how do we use the AI. And then we'll also see about some kind of how do we publish the report and how do we have some kind of a row level securities and I'm implementing the different types of refresh and all those things. Okay, we'll try to learn those particular concepts as we go further. Okay, we will go with the Power Query concepts. Okay, today we'll go with the Power Query. Hey, what is Power Query? So generally when I say Power Query is one of the ETL tool. Power Query is an ETL tool. What is ETL stands for? I think I was discussing about this in the day one also. ETL stands for extract, transform, and load. That means it's a tool which helps you to extract the data from the different data sources. And once the data has been extracted, it helps you in performing the transformation on that particular data. Transformation is nothing but we say it's a data cleaning operations. Okay, so that means preparing the data in such a way that we can easily question on that particular data. Okay, and then loading the data for the Power BI desktop to go ahead and create the reports. So that means in the last 4 to 6 classes, We were discussing about the data, which was not required any kind of a data cleaning. We did not do any kind of a data cleaning. We directly pulled the data and we understood about what is dimensions, what is measures, and then we saw with the various types of calculations to be done, the table calculations, the percentage calculations, and then we also saw with the concept of what we call it as creating the different types of charts. Okay, bar chart, pie chart, what to say, donut chart, line chart, area charts. Okay, geographic charts, waterfall chart, the tree map charts, and all this. So each chart has its own purpose. Okay, get the extract the various informations. We looked into it. Okay, so today we'll see some how do we take a raw data, clean that particular data, and prepare the data for the analysis and make do some kind of a analysis on that particular data. Okay, we look into that particular things. Fine. So now let us look into this particular data over here. Is I have this one, like when you look into this particular data, I've just taken a CSV file here. And when you look into this particular data, okay, this data is something about the sales again. Okay, we have the information like order ID, the product name, what category it belongs to, and then we have the location details, city, state, regions, and things. And we also have a sales value, and also we have the mode of payment, how the payment was being done. Okay. Now, when you look at this particular data, when you look at this particular data here, um, is the data good, looks good? So when you just read it, like, it looks good. But from the data analytics tool, okay, it is not good. The reason is here we can see the product name and the category, it has been merged and stored. So when it is stored like this, I want to find what is the total sales of furniture. I'll not be able to do it. Nor I'll be able to find out what is the total sales of tables, chairs, bookcases, because we don't have a separate product and category. Okay, it has been merged and it has been stored. So I'll not be able to slice and dice on this particular data. I'll not be able to create a tables like category-wise sales within each category. What are the products comes under furniture? We'll not be able to do the analysis. If you have to do that one, so we need to have this as a separate field, the product name and what do you say, the category name. Fine. So if it is there, so then we can see the category-wise sales, the product-wise sales. I can group it based on the category. What are the products are there? I can do that. But since it is being stored like this, the clubbed and it is being stored will not be able to understand from this one. Will not be able to do the analysis from this one. Okay. Fine. I have shared. I have added in this one. Dataset coverage. Okay. So now the next thing is the same thing with the location also. We have a city, state, region. So if I store it separately, I'll be able to see the more granular information city-wise. I cannot create a geographic data when the data is stored like this. But the same data, if I split city name, state name, and the region name, so I can see like, okay, the state, each state-wise how the sales are happening, or within the states, city-wise how the sales are happening. I can even go with the maps. Geographically also, we can present the data. Okay. So if I'm not splitting, if the data is like this, we'll not be able to do that analysis. Fine. Okay. What's the next problem here is when you try to read the data into the Power BI or any BI tools, it is going to read the data from the first row. Okay. But first row, maybe don't have a complete data. Okay. And this is not the data for the analysis. It is some heading. It has some name and says, hey, what is this particular data about? It's the Power Query demo. And we have some company name here. Okay. And then we have an empty row. So now this three rows in the first will be taken as headings and then it will work on that. So that is not the data to be considered. Okay. So I don't want the top three rows. Is it? So it should be removed. So then fourth row, whatever is there, this should be my actual headings. This should be my actual headings. Okay. So I'm telling you what kind of why this data needs the cleaning. And then apart from that, you can see we have an empty row. So when I say empty row, what does it mean? When I say control A, it selects only the contiguous range of data. So when there is an empty row, it becomes a non-contiguous range. Okay. So I don't want this particular blank rows in between. Okay, we need to remove this. Hey, we also have a lot of data which is repeated. The same value has been repeated multiple times. same value is being repeated multiple times. So when I say same value has been repeated multiple times, what exactly will happen is if I try to find out what is the total sales, we are getting that as 8,51,000. Fine. But actually that is not the value. The data is repeated, that has been added repeatedly. Okay, so this 35,000 is stored three times, it is 1,05,000, but actually the sales is only 35,000. So here, okay, so there is repeated data here. Okay, so we have a data, but we are getting a 2x or 3x values because there is a repeated values. So I need to remove this particular repeated data. So you can see here also, yes, we have a repeated data. So that means we need to remove the duplicates. When you remove the duplicates, okay, then we'll get an accuracy on doing the sales and all those things. Fine. Okay, so that is also there. Then what else? We have this particular payment method here. When you look into this particular payment method, we have a payment method which is null, which is blank. Okay, which is blank. Uh, we should not have a blank balance. First thing is we should not have the blank balance. Okay, we need to identify how we can fill that particular blank. Okay, how to take care of those particular blank cells. Now, what do you feel has to be done here? We have something called the payment method. So when the payment is made through the digital mode, either it is a credit card or the UPI, information has been captured. Okay, but if the payment is done through the non-digital mode, I think the information is not captured. Okay, in that case, if the payment method is not given, I can consider this as cash. We can consider this as through the non-digital mode, that is nothing but the cash payment. We can consider it, is it? Okay, so we need to replace this particular null values, what is there in the payment method. In the payment method, if the method is null, so because the order is there, location is there, product name is there, even the sales value is there, but the payment method is null. So that means here I can say the payment has happened through a digital mode of non-digital mode of transaction. That is, the payment has happened through the cash. So I want to replace this particular null values as cash in the payment method. Fine. Yeah. So I think that is what is needed so that okay, once this particular transformation is done, this kind of a cleaning is done, so then we can easily find out what is the total sales by each mode of payment, digital mode, non-digital mode, how the payment has happened, or like how what is the sales of product category wise. So I can group it category within the category. I can subgroup it into the products. Okay, I can even do the hierarchical data of region within the region, state within the state, city wise, how the sales are happening. We can do those analysis only if you perform this kind of a cleaning. This similar kind of a thing in Excel. This Excel also supports all these particular features. I think till now, whatever we did, Excel supports all those features. Yes, this also is there in Excel. Okay. I generally use the same data set in my batches for in Excel also. So that okay, when they jump to Power BI, it becomes very easy to understand. So that is what is the thing I follow when I go with Excel. Fine. Would have done this thing in the Excel. Power Query concepts was there in Excel. It's not a new thing. Now, okay, now is it? Fine. We'll try to do this in Power BI here. I'll just open this, what you say, Power BI. And since that my data is in the CSV format, I'll say get data from the other sources. Here we have a text or the CSV. I just select this, say connect. Okay, fine with these things. So I'll just go to the data set where this data is present. I think it is present in this one. I need to read the data. Sales data.csv. I have shared this in the chat. Okay, so I'll just try to open this. Okay, fine. So let me just read this particular data. So where is it? Okay, so now what did I do? Let me do it from the beginning. So I just go to the get data. So we can see here when I just go to the more, as I said 100. So when you scroll this, it is really more than 100. Okay, since I'm reading the data from the text or the CSV file, I'll just select this and I just say connect. In this connect, what I will do here, what is the data source that you are using? Okay, so I'm using this particular, what I say, sales data.csv file. Okay, selecting that respective file, selecting the respective file and say open. So when you try to open this particular files, it gives me a preview here. It gives me a preview of this particular file, which just says, okay, what are the columns it has? Column 1, column 2, 3, 4, 5, respectively. And also we can see there is what you say, the blank rows in the top, 3 rows in the top, which is not required for us. And we see that we have the data something like this. So this has to be split. This has to be split. And the same thing is your location details. So this again has to be split into city, state, region. Okay. And again, when you look into this particular thing here, so we have a null values here. So we don't advise to have a null values. Okay. Should not have. And also we see that, there is a blank rows. Okay. The row itself is blank, should not be there. Okay, and we need to even promote this as a header. This should be my headings. Okay, so this should be my heading columns. So that means this file is can be analyzed, but not in this particular way. We need to perform this particular corrections, and only then we can analyze it. Got it? Okay, so we understand that this looks like our answer scripts, no? When you have written some answers and we give it to a teacher comes out and says, hey, no, this should be like this, it should be like this, and she uses a lot of red ink. Okay, so this looks like my answer scripts of the school days. Okay, yeah, so this is not good. So we need to correct all those particular things. We need to convert this red ink into the blue ink or the green ink, and then I need to go ahead. So with the red inks, we cannot move ahead. You cannot be promoted to the next class. Okay, if your answer script has so much of red ink, correct? Yeah, yeah. So if you have to get promotion, we need to remove the red inks. Yes. I said this should be my headers. So I don't want this first rows. I don't want this blank rows. Okay, you need to replace this null values. So I don't want this merge cells. Okay, so I need to perform the cleaning. That's it. I just did not do anything here. I was just using the annotations and telling this is how my answer scripts used to be. And the readings is not good. So if you have the readings in the answer scripts, will not be promoted to the next class. Is it? Okay. So now, but even though we have the data, something like this, which needs a lot of cleaning. So in the real time, what happens is you will never get a clean data like what we did in the last 4 sessions. Okay, so we're using a sample superstore data which was not having this kind of a uh, cleaning required there. It was almost a clean data, and we directly went ahead and did a lot of analysis on that, various different types of charts. But you cannot do those kind of analysis in this. So if I have to do that one, I have to do this much of corrections. So now let us see how do we correct this. So that means I need to perform the data cleaning or data transformation. So for that, we have this option here called as transform data. So all these days, we're just hitting on the load data. So when you hit on the load data, what happens? The data gets loaded to the Power BI desktop. Whereas the transform data, what it does is it takes this particular data to the Power Query editor. Okay, where I can perform the transformation on this particular data. Okay, I just hit on this particular transform data. Okay, so now let us see how we can perform this particular data cleanings over here. So now, as soon as you hit on the transform data, when you click on this transform data, what exactly has happened here, what you can see from this one is, okay, first thing is we see that the data is loaded to a new editor, new window called as Power Query Editor. Okay. And in the Power Query editor, just like your Microsoft applications, which has this particular concept of ribbons and the tabs. So here also we have a ribbons and the various tabs in that. So which provides a various tools with the help of which I can perform the data cleaning. So as I said, I need to remove the top rows. I need to split this particular columns. I need to remove the blank rows. I need to fill this null values. If I have to do this, generally in the programming language, this data cleanings is done in the programming language. I do this in Python language. Okay, so if I have to do this in Python language, I have to write a lot of coding for this. So now here Power BI is no problem. So you can do all those things and I will generate the code to you. And you don't have to sit and write the code. You can do all those things with the help of the various tools what is being provided over here. So we have something called as a remove rows, remove columns. You want to enter, like, merge the columns, append the columns. You want to split the columns. So you want a splitting and all those things, no? So all those particular operations, like, you want to promote the first row as a header, use the first row as a header. So after deleting this, but dropping this rows, you can make this as the first row and make that as a header. So I can do all those particular data cleaning jobs. Okay, so with the help of the tools. So it has a various tabs. Under the transform also we have many tools. Add columns, we have a many tools. And in the view, we can see the quality of the column. So when you hit on the quality of the column, tells me what is the kind of a quality now. So the quality says 77% of the data is valid in this column, but there is no error, but there is an empty rows of 23%. But the same thing when you just move here, it says 33% of the data is valid, but 67%, almost 70% of the data is not valid. So sorry, it's having the null values. So there is no error. Okay, fine. So otherwise, you can see generally we see that in the interviews also they ask, like, um, how do you know, like, or what is this particular line indicator, they say. Okay, so this indicator says the quality of the column. If it is green, that means it is a, what is say, valid data. If it is black, means it's a null values. And there is a red color line. So if there is a red color, that means it's a error. Okay, right now here it says there is no error and it's showing the form of percentile. So if this is 50, so we can see this is less than 50% of the data is valid, and more than 50%, almost 70% of the data is having the null values. Got it? Red means error. Red means error. Okay, so in the column quality, we have this error, no? Error. You can see the green color is valid, red color is error, and the black color is empty. How to see those numbers? Which numbers? Let's go to the view. Go to the view. Under the view, we have the quality of the column. Yeah. Next is what we have on the right hand side. We can see it says you can have multiple queries here. More than one tables can be there. We generally call that as queries here, each table. So it is they're using SQL terminologies. Terminology is what is used in the database. Okay. And here it says query setting. What is the name of that particular query? Okay. See, the name of my file was sales data. It is taken the same names, but you want to have a name for the table, better name. It's a text box. You can just go and edit here. Okay. Whatever the name you want, you can just give this. Okay, fine. So why I said is it is very similar to the macros. When you record a macros, okay, all the steps gets recorded. What all the activities you do. The same way here also we have something called as the applied steps. Now in the data transformations, you're going to perform some transformations. Okay, so all the transformations you do that will be recorded as the steps. Will be recorded as the steps. Okay. And just like in the macros, no, when you record a macro, behind the screen, the code gets generated. And that code is nothing but is called as a VBA, Visual Basic for Applications. Okay. The scripts gets generated. The same way, here also, when you perform any kind of a operation, so it'll just capture um, I just okay. So we do this particular thing when you perform this one. So you can say automatically a script gets generated for this. Okay. So I'll just expand this and I'll show you. Okay. So here you can see the script gets generated. It says first is your source. From where are you reading this particular data? And after reading the data, it is trying to identify each column with the data type. It is trying to align the data type. And the script, what is there? And this language is called as, the script is written in a language, no? And the language is called as what? It is called as M language. Heard about this M language?
Machine language.
No, 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 no. ML is machine language. For machine language, we say M language, ML. We don't say as M language. Yeah, I know it's called as machine language, but in short, they call it as ML, is it? Okay. But when I say M language, it is called as a mashup language, or they call it as a mashup code or a mashup script, that kind of thing. M code, M script, or M language, we call this as. So that means This is mainly used for, when you say mashup is what? It is meshed up, is it? So something which has been meshed up, you want to perform the cleaning on that particular thing. So that is where exactly we use this one. Okay. This is a language which is mainly used for cleaning. Okay. Okay, fine. Hey, let us move ahead. So it is called as mashup or meshed up, is it? So it's a language which is called as a cleaning. So it is more like a functional language, like in Excel. It is starting with a equal to and things, but it's not Excel. Okay, it is different from the Excel. So I even teach mashup code, but in this we don't have a time to get into the code. But okay, this is how the behind the script screen the script gets generated. Okay. So now, okay, this was just a walkthrough. This was just a walkthrough. So now we will see how we can, it is written as a mashed up language or mashup language. It's called as mashup language. Mashup, M-E-S-H, I think mashup, no? Okay, mashup language, mashed up language, whatever. They say M language, which is fully called as mashup. Okay, fine. So now let us go ahead and start. See, till now I haven't done anything. Till now I haven't done anything. I have not done any kind of a thing. Okay, yeah, it's called as mashup language. Correct. So now, till now we have not done any kind of a things. So now let us see how we will do this particular cleaning. So let us go ahead and start the cleaning now. So what is the first thing I said we have to do in this one? So first thing is I don't want this top rows. I don't want this top rows. First three rows has to be removed. So the first three rows to be removed. So to remove the first three rows, what I will do is I'll just go to the remove rows. I'll go to the remove rows. And here we have something called as remove top rows. This is going to remove the rows from the top. Okay, remove top rows. This is going to remove the row from the top. So as soon as I hit on this remove rows, there in the remove rows, okay, I just selected what? Remove top rows because I want to remove the rows from the top. How many rows you want to remove? I want to remove the top three rows. I want to remove the three rows from the top. I'll just select three. I'll say okay. You can see three rows are being removed. Yeah, then next is what we need to do. Whatever the data is there now in the first row, that has to be the headers. This has to be the header. So in this case, what is that we do? Again, we have to convert the first row in this particular source, what is there, that has to be the header. We have this option here called as use the first row as a header. Use the first row as the header. So when you hit on this one, whatever the first row of the data is there, that has been moved to the header. And you can see here in the headings, we have order ID, the product name, locations, and all these things. Since it has promoted as a header, now after promoting, you can see it has even got the data types. This is 123. 123 means it's a number. ABC. ABC means it's a text type. Okay, so we have a data types like when you just click on this one, so it tells you on that. If it is 1.2, that means it's decimal numbers. We can change this. Okay, if I say like 123 is a whole number, a percentage, date time will have this kind of a symbol, calendar with a clock. Date will just have a calendar symbol. Time will have this particular clock symbol. Text will have a ABC, Boolean value will have a true, false, and all those particular things. So automatically, and we can see here whatever the activities we did till now, it has been recorded. So by default, we had two. So first thing is what we did, we removed the two top three rows. It says so table.skip. This is the mashup code. So from the table, it is going to skip the number of rows is how much? Three rows. Okay, and then after skipping that, we promoted the headers. Whatever the data was there, first row, I made that as a header. After making that as a header, I did not change the data type, but Power BI says whenever the promotion happens, it will automatically promote the headers, and then it'll try to recheck what type of data, and it'll try to assign the data types, which is being done. You can see each and every column it is being assigned with the data type. So order ID is of type int 64-bit integer, product name is of text type, location is again the type is text. Okay, sales is of type integer type, payment method is again a text type. Got it? Okay, you don't have to sit and write the code. So if we have to manually write the code, we have to write so much. This is again a functional language, but generally people do this particular transformation in Python. So I know in Python how much of code we write, how much of scripting we write and things. I don't really do this even Python. I teach Python also. No? So I do the same things, but we have to write a lot of code in there. Okay, even a comma miss if you miss out, a dot if you miss out, it becomes such a big error, and to find that error, to fix that error, it takes hours together. Okay, it's a very challenging thing. But here, everything is tick, tick, tick on the just clicks. Okay, fine. We have promoted this as a header. What is the next thing that we are supposed to do? What is the next thing that we are supposed to do? We have to remove the blank rows, the rows which are blank. So what I do, I'll just again go to since we have to remove the blank rows. So it is remove where it will be, it's very simple, no? So it's very English like kind of a things, but we have to be creative. We are a human beings, is it? Since we have to remove the rows, so I have to remove the blank rows. So I'll just go to the remove rows and check, is there any kind of thing called as a remove the blank rows? Yes, it is there. Just click on that. All the blank rows will be removed. We can see, no, there is no blank rows. Before we had a lot of blank rows. Okay, fine. We have done. We have removed even the blank rows. Okay, so people not doing with me, no, please try to understand it. So we have removed the blank rows. Next is what? What is the next thing that we are supposed to do? I said we have a lot of duplicate values, no? This is the same information which has been repeated. We have a same order ID, the same product name, same location, the same sales value, and even the payment method. Everything is the same. So that means the entry has happened twice. Sometimes we scan, okay, the scanner has scanned twice, it happens like, when you're getting into the office, okay, we scan sometimes nowadays it automatically scans your sensors and all those things. So might be, accidentally it has been scanned 2 times. If you're standing in that gate for a long time, you just moved a little, and based on that, it has been scanning. It has double scanned. Okay, so that means the same employee has entered 2 times at the same hour. So that means that has to consider as one row. Okay, so if that data is been given by the for the HR, okay, so enter employee's login time. So in that case, in the same hour, if the employee has logged in 2 times, that should be considered as one login. Okay, fine. So what is that we need to do? We need to remove the duplicates. We need to remove the duplicates from this. So how do we remove the duplicates here? So I want to consider the duplicate is if all the fields together, same order ID, the same product name, same location, same sales, that if all the columns together is repeated, I want to consider that is a duplicate value. Okay, so how do we do that one? Removing, I'll just say Control A, so where I'm selecting all the columns, and then again I'll go to the remove rows. There we have something called as remove duplicates. So here I've selected all the columns. The reason is if all the fields together is repeated, then I consider this as a duplicate. So I say remove duplicates. Yes, it has removed the duplicates. You can see. So before we had some 25, 30 rows, it has become to 17, 18 rows. Fine. Okay. So we have done this particular removing the duplicates. Now data looks better than the previous one, is it? Okay. Fine. So I said you want to remove the duplicates. I said if I consider duplicate if all order ID, product name, if all the fields together is repeated. So I say Control A. Control A is selecting all the columns. Control A is selecting all the columns, and then under the remove rows. Under the remove rows, we have this option here called as remove duplicates. Remove duplicates. When you hit on this remove duplicates, you can see the duplicate rows are being removed. So now we have removed the duplicates here. So the next thing is, what is that I said? We don't want this blank values. We don't want this blank values. We don't want this blank values. Okay, we don't want this blank values. So if I have to remove the blanks, what is that we do? Okay, so since now I want to do some kind of a transformation on this particular column level, since I want to perform the transformation at the column level. Okay, so since I want to perform the transformation at the column level, I'll select this column. Okay, and then when you right click, you get a context menu. Whatever the relevant option with respect to that column, you get that. Okay, so there we have something called as replace values. We have this replace values. Okay, we have this replace values. Okay, so just hit on this particular replace values. Even you have the replace value under the transform also. Here also we have a replace value. Either you click here or there, it's one and the same. Okay, so I suggest is, right click on this and say replace values. Here, what is to find and what is to replace? So payment method, it is null. If it is null, I want to replace with cash. Okay, so as I said, so this is a non-digital mode of payment. That is like, it might be if there is null, I'm considering that it is a cash mode of transactions. So what I do, yeah, what to find? What to find is not even a space. I'll just keep it blank. If it is blank, replace that with CASH. So what did I say here is, so I just right clicked on this payment method and I said, oh, I want to perform the or replace. So what, okay, I just clicked on the replace value, right click and selected the replace values. And what is that? So I said keep it blank. Okay, and if it is the list, we have to look for the blank values. And if there is a blank in this particular column, replace that blank with cash. Replace that blank with cash. Replace that blank with cash. Okay, I'll just say it as okay. You can see all the blanks are replaced with cash. So now I can come to know how much transaction has happened through the cash, how much payment has happened through the credit card, how much payment has happened through the UPI. Fine, we can do these things. Fine, this looks better. But still, if I have to do the analysis like, hey, how the sales have happened for the category wise, product wise, city wise, state wise, I'll not still not be able to do it when the data is something like this. I need to split this. I need to split this. Is it? So now we'll try to split this one by one. The first thing is the product name has a combination of the name and the product and the category. And also we can see they have a delimiters here. So generally it has been separated with the comma. Is it? Comma and a comma space or something. Is it? So how do we do that? Just select the product name. Okay. Go to the home tab itself. There we have this thing called as a split the column. Okay, so when I say split the column, based on what you want to split, sometimes, I want to split the first three characters and the last three characters or something. So we can split based on the number of characters, based on the positions, based on the uppercase characters, the lowercase characters, based on the digit and the non-digital values you want to replace. Yes, we can do that, those particular things also. But here, what I wanted is, I want to split this based on the delimiter. What is the delimiter? Comma is the delimiter. Comma is the delimiter. Based on that, I want to split. So I'll just say split this column by what is a delimiter. What is the delimiter? Comma is the delimiter. Okay, you have a leftmost, rightmost. We have only one comma, so it doesn't matter. So you can even select, say, leftmost values you want to split or something. Say okay. Yeah. So you can see it got split into two things here. So one was the name of the product and other one is your category. So you can rename this heading. Just double click on this, say category. Just double click on this, or you can even right click and say rename is there. No, rename. Or if you double click also, it will make it as editable. There's a product name and there's a category. So we can see now we have a product name separate, we have a category separate. Okay, the same way, I'll do a replacing for splitting for the location details. So I'll say split by delimiter. And what is the delimiter here? Comma. And we have multiple occurrence, city, comma, state, comma, region. We have multiple occurrence. So here we have this option as each occurrence of the delimiter. Yes, better. Go ahead with this. Say okay. Okay, so we can see we got this into three splits here. So city, state, and the location, region. I can just rename. I say this region. And this is the state. And this is the city. City, state, and the region respectively. Okay, so now we have done this particular thing. In case of a delimiter is not given, see, when you have the data of multiple information, there will be some kind of a pattern. There might be space will be there. There will be hyphen, or there might be uppercase, lowercase characters or something. So based on which we try to identify that. Okay, so like when they are storing all this particular information together, city, state, region. So there will be some kind of a this one. Either you start with the uppercase characters. Some things will be there. So we need to identify that. See, I'll tell you one thing is almost all the jobs are taking over by AI. Agree? Most of the jobs are taking. Whatever we did in the last few classes, was the visualization part. I think we did see with Q&A. If not, I'll show you in the next session. There is something called as there are something called as built-in AI tools also, okay, for creating the visuals. So one single click, I can create any charts with the simple questions. We can just prompt it and we can get the answers. But I'll tell you, Power Query is one kind of a skill which AI cannot immediately take it over. Okay, it will take some time. So here, human beings are required. Okay, so that is where, like, as Sneha was asking, what if the comma is not there? But there will be some things like, there might be every characters you start with the capital letters. Based on that, you are going to split. Okay, so we need to find out the algorithms. We need to find out, what are the informations are there, or on what basis you're splitting, and so on. Okay. So now I think we have done this particular data cleaning here. Once it has been done, so now we can see that we have so many columns. It has been separated: order ID, product name, category, city, state, region, sales, payment method, and you can see there is no what do you call it as null values. So everything is 100 in all the places. Okay, so it's not only 100 apart from that, we have split the columns, okay, and remove the duplicates and all these things we have done. Okay, after doing this, so what I will do is, so here I can, in the Power Query, what I can do is only data cleaning I can do it. Okay, so we cannot create any kind of a charts. We cannot do any kind of a charts here. Okay, the visualization, the presentations, we don't do it. So for that, what we do, we need to say close and apply. Okay, when I say close and apply, this Power Query will be closed and that changes will be applied into your Power BI desktop. And now you can see the same data which was actually in CSV format, which was like this. Okay, and the way it is going to be transformed and it has been brought in the Power BI desktop is something like this. So same data is presented like this. You can see the difference between this data and this data. So you can see the difference here, the way it is. So there was no proper headings itself, the first thing. So we have a proper headings here. Okay, and headings with the respective appropriate data types. Okay, so then what else? There was a duplicate. So you can see there is no duplicates here. So there was a duplicates. So now we can see product name and category is separate. Okay, here it was merged. So it is there. So the same thing is your city location. You can see city, state, regions is being stored separately. Okay, and there was a duplicate values. There was a duplicate values. So you can see there is no duplicates now. And we can see there was a null values. There is no null values. Null is replaced as a cache. Fine. So much of cleaning is being done. So much of cleaning is being done. Okay. Fine. So now what I will do here is once you have loaded the data, here I can do the various analysis. Hey, I just want to know what is the total sales. I can get a card. 422K, which was the sum of that. So this is before it was 81, so 8 lakhs, 15,000 something, it was almost 2x salary, is it? Because there was a repeated values. So it is taking a unique and then trying to find. And then what it is thing is, that is doing. So I want to do the various analysis like category and subcategory wise. I can take a matrix here and say category wise sales. Yeah. Under the category, you want to add a product name. Yeah, category is there or product wise sales is there. Yes, we can have this. So you can tell with the hierarchies and things. Yes, we can do all those kind of operations here. Yes, can be done. Okay, so we can do all those types of, city wise, state wise. You want to create even the geographic map. I can easily do it. So I can just say geographic field. So maybe I take a state and the bubble size. I'll take the sales, how the sales are happening for each state. Yeah, and I say within the state. So I'll just take the city. Okay, it's a hierarchy now. So you can say it with the hierarchy within the state city wise how the sales are happening. So we see this is Maharashtra, Mumbai, and this is Karnataka, Hubli, and this is Bangalore. This is Karnataka. That city. KNGALORE. Cochin, Kerala. Yes. Fine. Okay. So we are able to do all those kind of analysis. And if I just say in Mumbai how the sales have happened, all those things, slice and dice, everything is working. Yes, that is what it is. Okay. Now the main thing is, what if I do see, so understood what exactly you have done here? Is the concept clear? What if tomorrow, if I add a new data, say example, if I add a new data, says 23, okay. So I have a pen stand in front of me. So that belongs to stationery category. And I just say, which is this place? So we can give something like, say, Pune, Maharashtra, which is the West region. Say, how much sales? Something like sales of 24,000 or something. So imagine like, I'm just given a blank row. Okay. So I'll try to have this particular values repeated multiple times. So things might be in between also, you have an empty row in between. Okay, so you can see the way it has been stored. It has been repeatedly stored 4 times. In between also you have an empty row. Before also I have an empty row. Okay, let me save this. And I just want to bring this particular data here. So I don't have to do any kind of a things. I don't have to redo that whole thing. We just have a refresh button, just hit on the refresh. What happens here? You can see we got a new product here. So we can see we got a new product here. And the way the new product was in Excel. So here what happens is how these things are happening. Okay, is that should be the question. That is what I was expecting from you people. So now what happens is, okay, here I'll just hit on the, see from, we are in the Power BI desktop now. I'll just click on the transform data. I'll click on the transform data. Okay, in here, we have something called as in the home. We have this under the home tab, I have this option here called as advanced editor. Okay. And just before you go to the editor, you can see whatever the activities you did, all the activities has been recorded as the steps. So you read the data from a source, we changed the data type, we removed the top rows, we promoted the headers. After promoting it, change the data types. Then we removed the blank rows, we removed the duplicate rows, replace the values, okay, splitting the columns, change the data types, rename the columns, again split the columns and all those things. Whatever the activities we did, all the activities has been recorded. And I said every steps is been recorded as a mashup code. Every step is being recorded as the mashup code. Fine. So now we are not a programmers. Okay, you cannot become a programmer in 1 hour. I'm not that kind of a magical person where in 1 hour I'll make you as a programmer. No, no, I cannot false promise those particular things. But still, when you see here, you go to the home and click on this advanced editor. You can see it gives me the complete script, whatever the activities has been done. So you have first read the data. Okay. Oh, Courage was asking how it is linking. So you can see, oh, it is reading the data from this file. Okay. And then it is performing this particular, changing the data types, skipping the top rows, promoting the headers, okay, changing the data types. All the activities, whatever we did, is being recorded and a code is being generated for you. Now, when you hit on the refresh, when we hit on the refresh there, so it was taking the new data, cleaning, and then it is executing. So it means when you hit on the refresh, this whole code was being executed. This whole code was being executed. So the code may says, hey, I need to go to the source data, which is present in this location, this file, bring that particular file, then promote the headers, skip the first rows, okay, promote that blank rows and all those things. So whatever the activities we did, so all this particular code has been executed. So now you can call yourself as a programmer because you have written this much of code, even though you have not written the code, but actually the code is for you. Okay. And you can tell your boss, oh, I spent so much of time in writing the code. So you hit on the transform data. Transform data will load the data into the Power Query editor. Okay. Now, so you can see I have to remove the first 3 rows. Is it? So, okay. And then I'll make this as the first row and then we need to promote. So for that, what I do, I say remove rows. What? Top rows. I want to remove the rows from the top. It's very simple English words. Okay. So remove the rows from the top. Say remove top rows. So it'll ask me how many rows you want to remove. 3 rows. Say okay. 3 rows is from the top has been removed. And then what I do, whatever the first row is there, this should be the header. So we have this option here called as use the first row as the header. Use the first row as a header. So just click on this. So I just told you, so I just have a data, something like this. I just want to read this particular data into my, what do you say, the Power BI. Okay. And I just want to do the analysis on this particular data. So what I will do here is, when we going to do the task that you showed us earlier before giving us more info? I think I'll stop reading the messages for the time being. So I'll take up all those things in the last 20 minutes. So let me just read this particular data. So for that, I'll just say get data. The data is in the Excel file. So I'll say Excel workbook. Fine. I'll just select this, say open. So name of that is, I have not given any name. I think that is a sheet in Excel. So this is the data that is what is there. See, but when you have loaded the data, I'll not be able to find the total sales. So I'll not be able to find the total sales for a particular category. Directly, you cannot do that. Okay. So if I want to prepare the data so that I can do those analysis, I'll hit on the transform. Okay. When I hit on the transform, so we can see the name of the sheet is sheet one. So it is coming something like this, or you can have a sales data or whatever it is. Since we already have a name, I'll go with this name itself. So now we have a category product, okay, under the category, and then we have a month-wise sales. So I feel this is more like a pivoted data. You know what is pivot? No, pivot is like, transposing the data into two dimension, rows and columns. Okay, so that means the data which is in the rows, we are transforming into the row by columns. That is what exactly it is looking here. So I need to unpivot this data. Unpivot is what? The data which is actually in the form of columns, the sales, January, February sales, March sales, which is something like this columns. I wanted like this rows. Hey, book cases for the month of January, February, March, April, May, what is the sales? Okay, maybe like, for the what is say chairs, what is the sales in the month of January, February, March, every month on sales. So I wanted something in that particular way. Okay, so how do we do that one? So how do we do that one? So for that, what I will do is, okay, so I will just take this, what is saying, the source data. I will take this particular, sorry, I just have this particular data, no? So I want this January to December, whatever the data is there, sorry, then January to October, I want to transpose this and unpivot this. What do you mean by unpivot? Unpivoting is the data which is in the form of columns, I'm converting into the form of rows. I'm converting in the form of rows. Okay, thanks. So I can select like this. First observe, I have not shared the file purposefully. I know you people will not be away from the keyboard. So that is the reason I have not shared it purposefully. That is what I've done. Okay, I'll share it immediately after this. I've selected from the January to October, and I can unpivot the data from the transform tab. From the transform tab, we have this thing called as unpivot columns. Okay, I can do this. But one thing I'll do here is, see, whenever you do something, your architecture things has to be for the future reliable. Okay, we always look for that. What if tomorrow November data comes in? Okay, so that also should be accommodated, is it? So when I'm unpivoting, instead of telling as January to October, I can also do the other way around. No, I can select the category and the product. I can select the category and the product and unpivot other than this column. So that means actually I want to unpivot only the January to October data. But instead of telling January to October, selecting and doing it, I'll just do it like this, category and the product name. I'll select this and say unpivot. Don't unpivot this column other than this selected. Okay, these are non-selected columns. Unpivot that. So I'll do that way. Okay. So what I will do here is I'll just go to the unpivot columns. There we have this option here called as unpivot other columns. We have something called as unpivot other columns. What this will do, this is going to retain the category and the product name, but other than that, what are the columns are there? So that is going to unpivot it. So what you can see here is we have this particular each category. Okay, it says for the month of January, what is the sales? February, March, and okay. Again, you can see this particular product says in the month of January, February, March. Each product says for the month wise how the sales are happening. Each product for the month wise how the sales is happening. Okay, so what is happening? Hey, now, now what I have done this. So these are nothing but sales value, and this is the month. I can rename this. I say this is the sales month, or I say, yeah, sales month. And this is your, what to say, sales value, sales, total sales. Now, if I load this data, I can try to find out what is the total sales for each month, total sales for each category, product wise for a particular month. I'll be able to do the analysis. So what I do, I just go to the close and apply. Now you can see this particular sheet one, the way it is being appeared, it is only 3 columns. Instead of that 10, 12 columns, 12 columns, it is only 4 columns. Now, when I go here, okay, we have a sales here. We have a sales. So if I take a sales, it tells me what is the total sales, 1 million. But I want to see the sales for each category. Each category wise, how the sales have happened. You're able to see how much sales have happened for each category. Cool. You're able to see that. So within the category, I want to see the product. I can go with this particular little options here. So category and the product, how the sales are happening within the category. You can do all the slice and dice and things. Yes. Fine, we are able to do this. So now I want to apply a slicer on this. So for the month of January or February, how sales have happened. Yes, we can do that. So I can add a slicer. And I can just take the sales month here. Which you could not do it in that data. If you're able to do, I can learn from you. Okay. Yeah. So each month wise, how the sales are happening. So we can do that, say January or July or something. So the sales for that particular month. Okay. Or month wise sales you want to see. So we can see that also, like say just add a table. I say sales month and the sales value. Deselect it. How the sales happen for each month that you want to have for the divide, So I take this as a matrix. So that you want to go with the category wise, you want to divide it. Yes, we are able to see all these things. So we are able to do all slice and dice on this one, which you could not do it on this particular data. I do the same thing in Excel and do it. So people find it very easy. See, generally what happens is in Excel also we have this option here. Take this data to the Power Query and perform the same transformation. See, we have a Power Query editor. I'm doing this in Excel now. So I'm doing this in Excel. So this is the Excel Power Query. And here what I do the same thing, setting the category and the product name. And we have this particular transform and we have unpivot the other columns. So it has been unpivoted. I just say this is nothing but the month and say this is nothing but the sales, SALES. And then I just say close and apply. Just load the data gets loaded to Excel, and you can see your actual data was like this. Okay, your actual data was like this, but your transform data is like this. When you have a transform data like this, we can very easily we can do all the slice and dice. We can very easily do all the slice and dice, no? Yeah. So what is the total sales here? 1 lakh 10,000. Fine. Okay. 1 million is it? 10 lakh, 11 lakhs is it? Fine. So I want to see that for the month wise. Yes. And I want to see the column category. The same thing. So you want to apply the slices for that product wise, whatever it is. Yes, you can do all those things. Same thing what we did in Excel only, we are doing it here. Nothing new. Okay. Would have done this. Please recap your videos, what you have done. It should be there, I think. You would have missed out. Okay. Um, but otherwise it's easy. Otherwise you have understood the concept. So I'm reading the data. It's an Excel file. Yeah. See, first thing is I'm reading this data. What is that? Pivoted sales data. That is the name of the file. I'll just say open. And just say open. Okay. As usual, we select the sheet. I'll just click on the sheet. So now you need to select this particular sheet. Say then, since I need to transform this data, I'll click on this transform data. Transform data. What I will click, I'll click on the transform data. When you click on the transform data, the data gets loaded to your Power BI, Power Query editor. When you click on the transform data, the data gets loaded to the Power Query editor. Here, I will perform the transformation. What is the transformation I will do? See, I can even do like this. January to October, you can select the data. You can select the data from January to October. Select the data from January to October. How? Click, hold on the shift key, go to the end, hold on the shift key, go to the end. Okay. Without releasing the shift key, select on this. I hope you know how to select this multiple columns. People who work with Microsoft Word at least, no? The selections and all. Okay. Same way you do the selections in Excel also, no? Multiple columns and so on. Then what we do? Click on transform data. There we have unpivot columns. Okay, unpivot columns. You don't have to go to the other columns because I've selected this columns only. Unpivot columns. Unpivot columns. We'll click. Yeah, just a click and you can see automatically it is being done. So what you do is, that's it. You can rename the column. This is month and this is sales. This is month and this is sales. Yeah, that's it. And then just say home. Close and apply is in the home. Just if you close also, what happens? It'll ask you, do you want to apply the changes? Yes, that's it. So the data comes here and it applies the changes and comes here. Even if you close the PowerPoint editor also, it'll do. Okay. Then can go ahead and do whatever the operations you wanted. You can see the data is something like this. So you can say, what is the total sales? Yeah, card is there. And so I just want to see the total sales for each month wise or something. So we can go ahead with all different types of things. So monthly sales. Yes, monthly, how the sales are happening. So you want to just add a category or some things. Yes. So all types of this one, you're able to do it. Okay, so what is Power Query? Power Query is just an ETL tool. Means it's a tool which helps you to extract the data from the different data sources, and whatever the data has been extracted, so you can perform the transformation on that. Transformation is nothing but, we call in simple terms, we can call this as a data cleaning. So cleaning is the data which is not ready for analysis, okay, where you can not directly ask a question. Excel, because there is a schedule issue from okay, things. I just talking about the Power Query. It helps you in data cleaning. Cleaning is nothing but data which is really not ready for the analysis. We are preparing the data so that I can easily analyze the data. You can summarize the data. So we have seen some of the things like, how do we split the columns? How do you remove the duplicates? How do you remove the blank rows? How do you remove the rows from the top? How do we make the headings? Okay. And we have seen that how do we fill the null values, replace in a specific columns. So one thing was like, when you want to fill the null values to a specific column, just select that columns. Okay. It's more like recording the steps. Your instruction has to be very clear. Okay. That is what we understood, and we understood about unpivoting. Unpivoting is nothing but what the data which was in the columns, we're just trying to summarize it for the row wise. Okay. We do also have a transpose. Transpose is changing that orientation 90-degree kind of a thing. So we can see some example about transpose. We can see some example about text functions, number functions, and the date functions here. Okay. And also we'll see about, the VLOOKUP and all these things you would have done in Excel. So something similar to that, we'll do it here also, like merge and append queries and things. Okay. But it would have been better if you have done Excel kind of a things. Okay. So bad. I feel few of them would have done Excel and sitting here. Okay, fine.
And with that, we have come to the end of our course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.